is the moral imperative for the United States to house the entire fucking world. Like, this is literally all I hear when I hear fucking Prime and Corey and fucking Pep. They're just like, yeah, we should build more houses. And, Maine has a lot of white people and they're boring. So we should just buy all the houses there and give it to all of Mexico. And Wyoming's boring as fuck too. And
That's exactly how I feel.
there's
100%.
big ass fucking mountains.
What about Maui?
There's an insufficient number of taco trucks in fucking Wyoming. So why don't we just turn over Wyoming to fucking Guatemala?
I have heard that.
It's like, yeah. So what? But like,
well, first of all,
what the fuck?
I have to push back.
Foundation of this conception that we are just the only place that people from other parts of the world can move to.
No, first that's not that is
about
explicitly
Maui?
not true.
I feel like I've been kind of thinking like because we're dealing with reality and we've tried to
testing
and it costs so much more money to do that for like the last forever. Well, not forever, but for a long while. With all the border policies, building a wall, having ICE, there's so much money put into housing immigrants that ICE detains in paid for not housing them, putting them in private those cost so much money. So much money is spent trying to do the deterrent path that maybe dealing with what we have here and making spending less money, getting more people working seems more beneficial than just throwing money away at a solution that hasn't.
I have a question. Why don't
stop? Just 1 second.
Counterpoints, Corey.
Wildly insane. The border wall, which has never been built, the border, which has been open with Mexico for pretty much our entire fucking history because we only took the southwestern United States in the past 150 years, would cost $12 billion. This is like 0.001% of the annual federal budget, and you're telling me that it's too fucking expensive?
I'm saying it's probably more expensive to do all that than it is to have a better infrastructure to support immigrants.
Hold on. No. Hold on. No, this is Prime. This is bullshit because I'm pretty sure that New York is going to run a $2 billion deficit housing immigrants this year alone, and the wall I just cited to you was 12. So if it's 2 billion in one city in 1 year, your fucking math doesn't work.
Pep, don't fall for that.
You just want Wyoming to be majority Hispanic. That's your fucking.
I would love it. I would love it. I think our world would be better off for it. And why
boring white people in the middle of nowhere? Why do they need taco trucks?
Here's the thing.
Oh my lord!
Because what you were trying to do with Pep, is dishonest, right? So let's talk about
one city versus the whole country.
Let's talk about building that border wall, right?
Yeah.
Let's say 12 billion. I haven't heard that number, but that sounds believable. So I'll take it, right? 12 billion to build that wall. The wall just doesn't.
Testing.
Doesn't.
Testing.
Quote unquote secure, whatever that fucking means, right? And still people will make their way over the wall, just like they're doing right fucking now. So putting that number out and saying, well, it's 12 billion as something sort of static number. And Pep, please deal with that, right? Isn't New York eventually going to surpass that in its housing crisis? That's bullshit. So it's an ongoing cost.
Also, it's worth noting. Wait. Also, it's worth noting that Texas spends $13.4 billion a year as of March 8th in 2023. So,
Connor, why not?
Caring for the cost of dealing with and caring for illegal immigrants.
Connor, what about the immigration? What about the immigration from the United States? What about those numbers? Can we incorporate those numbers into the addition of the immigration to the United States to backfill the immigration from the United States? Yes.
Why would they have
I want Wyoming to stay boring. I want them to eat butter.
Let's go to Corey.
Alone.
Let's go to Corey, then Gibbs.
Well, yeah, just springboard off of that, and just want to more or less the commentary. So you might not be aware of it, Counterpoints, but there are other countries like Canada where not every single other individual in the world wants to go to the United States. I'm a Canadian like Lactoid, and we want to stay in Canada. And I understand it's a unique situation in the United States because you share a border, with Mexico, and Canada obviously has a different border. But we also have issues with immigration. We're kind of like grappling with like, how much to accept, and so we're sort of grappling, not to the same extent, with the same question of like how much do we accept? It's not like every single person in the world wants to go to the United States, and there are people, to Spartacus' point, that are leaving the United States. Believe it or not, there are Americans that come to Canada and stay in Canada.
Okay, but we're
they would call them
talking about
traders.
300,000 people a month. We're talking about a major metropolitan
Yeah, no.
city of the United States coming to the United States every single month. And we're talking about, I know that we didn't get a concession on failed states earlier, but we're talking about essentially failed states with a total population of 185 million. Even if you're talking about 10% or 20% of Central America wanting to come to the United States, that is literally like 10 or 20 fucking million people. That is a shitload of people. Now, can we integrate them over time? Sure. Can we get them to like boy bands and fucking Taylor Swift and shit? Sure. Like, we'll work on it. But at the same time,
I say,
like,
I just
we
want to push
have
back.
have a
I'm gonna
plan.
go to Selena
I
anyway.
agree with you overall, like in principle. I'm just pushing back with the frame of like, well, the United States has to pretty much accommodate the entire world. I think that's a pretty
Yeah.
disingenuous framing.
but Corey, I think you're
a
overstating
question
how
about
many
that,
people
which
want to go
is,
to Canada.
What is the moral reasoning behind
No, I'm
needing
not.
to accommodate everybody who wants to come here? Because literally, like, you guys you presume this thing that I have no idea why the fuck you presume. Literally, for 3,000 fucking years, as far as I can tell, nation states are governments appointed by the local indigenous population in order to secure the interests of the local people. And what that has logically like inferred is borders, security, economy, and trade with rival nation states. Hold on.
You are wrong about borders
when we're
there.
done.
Absolutely wrong about borders. You know you're wrong about borders. But
Why?
yeah, dude. Hold on. For most of humanity, this idea of a militarized border has been completely foreign. This is a brand new people you could just like walk from
This
one
is like
village
a
to one like
3,000-year-old, at
that's
minimum
not,
3,000-year
not the way,
concept.
not the
Do
way
you know
borders
what
work.
happened?
Borders,
Ryan,
When
borders
did
as
humans start building
currently
walls around their
constituted
cities?
in our
over.
world are
Ryan,
completely new. This is a completely
Ryan,
new thing. You
Ryan,
know that.
No,
You know
it's
that.
I gotta.
not. It's a
You gotta go to
3,000
Gibbs and
year. Hold on.
Doobie.
It's a 3,000-year concept, and on top of that, you know what happened when you violated the non-existent borders of a tribe that's next to you? You got your fucking head bashed in with a
Sure,
fucking
whatever.
club.
Let's go to Kibbs and then
I-
Doobie.
Hold on,
I'm gonna-
can I ask Corey a question?
hold
I'm
on.
begging you.
I'll
Let
come.
me ask Corey a question.
Yeah.
Corey. So, well, maybe not a question. I just want to put this in perspective. This is what you're talking about, Corey. So Canada, like the entire population of Canada is comparable to the entire population of
California or something. Yeah,
California. California has about these are estimates, of course, about 2 million illegal immigrants. Canada, the upward estimates or the highest estimates I saw were 500,000. So in these two comparable like places or population sizes, California has 4 times the amount that Canada does. So I feel like you're overstating how big an issue it is in Canada, like at all.
I think
have a housing shortage.
I also think I said like that Canada, not to the same extent the United States, and I also pointed out that Canada shares a border with the United States, the United States shares a border with Mexico. I think that I outlined that pretty clear. Of like, yeah, you are in a disproportionate situation, and that it's a more difficult issue for you to tackle than Canada.
Okay,
I fully
when Connor
acknowledge that.
says housing the entire world, right? There's a survey done in like I think 2021, 2022. The last time I looked this up, where they found that like I think over a fifth of potential migrants, so people considering leaving the country, wanted to come to the United States, and that was like 120 million people, right? Who said that their destination, their goal would be to go to the United States. So it's reasonable for Connor to say, "Hey, how the fuck can we house all these people?" Right? That's all. That's like what the third of our population, something like that. 120 million people.
And by the way, Doobie, here, hold on, real quick. I think we can. I just think it's going to be fucking awful. So, like, wait, why aren't we telling people, like, hey, your country sucks, fix your country? Like, what the fuck?
First, I want to say first, I'd much rather listen to Selena than Taylor Swift anyway. But moving on from there, I want to say that like we talked about some numbers here. Y'all talked about what 12 billion for the wall, 2 billion in New York. Let me give you a number. Maui, the estimated recovery cost for their housing destruction that they had with the wildfire is 5.5 billion. I said this earlier, nobody really said anything about it, which is kind of confusing to me, is that the government has a duty to its citizenry, right? And our citizens are struggling to have their own housing. We have like our own drug crisis, our own homelessness crisis. And now we're housing migrants, and we can't even provide for our own citizens. No one has a plan for Maui, but we have a plan for like housing these people indefinitely in New York. That's outrageous. And the idea, while I'm on that note, the
This
idea
is
that we
just
haven't had walls. I mean, I don't know if you remember ancient history, but Samaria was, back in the day, they had walls. That's like one of the first civilizations. Assyria, they're famous for skinning people alive and nailing them to their walls to deter people from invading their country and taking them to stuff. So that's, 2,500 years ago. I mean, this is a concept that's been around, the city states of like ancient Greece. You know why the Spartans didn't have walls? Because their military was the walls. So the idea that these areas didn't have borders that they protected vehemently because the resources are like not something that we just have enough of is just outlandish, and it's just like goes against all of human history.
Pep.
the idea that like, oh my gosh, why are we not spending this money on Maui is like one of the most tired like tropes of anytime money is being spent on something that isn't directly American. People are like, oh, we should spend it on America, but then that never
Let's
happens
go with
either.
Flint, Michigan. Then why don't we go spend the money there?
I would love
Agreed.
that. Yeah.
How about Ohio after the train thing? But no, we're gonna go
I would
spend
love
money.
that.
How?
That
Yeah,
sounds
but
great.
we're not doing that, and we're doing it at the expense of our citizenry.
No, hon, no, okay, because this is you see what he's doing there, Pep, right? Like he's saying that like because we're doing this one thing, right? We're assisting these immigrants. That means the money isn't going to this other thing,
And
right?
that's not that's like the oldest conservative trope
But
of
it
all
isn't.
time.
But it
Yeah.
isn't going.
No, it is.
Okay.
It is.
Yeah, but hon, that's not how the budget works, and that's not how we allocate resources. That's just not how that works at all, right?
Yeah.
It's not that. It's not like a but for us assisting these immigrants, right? We wouldn't have we would be able to
Pay for all
to
these
help out
other
the
wonderful
Ohioans.
things for
Yeah, like
Americans.
that's
Yeah.
obviously not the case. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I can do this.
Counterpoint.
I can do this better than lefties. So Gibbs, their point, which is why I viciously dislike libertarians and fiscal conservatives, is because we talk about these issues like Ukraine or the fentanyl crisis or the immigration crisis. Why aren't we spending our money on our own people, the veterans, et cetera, et cetera? And I think that you probably earnestly believe that we should be prioritizing our citizens from like a fiscal or governmental policy.
Absolutely.
I really do. But when it comes to Republicans, the people that we vote for consistently, they use this rhetoric, but when they get into office, all they do is pass tax cuts and actually don't try to institute any kind of social or governmental reform that would actually improve the lives of Americans. So while I'm completely sympathetic to your perspective that a nation state should prioritize its own citizens, I do think the lefties have a point that ultimately Republicans, elected Republicans, they don't give a fuck. It's just a cudgel.
I mean,
to beat
I would
people up
argue.
with.
I would argue that in this case, the argument is basically that both parties like have a different idea of what needs to be done. Right? I think we can all agree to
Sure.
that. And so the Republicans, and especially the southern border
Wyoming needs taco
Republicans.
trucks.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm Hispanic. I know I look like it, so I mean, I'm sympathetic to the taco trucks. But the thing I'm saying is like, the Republicans sit here and go, "Hey, we have farms on the border. We have all these other things. We need to stop the influx, right? And then once we've stopped the influx, then we can argue about immigration reform and get this done." The left doesn't seem to want to do that. They want to argue about the immigration reform first, and then worry about the after effects of what happens to these people that are happening down there at the thing. So I'm not saying that the federal government can't spend money on both things. But I'm saying they're currently not because it's deadlocked in Congress over which thing we're going to do, and so we need to pick something and we need to make a move.
That's not what's happening in Congress. They're deadlocked over which thing. Congress is not doing literally anything.
Yeah,
so
I
let's
mean,
not
that's a
pretend
deadlock.
and yeah.
Well,
But that's
and I know
not.
somebody-
But it's
I know
not over
somebody
these
else-
two things. Is what my point is.
I know another person might be waiting to talk about. I want to make this point real quick. Elected Republicans, they want to act like the border is a crisis so they can get the rhetoric and the votes and all that kind of stuff. And I do think it's a crisis, and I don't think we need to house the entire world. However, they also know that our agricultural industry is largely reliant on migrant labor. And so as a result, they can't actually lock down the southern border, because if they do, then you thought food prices were
We have a
fucking
ton of
bad
legalized
because of
migrant labor.
inflation. Food prices will be fucking horrible if we don't abuse effectively a slave population for our cheap produce.
So we'll go to
be right
Lactoid next. Yeah.
Okay, hey, I know I said switch mics. How do I sound? Do I sound audible? I know it's probably.
You
Audible,
sound like a
decent,
goddamn libertarian, which is
Okay,
awful. Go ahead.
so
not a libertarian.
I'm glad that my microphone is functional. I'm going to sing the siren song a little bit real quick, if I could be given the liberty to do so, the liberty to
No.
do so.
Nope.
So
No liberty.
The Fabian Liberty.
Counterpoints to just shout on.
What he's looking for.
Yeah, he hates financial fiscal conservatives and libertarians and people who think, hey, there should be limits to spending money. I think that the point that Gibbs was making though is that it is somewhat of a zero sum game here in the fact of if you're spending money on one thing, you're not spending that money on something else. And if you want to spend money on both things, you have to go and take more money, right? And so it's very reasonable for somebody to say, well, I don't want the government to come take more money. And I would like the government to address these specific issues. And I think that the money that we're spending on this stuff over here, we could just move over to address these issues without having to take more money. There's nothing illogical about that, and there's nothing contradictory about that. And yeah, Republicans advocate for tax cuts sometimes, and they also advocate for sometimes, and they also advocate for like moving money around. So Trump spent way more money on immigration enforcement. That's relevant to the topic we're talking about, right? And so if you are somebody who thinks that immigration enforcement deserves more funding than maybe some other things, like it's perfectly rational to say, well, the money should be moved from these other things over to immigration enforcement. It's not like why is that an unreasonable opinion?
I so what I want to do is I want to stem the tide, right? I want to do lots of things. To make a more equitable world. And stemming the tide is assisting these other countries in ways that they actually need, right? To strengthen their economies, to have more security within their nations, and to create policies that don't encourage powerful cartels to sprout up and undermine their governments. So that's what I want to do. On the other end, I want to have a more welcoming environment for immigrants. That when we get here, that we aren't brutal to them. That I want to give them the tools so that they can be productive. As you know, and actually, I'm sure you're aware of this. That like the immigrants tend to be more productive, start more businesses than native-born. But please, sorry, don't tell me you're going to argue that.
It depends on the metrics you look at. I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you that like Mexican immigrants are not a problem. I'm just saying like they're especially when you look at Central and South America and especially Mexico, like when Trump said they're not sending their best, like when you look at the actual numbers, they're pretty decent people overall, and I don't understand why people have such this idea of like when you say stem the tide, to me that like makes me think of like an invasion of orcs. Like
it's World War Z.
If we have World War Z, like if we just like, and the wall didn't even work in that movie either. So like if we just like had a policy of like, yeah, you come to this country and you work if you want to like make your way in this country like it used to be and like it should be, then anybody should be able to come in.
Yeah, and I agree that most of what you just said there. But when I say stem the tide, is that like there are governments in Central and South America that are having all kinds of like security issues that cause these people to move in the first place. I don't want that to be the reason, right? I don't know the reasons to be they just want like a better life, or they just feel like there's other opportunities here, and they decided free from coercion to move here. That means a lot less people coming here in the first place. Like what the solutions I'm putting forth actually address everything at once. So, like, if you think simply putting up a wall, right, and manning it with guns will keep those people out, will solve this issue for you, it simply will not. It never has. And rather than doing that, and plus it doesn't even address the other parts of immigration, or undocumented immigration, where people just like come here.
You think won't stop animal migration?
But like the point is that like that is it's only a band-aid. I'm talking about more permanent solutions. And then I get pushback from these individuals freaking out over the dumbest things. That's my issue.
When you say freaking out over the dumbest things, like, I guess what specifically are you referring to? Like, do you? While I myself am like fairly in favor of like immigration as long as we have some kind of concurrent welfare reform. I mean, do people, isn't there some kind of valid concern of like, okay, we have this pretty expensive social safety net, we probably shouldn't let everybody, like free housing in New York, right? Currently that's the debate, whether we should give non-citizens free housing in New York. And Mayor Adams is ending that, and he's getting pushback for not giving free housing in New York.
Yeah, and that free, and what does that free housing even look like? A lot of that free housing is like what I said. These people within camps or within homeless shelters. That's the free housing, right?
Or
People are living it up. They're living it up.
Yes, the story was a guy in a hotel room, like, and in New York City, that's probably like $400,000 a year.
Any empty room that they can fucking find, but most of them aren't in hotel rooms. It's not like New York no longer has hotel rooms available.
I think most of them are in buildings. I'm pretty sure the vast majority of them are in buildings that is paid for free, and the mayor is like, this is spending a fuck ton of money.
I'm saying they're all in buildings. I never said they weren't in buildings. I'm saying that the quality of the housing is extremely low as it stands. I would like to improve the quality of housing for everyone. I'd like to improve the quantity of housing for everyone. I'd like to smash or break the backs of the companies that are buying apartment units and rent and making them short-term rentals. That would be amazing. Like, fuck Airbnb. I like to deal with all these things. I'm proposing a holistic solution to this issue, but for most part, not you like to it. But for most part, people are talking about band-aid solutions. Militarize the borders. That'll work. That'll do it, right? Or send these people back, right? Yeah, that'll do it. Until they come back over the border again. All these issues that actually don't address the problems, and the issues the solutions that I'm talking about help Americans as well, right? Like, I'm sorry, it seems like me and Pep are only ones looking at the big picture here, but whatever. And Corey is amazing.
Well, I'm looking at the I'm looking at the big picture, absolutely, and I think I'm proposing different solutions that you obviously disagree.
You're
with.
proposing similar solutions.
Yeah, well, some similar. I mean, obviously, I think what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to address the concern that these other people are having, but they're just not saying, which is something they're kind of saying, which is this is fucking expensive, and New York is undergoing this right now, and you might say, well, let's just take more money, and they might be a little bit hesitant to do that because they want to take more money for their own thing, right? And they don't want to like get rid of that justification entirely, but they don't want to take more money for this. They don't want to take more money to give migrants free housing.
Not going to solve the problem.
Yeah, they don't want to. They can stem the problem though, right? If they don't want to spend money giving free housing to immigrants, what they can do is they could militarize the border. They could build a wall. They could put like the fucking river plantation thing.
Does the DMZ work?
So they never actually got there. Hold on. We gotta move on. We gotta move on.
Prime, how am I not?
We gotta.
Wait. How am I not looking at the whole picture?
Because you were arguing about like the housing units when we
I recommended that we use the same tactic we did with Afghan refugees.
Unworkable system, as Gibbs lets you know. Completely unworkable system.
Totally
it's unworkable. So we did it with Afghanistan, but we can't do it in Central America. Got it.
Oh,
we literally can't.
I mean, bro, there was
all the reasons he said.
And there was more people in the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks than all of the Afghan refugees combined.
It literally makes no sense.
So we can't mass operate that system.
Let me ask you.
Mass operate that system.
No, we can.
We should. That's bullshit. We can't mass operate that system. We can't mass operate that system.
Does the North Korean DMZ work? Does the North?
How does it have anything to do with this?
Hold on, it does, because we just put up the walls not working. You said the walls don't work.
I didn't
say anything about a wall. I didn't say anything about a fucking wall. I didn't say anything about a wall.
Yeah, we should emulate North Korea.
I'm just saying.
I didn't say anything about a wall.
Walls don't work, and militarizing borders won't stop the immigration.
Who said about a wall?
Yeah, sure.
We were just talking.
What else did they do?
Sure, my foot hurts when I stub my toe. I can cut off my foot, and that solves the problem.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Why stop there?
Gibbs,
keep going. Keep
right, yeah.
Do you think that wall, the North Korean wall, stands by itself? It simply is, and it simply does.
It's militarized, and it stops immigration in other countries.
Not even just militarized, right? Or is there a fascist system behind it that keeps his people in that says
let's make a socialist one. What about the Berlin Wall?
That says that if you run, then we're going to torture your family. Like, is there an entire system that keeps people there, or is it just the wall?
I mean,
I just
pick
wanna-
which
I just
wall
wanna
you want. I
clarify
mean,
one
there's a bunch
thing.
of different walls. I mean, you can look at the Berlin
Wait.
Wall. You can look at like the walls against what they got going on
A
right
lot of
now
people
in
got out of Berlin.
Morocco.
I just want
Like,
to say
I
one
mean,
thing.
Out of West Berlin.
Yeah. So Admiral Gibbs, if I'm understanding you correctly, you want to move more in the direction of North Korea. Is that the appropriate framing? Like you want to
no,
take a
it's
take a
not just
page out of
North
the
Korea.
playbook.
It's not just North Korea that's militarized the DMZ. So let's
So
just get
can you
that out of
answer
there.
the question? Like, do you want to take a
Well,
page out
I-
of the North Korean playbook?
I
Yes
mean,
or no?
you know,
Should've
we can
used
bash.
Israel.
We can. I mean, Israel's fine too. I mean, we can bash North Korea, Israel, all these
No,
other
no.
countries.
So
But
answer yes
walls
or
work.
no.
Walls
Yeah, right.
work.
Right. So
I
you
mean, if building
it is
walls
correct.
is North
You want
Korea, then sure, yeah.
you
Let's
want
take
to
a page
move
out of
more
it.
in the direction of
Well,
North
this is
Korea.
Yeah, I
laughable.
mean, if building
Super
walls doesn't
base.
work, I mean, I'm just saying,
This
like,
is
listen,
laughable.
I agree with
it
you.
works.
The United
It
States
works.
is analogous to North Korea. Excellent
Okay.
example. Let's
I'm
move
just
in
saying,
that
you
direction.
can't act like walls don't work. It's
I
just like
I get Counterpoint's frustration when he's like making these like workable points, and then someone
But the Gulf of
on his
Mexico
side
is
says,
too.
like,
Okay,
what
hold on,
about
hold
North
on, hold on.
Korea?
Hold on. The only reason why I'm not backing up Admiral Gibbs right now is because all I have is like additional, really well thought out expansions on his idea. Like you're right. The Rio Grande is too long. It's too long to install the wall. That's why we need to invade down to Panama, and then we have the canal. It's a water barrier. We have the Coast Guard. We can put a moat up. We can put crocodiles and alligators and malaria and all sorts of crazy shit.
Layers of beams on their
yeah,
heads.
so
Um,
honestly,
but-
like I want to expand on his ideas, not shorten them.
Well,
okay?
Why
I'll
stop there?
expand as
Just take
well.
all of South
I-
America, then no walls, right?
Let's-
No, that's for Gran Colombia, the project of Simon Bolivar. That was a failed
That's
dream
true.
that he had of a unified South America.
Which
And
would be
frankly, I
amazing.
think we need to find a competent, intelligent ruler down in South America to take on that project.
I agree with you there, but like the only thing that you've been missing, right,
Uh-huh.
take it
is
as
you
well.
haven't been talking about the invasion of Canada. It has to happen.
No, no,
right?
no.
Empty
Yes.
space, like endless empty space. Like that
It'll
country
be
is
very
massive.
important during global warming.
It's
and
only
we will
logical,
put-
yeah.
We will
Yeah.
put taco trucks in Saskatchewan.
You are going to be desperate for our fresh
It will
water.
be-
The
it will be-
world
it will be the
desperate
United
for our
States-
fresh water.
It'll be the
Okay.
United States of North America.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have a negotiative thing, okay? I want to leave like Wyoming and Michigan alone. I just want to leave the Nordic whites together. They can be blonde-haired, blue-eyed, they can eat fried butter, they can be very boring, they can talk like people from Fargo and all that kind of shit. But then I will allow you to colonize all of Canada with as many Central Americans as you want.
Poor lactoid in
All
Canada.
of them.
Okay, all right. So let's move on to our next topic. This has been a lot of fun. Shout out to the everyone here who participated in this debate. This has been a lot of fun. But we're gonna have another topic coming up. Hey guys, if you appreciated this, like I thought this was a lot of fun. This was hilarious and informative. And like ideas I never considered. Right? Like, have I ever really considered the DMZ? I haven't, right? I gotta say that's like this is my own thought process that are lacking here. But that's why we have friends that can help us out. But yeah, if you want to help us continue on Vault this, consider supporting this channel by subbing to this channel. All right. When you sub to this channel, you'll get our emails to get ad viewing. But you'll be making sure that we can gather these individuals week after week. That we can have these off-the-wall conversations, and you can all enjoy yourselves, right? So, like, if you come back because you're like the ideas you hear, or you're frustrated about them, or anything like that, but you find yourself coming back, consider helping us out. Subs to the channel, give bits, give subs. Remember, hype chats and super chats, as it says at the top of your screen, are read on stream. So, like, if you want to say anything to anyone, I will interrupt them. I will shut their stupid faces up, and I will read your comment, which I'm sure will be brilliant. And you'll be supporting the channel at the same time, so consider doing that. Shout out to Wick, who's in the audience. Hey, Wick, hope you're having a good day, and hope you had a good stream earlier today. Okay, so we'll move on to our next topic. And just something else I want to say. I really truly hope that our friend Pep like comes back in the future. Like it's not like another few months until it was a lot of
thank
blowjob
you.
talk here. I just was just like hope
I'm
we have
not phased.
You just brought it
Okay.
up again. You could have moved.
Yeah,
I-
wow.
It was
Next, I'm
also
gonna leave.
mostly
That was
male
it.
blowjobs.
That was the
We did
quota.
not get sexist at all.
That's true.
Oh.
That's true.
Very egalitarian. Yeah.
Yeah, very progressive.
Okay. All right. Topic 2. An ex-convict wrote about their experiences in the U.S. prison system. They describe prison work programs as sweatshops where they made 23 cents an hour. Should work ever be devalued, even if it comes from prisoners? Should the U.S. Constitution be amended to clearly state that prisoners aren't slaves? Or would it be worse for prisoners if we gave them the standard minimum wage and that took away opportunities that they may value? Or even if you don't want to say the standard minimum wage, like start increasing wages and that decreases opportunities. So I'm really curious what you have to say. I think I hope the political lines here, the fault lines are a little uneven, not what we usually hope they are or expect them to be. But anyway, yeah, I have an issue personally with the fact that we have what people are calling sweatshops in prison systems, and the fact that these people are paid so little. And that our constitution just like allows for it. We kind of just made that exception when we were banning slavery. So I want to see what you all have to say about that, or is this a fantastic state of affairs? That's Corey. Let's go to Corey. We know pro sweatshop all day, every day for
100%.
him.
Well, there's a meme answer here, given what we just established of blowjobs being work. But in all seriousness, to answer one of the specific prompts, should the U.S. Constitution be amended to clearly state that prisoners aren't slaves? I would say yes, in my opinion. For the rest of it, I'm a little bit mixed, and I'll probably just be mostly learning from the panel because. So the question that I have, or I tried to answer on my own, of like, does a person have the option to just like not work, or like what happens if they just refuse to work? And it seems like it varies state by state. Where I think to some extreme, it's like solitary confinement, and other ones it seems like work is voluntary and they don't have to. But based off of, and also given the fact that I recognize that both in Canada and the United States, there are some laws that are unjust. And so I have issues or concerns with, people being in prison sort of, unjustly in my mind, and therefore being, coerced or forced to work. But in principle, I think there is some sort of system that can work, but that is not exploitative in this manner of like 23 cents an hour, where something like minimum wage, I think hopefully should be workable. But I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Aiko gave a hype chat earlier, $1 hype chat. Thank you so much. It says Corey has a prime spot. Is he the fairest now? Oh, absolutely.
I think Lactoid's is still whiter though.
Indeed. Indeed. But okay, thank you so much. We have Admiral Gibbs. This is the new challenger there for that.
None of y'all have blue eyes, so y'all are all fake whites, don't y'all know?
Admiral Gibbs, please, we'd love to hear your opinion.
So I mean, here's kind of my take on it. There's always been the concept that whenever you commit a crime, you go to jail and you come out, that you've done the concept of like you paid your debt to society, right? And when I look at prison costs and how much it costs to house the average prisoner, we're giving them housing, we're giving them 3 meals a day. Even the worst prison in the United States is what, the one in Arizona, where it's designed to be just awful and they're kept in isolation for 23 hours a day. These people still have it better than, say, we mentioned North Korea, a North Korean death camp. So the way I'm looking at it like this is not necessarily that it's modern day slavery. One, we should definitely not make it in the Constitution. We don't need to add a constitutional amendment, first of all, that says prisoners aren't slaves. But two, I think that the argument could be made that there is some injustice due to the fact that minorities seem to be disproportionately represented in prisons. However, I don't think that the work camps and the working situation is the significant issue on that. And the idea that they're like not making very much money, well, they're using this money in commissary and whatnot. So they're sitting here paying back their debt to society. They're using this money within the prison economic system for the most part, from my understanding of it.
Okay. Let's go to counter.
Yeah, so I think that people should have to do something productive while they're in jail or prison. I do think it's fucked up to not pay them a living wage. Also, well, not a living wage, but minimum wage. And then I think that this could be beneficial for a variety of reasons. One, if they committed a crime with a victim, they could basically, if you're paying the minimum wage, you could have them work off their restitution and it wouldn't be at 17 cents an hour. Also, if they didn't have a crime that where there was a victim, then they could work for their own commissary. And then also, I think they could work in order to save up enough money that they would have a down payment for housing or for food or for living expenses when they leave jail or prison. I think part of the problem with recidivism is the fact that you get out, you're a felon, it's hard to find a job, you don't have access to a lot of material resources, and as a result, your incentives to commit crime again in order to get money or to survive is increased. I think that you could decrease this by giving people skills, allowing them to work, allowing them to make a decent wage, allowing them to manage their own finances, and finally allowing them to save up for a future expense. So I do think it's a little fucked up to force people to work for 17 cents an hour, which might be enough in order to get a honey bun after 8 hours of work, but it's not enough to put a down payment on an apartment. So I'm actually okay with upping it to minimum wage for prison labor. The minimum wage in this country is still dog shit, anyways. And then finally, I just think that there should be opportunities to volunteer as well. What I mean by that is there's different roles, like I think they call it like pits for parolees or whatever, where people who are working in minimum security prisons can work with animals and all that kind of shit. It's good for the inmates, it's good for the animals, all that kind of stuff. I would say that program, I would not require them to pay the inmates to work with animals. That's probably a cooler way to spend your time than making license plates. So as a result, that should be like a volunteer opportunity where the inmate says, I'm okay with not taking a wage because I get to do this cooler thing.
I haven't had a honey bun since like high school. And I used to love
That's like
those things.
jail. That's like top level.
That's actually
jail
my
shit.
that's actually my stripper name, Honey Bun.
Prime, Prime. Have you had a fudge round you haven't had to pay taxes on though? That's the question.
Fudge.
I used to tear those honey buns up like a fuck. Oh my god! Now I'm like super hungry now because of that. Like, I gotta get myself.
Panel's over. Gotta go.
Both a literal one and a figurative one. It'd be great to have a girlfriend. All right, let's go to Sprouticus.
All right. Regarding this topic, I wish Connor wasn't so based. Because then I would have had some actual topics to bring up. But Connor brought up a lot of them. But no, I think that volunteer time should be included in prisons. I think that the prisoners should be paid at least minimum wage, as to provide a way, obviously, for them to pay back restitution and a way for them to have some type of something as they go out of the prison system. I think that prisons should be more reformative than punitive. And I also think that during active war times, there should be the option of go to war or go to jail. And all of those really like shitty jobs that no one's really like being recruited for. That's the job you get maybe it's more restrictive, and maybe you got to do a couple of things. But I honestly think that they would be paying back their country a lot more by actively being in the military during active wartime than they would be sitting in a jail cell. So I'm completely down for go to war, go to jail coming back during active war times. But during active peace times, they should receive minimum wage at the very least, and then volunteer opportunities such as like the pits for parolees kind of idea.
Wow. Go to
40K
war
penal legions. That's what we need.
or go to jail. We'll have fun with that one later on. Let's go to our friend Pep.
Okay, so I think it's pretty obvious that I'm going to agree that paying that little amount is completely taking advantage of people. I think it creates perverse incentives to keep people in prison, to limit their parole and stuff, because it's allowing for more profits for for-profit prisons and companies that utilize that labor. Like the whole Made in America industry is largely made from prison labor, and it's just as much slave labor as it is if we outsource things to China. So that's kind of like a placebo for consumers in that case. I do think that I like the idea of the volunteer opportunities. I think that's awesome. I think there should be a decent wage available for people for if they choose to work. I think that would be great.
Dibby.
I think that so first off, fuck the guy that wrote this article. Okay, in my society, he would have been executed. Right? He was a drug dealer. Right? He was in prison for I think it's like 8 years or some shit. Actually, like 13 years. He's a drug dealer making up to $50,000 a week selling drugs into his community, into the country, like across state lines. This man contributed to the destruction of God knows how many lives. He should be dead, actually. So the fact he's complaining about this is ridiculous in the first place. That being said, other prisoners, I think that if we're going to provide these people with training, job training, education, medical care, therapy in a lot of cases, if we're going to do all that, then I think it's reasonable to expect them to work, right? I don't think it makes sense to treat them like any other person working a job. They're not any other person working a job. They're repaying a debt to society, right? So if that means that they get paid very little for doing work, while everything else is paid for, well then fuck them. That's what it is. I actually don't think they should be paid anything, right? Given all the shit that we're already giving them. But if we're going to, at 17 cents is fine.
Thank you so much, DB. All right, the bloodthirsty response. Let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, so I hate to beat a dead horse, but this is actually one of the subjects that I'm very, very passionate about, which is that the 13th Amendment is based in many ways, and the exception for allowing forced labor as punishment of crime is absolutely brilliant. Okay, let's think about this for a second. This concept that we pay for somebody's housing, their food, their medical treatment, and full-time surveillance while they get to sit around and soak up our resources, our stolen resources like sponges, as punishment for a crime is absolutely insane. We literally just talked about how doing this for migrants is too much, right? Oh my God, these innocent migrants, we can't pay for their housing and stuff, but we're going to pay for people who do this, who committed violent crimes, sitting around playing cards and chess all day is not punishment sufficient for rape and murder. All prisoners, every single one, should be forced, with pain compliance if necessary, to work in a reasonable capacity that we can force them to. And that all of the earned resources should go towards covering their expenses and reimbursing their victims. Because, in my opinion, also the only crimes that should exist would be crimes in which you can identify a victim. Further, and maybe this will, reach my more leftist friends here, working for prisoners is actually really good for them. And there's evidence of this, right? The most recent evaluations found that people who spent a greater proportion of their overall confinement time working a job in prison had less misconduct, lower recidivism, and increased post-release employment. So this guy in this article is saying, oh, like it doesn't actually help. That's actually just incorrect. Like that is disinformation. And as we all agree, disinformation and misinformation in articles should be combated. So at the end of the day, we make money, we get justice, we help victims, and we help perpetrators reform. There's no logical argument against this unless you have like this very like deep philosophical principle against forced labor generally. But then I would want to hear an explanation about how you would like make that fit with the idea of putting people in a cage to begin with. So I don't know. Very easy answer for me.
Okay. Up to the panel.
Just to clarify, or hopefully, inform myself. So Lactoid, is there the option to what happens if someone chooses not to work? Like, how does it work now? Does it vary state by state? Can someone just choose not to work? And like, are there repercussions to that, or is it like?
Well, so they're limited.
What is it?
Yeah, so there's limits in place, right? So you can compel people to work, but there's like limits on how you can compel people to work, right? So right now, a lot of places will, they'll give you the bare minimum, and then if you want commissary, then you have to work and get that money, or if you have people on the outside to put money in your account, et cetera, et cetera. There'll be like certain penalties if you work or don't work, but so while this is quote unquote forced, it's not universally compelled, and a lot of people in prison don't work like at least they don't work a full-time job, and there's some percentage that don't work at all, which I think is a problem.
Yeah, okay. So there is sort of like basically there's no actual threat of like violence per se, at least not in I'm
Right.
sure we can get into the minutia of what is violence, but physical violence. You're not going to be beaten if you don't work, right?
Right.
I think that's a fair assessment.
And this has to do with the fucking cruel and unusual shit that's like been interpreted to allow you to kill somebody, but to not allow you to like use some minimal pain compliance to compel labor. I think that should be like looked at. The idea that it's cruel and unusual to like prod somebody who's like not working, but that it's not cruel and
Cattle prod,
unusual
though.
to like shoot them in a firing squad. It doesn't make sense to me.
And so also just again, further understand where you're coming from. So based off how you outlined it, pretty much like everyone in prison should be essentially whatever, compelled or forced to work. And that includes people that I'm sure you would even agree that there are unjust laws currently in place in the United States. So even those people should be compelled to work. Like, let's say, nonviolent drug crime, essentially.
Yeah, so I obviously I don't agree with the concept of nonviolent drug crime. The thing we have to realize, though, is that the vast majority of people in prison are there for violent offenses.
Yeah, no,
And,
I
and
agree
the,
with
and the
that.
ones with the longest sentences are there for violent offenses where they attacked somebody or hurt somebody directly. I mean,
Sure.
like we kind of look at prisoners as like, and of course they use a drug dealer as the fucking example in the article, right? Because a rapist wouldn't get any sympathy. But it turns out that like when you look at most prisoners, oh yeah, they beat their wife, they raped somebody, they shot at somebody, they hit somebody with their car, like et cetera, right?
Yeah, so would you want some sort of distinction between,
Federal,
like,
Yeah.
right?
do you just want some sort of blanket of, like, everyone in prison should be forced to work, or you want some distinction of, like, wait, non-violent drug offenders or non-violent criminals with no identifiable victim, those should have the option. I'm just curious.
Yeah. So if
It's like the way you,
we're gonna put them in prison, I wouldn't make them work because they have no victim to pay back. So like I wouldn't put them in prison to begin with. But if we for some reason had to come to some kind of compromise where we put them in prison, I wouldn't make them work. The rapist though, we should make that person work. And I think we should all agree that like shouldn't we make this person work? I mean, is this crazy? I mean, you do something like that?
I actually might disagree with you on that part.
Oh,
Like, and I'll
God.
say, and I'm only going to say it for this reason, is that sometimes the work is an escape. From your hard like whatever you're doing the time. You might be in one of these like really bad prisons, like in Arizona, where they're like I said, they're isolation 24 hours a day. It really depends on what you think your goal of prison is. If you think prison is to sit there to like punish people, then no, I don't think that we should be allowing these people any kind of like time to go out there and work and have some time outside of their walls. But if you think it's reform, then I might agree with you on that aspect. But like, no, I don't know that I want to let the rapist do the chain gang and have the opportunity to like, I don't know, have some kind of be walking down the street in the middle of the city picking up trash or whatever. Like that's not necessarily something I want. Is that something you want?
Absolutely, and for two reasons. First of all, like again, all the stats show that it's good. They're going to be making money that we can give to the victims and compensate part of what we're spending keeping them. But then also, all the people that are driving on their route to work, they get to see the consequences of breaking the law right there on the side of the road, right? With the chain gangs. Well, I don't want to be part of the chain gang. So like I directly see, and I think this is a big issue, right? When you don't see the consequences for your actions, it's not going to hit as home for you. But if you look over and you see like the chain gang of pedophiles, like, fucking like building a wall, why not? I mean, there's things that we can make these people do that would be way more effective than what they're currently
Well,
doing.
yeah. Wouldn't public executions fulfill that role for you?
I mean,
much
I
better?
think. Hold on. I think Lactoid is retarded, so he doesn't support executions, but I do, and I think some of them should be publicized for sure.
It just seems like a waste of labor, right? Like, why would you get rid of these like labor?
Some
It's free.
people, the symbolism of killing some people is worth more than the labor they could provide. Okay.
So
Executing Epstein would have been worth more to the country, right, than forcing him to lift rocks or something.
I don't agree with this, okay? And here's the reason I don't agree with this, okay? So I'm not religious, but most prisoners are, and if you're a Christian, you believe, okay, I just believe in Jesus and going to heaven. Like, why is killing them a punishment?
No.
Most people, no. So most people,
listen.
yeah, go.
Listen,
Compared to a
sorry-
lifetime
sorry.
of forced labor?
Yes. So Lactoid, sorry that I know this is totally unrelated, but this is also kind of ridiculous. So Christianity, like you understand that even Christians believe that they are going in front of the creator of the universe to be judged for how they conducted their lives. And yes, and on top of that, like faith or whatever is supposed to be the thing that grants you access to Christ and you can be atoned and all that kind of bullshit. But you understand that that's not your decision making. That's up to God. So to pretend like the whole term, like God fearing, the reason why religious people use the term God fearing is because they're literally terrified of the judgment of the creator of the universe. No one like there are delusional people who think they're going to heaven, absolutely. But to pretend that like, oh yeah, just dying randomly as a Christian is just like, yeah, that's like Tuesday. I'm gonna die next Tuesday. It's totally cool. I don't have any vibes about this at all. That's like a fundamental misunderstanding of like theology and human psychology.
So we can go into this, and maybe so. Hold on, we can go into this in a bit.
It might be too much of a tangent.
I said too much. It might be. I know for a fact that your interpretation, which you're allowed to have, obviously, is not what I hear from most Christians, which is if you accept Jesus, you're in the green, right? You are golden if you accept him.
Let me answer
and
this. Let me answer
especially
this.
the kind of prisoners who have like done
Why don't
horrible
those
things.
why don't those
I think
why don't
they are
those
going to be much
Christians
more
jump off
likely to
buildings
like
then?
accept
Hold on,
these.
so those Christians that you've been speaking to, if that's what they believe and they accept Jesus, why are they alive? Why haven't they gone to paradise?
Let me answer this as a pastoral resident. For one, the reason they don't jump off buildings is because suicide is deemed as a sin. Two, there is the thought process in dogmatics of Christianity is that when you die, that the blood of Jesus is to cover up your sins and that you'll be seen as righteous. Three, what Counterpoints is saying is also dogmatic in Christianity, that you will face the Creator and you will be judged according to your sins. That doesn't go away. There's not a whole lot of like revelation into how you get judged for your sins. But many people have akined it to like seeing a slideshow of everything you've done wrong. You had to answer to God and the Creator of the universe as to what was going on through your head when you did this so wrong. But overall, it's like you go through a court trial, but Jesus Christ's blood atones your sins. So you still go through the court trial essentially, but Jesus Christ's blood saying no, his payment is paid in full.
His blood speaks to you.
Yeah, I think like, honestly, like death, like you guys seem to see death as like this horrible punishment. I actually see it as like too.
Well, it's not even that, right? So, if like let's say Epstein, right? So let's say he didn't kill himself, quote unquote, and he were still alive today, right? I don't think it makes sense to say that we would be killing him to like punish him, right? It's that, but it's more than that, right? It's the symbolism of the killing. Right, we're revoking his ability to be human on this planet with us, right? And the fact that could happen,
be crucified.
The fact that could happen to a billionaire, to anybody, right? Because they've done something that we deem so terrible, so destructive, that we no longer want them to share the earth with us. No matter they could offer themselves up for daily beatings, and we would still say no. Right? They could offer themselves up for daily torture. Still, no, you don't get to live anymore. You don't get to be a human anymore. I think what that says, not just to the person, but to society, I think is more important.
When you say what does it say to society, like, okay, from the numbers I've seen, the death penalty is not like particularly effective at deterrence compared to like life in prison or like other like, comparable.
It's pretty effective for stopping reoffenses.
It's not public enough.
Well,
would be the argument.
hold on, lifetime like hard labor, I think would also like be pretty effective at preventing recidivism, right?
I mean,
hold on. Yeah.
I mean, if you're dead,
I think it would, right?
Yeah,
I think
but
it
if
would,
you're
of
in
course.
a chain
But I don't think
you also can't reoffend, right? Being watched 24/7.
But
I mean,
I don't think it makes sense to allow somebody who's done something heinous to continue to live.
I get it. I understand what you guys are saying, and like there's this like internal sense of like fulfillment and justice that you feel when this happens. But what I'm saying is that while I can recognize that, I'm like looking at this like in a very logical way of like, okay, I want the victim to be better off. I don't want to accidentally execute the wrong person, so I want to be able to let them out in the future if we find out that we were wrong, which has happened, right? I want to, alleviate some kind of like burden to society if we can extract some kind of labor out of them, like not just for the victim, but also to like for society.
Which is why I made the argument. Which is why I made the argumentation that the only people that should be executed is the people that it's known like dead to rights that they did it. Such as Nicholas Cruz, such as Nicholas Cruz in Florida. Nicholas Cruz should be executed. There is no argumentation to he did not do it. Nicholas Cruz should be executed.
Based.
I just don't agree.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious just to understand how your system like works. So You're in favor of public executions? Like, are you like, how does that look like? Are you in favor of like, actual like a public like crucifixion? Like this person should be sort of essentially like
Yeah,
beaten
put it
and
on
made
TV
into.
at 8 o'clock at night. Let's go, prime
Uh,
I
time.
don't
Yeah,
know.
put
I
it
don't know
on
how you get to
YouTube.
crucifixion.
Pardon me?
But I think we could use one of those like pneumatic guns they used to kill cows. That's fine, right? It doesn't need to be painful. It could be quick. That's okay.
Oh wait, if you want
but I think
that symbolism
Hold
aspect, would you
on.
want to be it as painful and torturous as
no, it doesn't need
possible?
to be. No, I don't
Yeah.
think we should be like
The fact of death itself.
encouraging
We
people
should just- we-
to take any pleasure in this person's pain.
We should
right?
we should
That's
kill
not
them the way
what
they
we're
kill their victim or harm their victim. So if you rape somebody to
Okay.
death, you get raped to death. Let's just
Hold
do
on.
that.
Whoa, wait.
Okay, we're hitting me. We're hitting memes
What the
and we're hitting
fuck?
serious thing. I'm with Doobie. I don't think the death in particular has to be like gruesome or terrible or whatever. As a matter of fact, I would say let him overdose on heroin. Fucking probably the best way to die that's ever existed ever. But at the same time, just knock him the fuck out. One of the most egregious examples that I can think of is the gentleman from Norway who like killed all those those people in Oslo through the bombing. Then he went to the version of the Democrat Party in Norway and he killed a whole bunch of teenagers. I think he killed like 99 people or whatever through a mass shooting and terrorist bombing or whatever. He had the balls, because they don't have the death penalty where he's from. He had the balls to petition the jail people saying that he had a PlayStation 2 and that was inhumane because they needed to upgrade his system because he's played the same games over and over again. If I had a mass killer petition me for an updated video game console system, I would basically I would kill him by putting my thumbs into his eyeballs until I found brains. So
Chad.
the point being, like, fuck that guy. But if I have to compromise with people who don't want to kill people, we can just give him a heroin overdose. It's
I mean,
Hold on. I have a question. Hold on, I have a question for Lactoid. Right. So I know we're like jerking off to torturing prisoners. but
Yeah,
just
this is
Yes.
ridiculous.
I would really like to.
Specifically,
I would
Like it.
dismember them and I'd do a triple karate
Like
kick
that.
and knock their head off, and then I would
Yeah.
No,
bathe in their
I
blood.
would do
Oh my
this.
god.
I would do
So
that to
Lactoid,
that guy,
Lactoid. So
sure.
you're saying we put these people to work, right? So what do you do with the ones that can't work? Like, so for example, there's like Charles Young in California who had heart issues, right? As he got older, he's in there for a long fucking time. This is a serial killer who you can watch on YouTube talking to his victims, right? Telling the victims that, I think he'd already murdered her baby and they were about to torture and rape her, and they're mocking her about her baby, right? That they've taken. So this dude was in prison for decades. Toward the end of his life, we paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for his fucking health care. That guy's not going to go out and work on a fucking chain gang. What do you do with that dude?
So for the people who are just like physically
for
unable
that's
to
not my
engage in
trade.
hard labor, I mean, I think there's a lot of like gradient in terms of what labor we can have them do, right? Like janitorial work, maybe non like hard labor, like but some menial labor jobs in which they're tasked with all day, kind of like appropriate to whatever health conditions they have. That to me, I think seems rational. The percentage of prisoners who can't do any work at all is exceedingly low, because the kind of people who are going to be like active enough to commit violent crimes are going to have to usually be capable of some kind of movement.
Lactoid, do you
but if
think
you're
most
keeping them-
people are rational?
Do I think what?
Most people are rational.
I mean, I think I have to treat people as though most people are rational, but I don't think most people are rational, no.
The only reason why I'm asking this is because it's pretty clear that we're psychological animals, we're emotional animals. We do like on subconscious level like vengeance or justice or whatever. And so what I consistently find whenever we have these conversations is like people like to have like a raw utilitarian analysis of like every single factor of this, whereas ultimately we're emotional creatures. So I know that you're saying like I'm being a little bit, I'm not even being hyperbolic, but you're saying I'm being a little bit extreme and fantasizing about killing this guy who killed 100 people. But what I'm saying is that like I think the world would be a better place if Doobie was put in control. And if we YouTube live, obviously you have to sign in that you're 18, right?
No, let's
Like,
keep
you
it
know,
on.
you gotta-
No,
When
you
my
gotta do some.
children
You gotta do
see
some
that.
Let's
age
just watch.
verification. You have to do some
Sure.
content modification, right? But where you give that guy a heroin overdose and you're just like, hey, if you're a serial killer or if you're a mass shooter or if you're a terrorist and you're considering going down this line of work, then this is what's going to happen to you. We
Sure.
are going to put you down on live TV. Go fuck
Yeah,
yourself.
I get it. And like I said before, like I even said, I understand the emotional gut reaction. even then I still somewhat find like the fantasizing part about like dismembering people to be like a little bit weird, just because like, you know, I get it, the sense of justice, but at some point like you gotta, I guess, take a moment and think like, okay, like I understand that I'm angry and you know I got that out. Now what are we actually going to do? And like if the death penalty costs more than other alternatives, which we know it does.
Due to
It
administrative
doesn't.
costs.
Hold
Well,
on.
hold
Right
on.
now,
So those
yeah, exactly.
hold on. Well, you can't just write off those administrative costs because those
Absolutely
because
can.
no because
You
those
can
things,
advocate for reducing
those
them
things
rather
are in
than
place.
like
Those
writing
things are in
the thing off.
place. Those things are in place. Those appeal processes are in place because we don't want to fucking get it
Protect
wrong.
murderers.
We want to
Yeah,
make
but
sure that we
look at how much
actually
look how much
know
No,
that
this
lethal
is
the
true.
injection
person did
costs.
it before we like
No, they're in
clip
place
them.
because people like you don't support
But
executing
but
bad people. Right? That's
Okay.
but
the main
Okay.
Lactoid, but
Okay.
but
Well, they're
Lactoid,
also in
Lactoid,
place
Lactoid,
because
Lactoid,
it's
Lactoid,
for-profit prison
wait,
systems.
wait, that's
So if there are
literal
complaints
that
about like the cost
I
of
don't know
it,
about that.
that should be
that
addressed as
For-profit
well.
prisons are
wait,
like
but that
insignificant.
literally
Okay,
changes.
hold on.
That
It's an
literally
$11 billion
changes
industry.
Guys,
that literally
guys
changes
and
with the
gals,
appeal process.
guys and gals. I like to refocus this conversation. All right. I hear you.
Can I
You
answer
guys
back to the cost without letting
you're
Lactoid go off without?
you are lost in bloodlust. And I'd like to move away from this for a time. Okay, let's try to get back to the conversation at hand. Talking about exploited labor.
Prison
And
labor.
I think that, you know, reading this article first, I don't think this guy. Maybe you guys Googled something about him, but he never said he was a drug dealer in that article, as far as I can tell. He
No, I
talked.
looked up other articles about him. I wanted to figure out what he
Okay.
did to be in prison for so long.
Okay, fair
Yeah, he
enough.
wrote
In
another
that
article.
article, he just talked about another drug dealer. But okay, fair enough. But I think that when we're discussing these things, it's as if these people don't deserve like basic protections. Like if we aren't going to murder them en masse, you know, as DP suggests, right? If we aren't going to do that, um, and we do put some value in their lives, especially people who know they are going to be there temporarily, like 10 years or so. Why not like put workplace safety requirements? Like why forego that for these individuals? Why put them in a position so that once they leave, they don't have money in the bank account to use for their own benefit, and they are stigmatized, and so that they can't get a job in the first place. This guy, I thought this article was extremely reasonable. I don't know what Lacto was complaining about, but this article was extremely reasonable. This guy saying that, yeah, those jobs that I'm complaining about are the most coveted jobs in prison because of all the benefits that you get from them. But at the same time, yeah, we understand that we're being exploited, and that sting doesn't go away. So let's discuss that maybe. So was there a counter, and then anyone else?
Yeah, so as much as I've been fantasizing with bloodlust and all that kind of stuff, I think one of the things that is lacking in our society, it's like we should have pretty aggressive punishments for people who do wrong. We should also have a path back to normalcy for people who have committed crimes. And the reason why is because these are citizens of our country, they're our peers, they fucked up, and if they pay their debt to society or whatever, then they should have a ramp back into normal society. I think one of the most frustrating things to deal with is probably the label felon. It's really easy to get felony as a label, and then you're basically put into an economic class where you're only allowed to work retail and restaurant. So you kind of have a choice of working retail and restaurant for the rest of your life for slightly above minimum wage, or returning to a life of crime. And I personally am not surprised that a healthy chunk of young men look at making $8 an hour in a kitchen at Taco Bell, or slinging fucking weed or coke on the fucking street and making, a few $100s in a night, and they choose the more dangerous, more lucrative job. And so yeah, I absolutely think that you're right, that we have to, as much as we want to punish violent criminals, we also have to build a path back into society for everyone else.
So
Well,
if
I
you
think
control F the transcript here, the number one thing that'll pop up is blowjob. Second is tacos. Interesting combination. Let's go. Was it Sprouticus, and then was it Doobie who went to jump in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that prisoners should be given a fair wage, such as that fair wage can be used to pay restitution off. And prime, I'm kind of curious. You seem to have an issue with my go to war, go to jail stance when we're in an active state of war. And so I'm interested to get at that because I think it is entirely proper for people who are incarcerated to have the option to join the military in lieu of going to prison.
What's the restrictions on that though? Like, what are we saying? Like, we're gonna send
Cannon
like
fodder.
murderers over there? Yeah, are we gonna make them the penal colonies from 40K, and we're sending out the penal legions to go fight in the front lines?
You get a
They're gonna be-
pitchfork
Wait a
and a
minute.
knife.
Obviously there'd be certain restrictions to people who would be levied this option. And it probably I don't know where I'd put the line. I'd have to have a longer discussion on where I'd put the wait, one second. I don't know where I put the line. We did have the line somewhere at a certain point though, because I think in 2005 to I don't know what year it ended, but we did have go to war, go to jail as a policy, at least in 2005. I don't know when year it started or what year it ended, but at least 2005 we had go to war, go to jail as a policy.
Did we?
This is the Prigozhin idea, right? You get the prisoners, you put them in the military, and you send them off.
But, I mean, do you not even have
It was
one
second. It was at the leisure. It was at the leisure of the judge. So the judge could offer this as an option to the offender, in lieu of jail time. It was at
I can give you policy. So I would say that this, weirdly enough, even though you would want violent people in the military, I think that like violence should largely be prohibited. And the reason why is because if you have undisciplined violence, that's actually a problem, not an asset. So I think that should be prohibited. Also, I think that basically, let's say it's like a drug dealing offense or something like that, the person should be able to take an ASVAB, like the test that allows you to determine what your job would be. And maybe somebody who wasn't like slinging coke 30 seconds ago, maybe you don't make them an intel person like the next day. But you know, like whatever they qualify for. So if they're like motor transport or kitchen or something like that, you don't have to put them on the fucking front lines to give them a job that's socially productive.
This is a terrible goddamn idea, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay, I do want to respond, and then like go to
this.
Doobie, and then we'll go to Gibbs. So he asked, because he asked me the question. So go to war or go to jail. So I also think it's a terrible idea for, but maybe for different reasons. I think that putting such a policy in place encourages us to recreate the private prisons problem. We have a war machine, imperial war machine, that wants to be fed more bodies, and so we encourage we'll put incentives in place to increase that pool of individuals sent to war. I don't want to do that. I don't want people to feel compelled. They have to put their lives at risk to repay their debt to society. I think there are much more effective ways of doing that. So no, I wouldn't be for that. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Let me jump.
You can go to jail.
Let me
quickly. I do want to go to Doobie's. Been waiting patiently.
I just want to say it's a terrible idea. I mean, we can look at they already had reports already come out that the U.S. military is already ripe with like white supremacist organizations making inroads. We also got problems with the cartels have been sending people up.
Define ripe.
Hold on. I mean, there's lots of reports out there saying it's a problem, right? There's a lot of reports saying that cartels have sent people in, they've got their citizenship through like whatever, and then they go in there and they learn to be military people, and they go back and use these techniques to go back and fight me or whatever. I mean, then we look at Afghanistan. We had an influx during the Afghan war of a lot of opium coming in through the U.S. military due to the fact that we have soldiers over there. And now you want to take a group of people that have already violent offenders or drug dealers or whatever and put them in the military, give them training, and then put them in an environment where they can bring back more of these things that they were already having brought in, and you're saying that's a good idea? No, it's just absolutely, it's a bad idea all around. And that's not even factoring in the human rights violations that I would probably advocate for if we were going to do this plan, which is use them as cannon fodder. But no,
it's not using them as cannon fodder.
That would be the only argument you can make.
This is so insane. This is so insane. It's not using. It's not using them as cannon fodder. It's offering them the opportunity to join the United States
Honor.
military.
Yeah, well, that's the only reason why we should do it.
And
Fine.
it's offering them that opportunity to join the United States military, not to be put into like the French Foreign Legion. I'm not arguing for like the American Prison Legion. Okay, like this is so stupid.
I mean, that's exactly what you're advocating for.
No, I'm not.
Let's go to Doobie.
They wouldn't get a
Doobie.
gun, right? That's the only question. Like they would just like
No,
have,
let's
like,
give them a gun and no training.
no.
send them
They
out
would just
front.
like dig trenches or like scrub the toilets. Like we wouldn't actually arm them, right, Sprout?
Who knows? They could be a cook. I
do
don't
we think
care.
of
There's
vaccine
other jobs
testing
out. There's
water?
other jobs outside there that don't require
Doobie,
combat.
Yeah, that's
Doobie,
reasonable.
I'm sorry for
That's
interrupting.
reasonable.
No, I'm sorry for interrupting, Doobie. Just real quick, y'all understand that we've done this before, right? Like
Yeah,
I've
it was bad.
served with people who came from bumfuck Midwestern towns.
My
and we
drill
were
sergeant,
busted- Yeah.
joined the military instead of going to jail. My
Y'all are
drill
all
sergeant did
advocating
that.
for Wagner right now.
And
Y'all
Yeah.
are all
and
saying
they
Wagner
praised
is
it.
doing the right thing in Russia. That's what y'all are all
Well, hold
advocating.
on. So I want to actually use this as a story because I think you guys are a little bit crazy because you assume that every fucking criminal is like a hardened fucking gangster for some reason. Like a kid got caught dealing pills in college. It was technically a felony amount. The judge says I can send you to jail and or prison, or you can come back with enlistment papers and I'll suspend your sentence. He came back with enlistment papers. He went in, he did his 4-year stint, he got out. He's a fucking smart motherfucker. He's like an electronics maintenance tech. Like
I
there
don't
was
know
no
if that's legal.
problems. It probably isn't, but
I-
this judge is probably like 70 years old and he was doing the same shit.
Yeah, he just
since
didn't
the
give a
70s.
fuck. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Let's go with that.
So there's some
Let's go
old
with
judges
Doobie.
that'll just do shit, and you're like, I don't know if you can do that, and they're like, ah.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
in
when
I,
did
I did it in the
Pointed
80s.
The state can't appeal, so why not?
Doobie, please.
So to Prem's original question, right? I think one of the issues is that in the United States, at least, prisons aren't enough like re-education centers, right? I think that it'd be beneficial if they had like very strictly regimented routines throughout the day. You're required. I mean, right now therapy is available, job training is available, but they're not required to do it. I think those things should be required. If you're in prison, you're in there to get better, not sit around on your ass all day. And so very restricted like schedules for everybody that comes into prison. These like whether it's job training, therapy, group counseling, whatever it is, you need to be doing these things to become a more productive, stable person, right? And if you're not, then you go into fucking you go into the hole, right? And you get the bare minimum until you're gone, right? That's what I would do. I think that the idea that the fact that we allow people to have like tattoos for like gang affiliation in prison is fucking ridiculous. I think they should be required to have all of that taken off the moment they get into
Skin
prison.
alive.
Strap them down and blast them with fucking lasers so it's all gone, right? And if it comes up again, their sentence is extended, right? I think the issue is that we're not harsh enough to these people, which allows a lot of wiggle room for them to fuck up some more, and two. I think that part of them not getting the support is that we are not fully taking into account that these are fucked up people when they get into prison, right? Even that kid who's selling pills, he got there because he was fucked up, right? Something about his life fucked up somewhere, and he made a really stupid decision. He fucked up other people's lives too. So we can't allow them to have like autonomy the way that a normal person can, right? So I think we need to go way further than keeping them in cages all day. We need to force them to do the things that are going to make their life better.
Corey.
Well, Doobie pretty much answered my question where in his statement there, where I was going to ask, how are you going to enforce people like complying with all the things you've outlined? So it's pretty much either do these things or now you're in solitary. Is that essentially like the model?
Yeah, go into solitary and you stay there until you decide to make yourself a bad person. If not, we'll put you in there, give you the bare minimum until it's time for you to leave.
And that's like also what includes, let's say, complying with like therapy. Hey, so you either go to therapy or you're in solitary.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
we'll either fix your mental issues or we'll fuck you up more.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we have two options.
Yeah,
Either you're
exactly.
going to do the things that you need to do to
Then
make
you're
you
going to
better
need
when you're out of
therapy
here,
for all the solitary
or
confinement
we're
that
going to
we
fuck you up
enforced.
for the rest of your life, right? These are the options.
You either go to therapy in jail or you'll need therapy after you're clinically insane for the
After we
solitary.
traumatize you. Well, okay, so I understand where you're coming from, but I think there are some, let's say, glaring issues in trying to. I think this is like a a fundamental misunderstanding of how rehab works. Not that I have a perfect understanding, but so to what Lactoid brought up earlier in terms of like forced rehab, the people that successfully do it, it's like, in the single digits. Because generally speaking, rehab is for those who want it, not need it. And if the desire isn't there, then they will not do it. And that's why you have generally it's multi-variables, but that is one of the reasons why forced rehab is largely unsuccessful. And so if you're going to, let's say, try to enforce, let's say, therapy and complying with work, I don't know how much, like, I'm not opposed to running the experiment, but I see some very deleterious outcomes over the long
Like
term in
what?
terms of like forcing therapy. I think that's going to do.
Well, I think the reason forced rehab doesn't work in the United States is because we don't actually force them to do it, right? So the judge says you need to be at this place, but the judge isn't there keeping them there, so they walk out. Right? That's what happened to that guy in New York who walked out of rehab, which was mandatory, by the way. I think it was like his second mandatory rehab that he'd gotten. He walked out, caused some trouble, and got choked out on the bus and died. Right? So like this is Subway, I'm sorry. And so it's not, I think this is the reason, right? If they were actually forced to stay there, go through the withdrawal pain, go through these fucking group counseling things that they don't want to do, I think that long term, this would be better for them and for everybody else in society. I don't think we can rely on them to come to their senses and want to change their lives. I think you need to force them there in a lot of cases.
So I have an early family engagement. I did DM Prime. I kind of need to shut myself out and go. But before I go, I wanted to make this point. I know we throw a lot of things at the wall in order to see what sticks based off of our like ideologies and all that kind of stuff. But I just want to point this out to like the liberals and the libertarians and the centrists and all that kind of stuff, who might like they actually want to preserve like normal grass touching society. If the world falls apart, I'm voting for somebody like Doobie. So make it work because otherwise this motherfucker is going to be in charge. So
True.
so save the republic, whatever that requires. You need to go canvassing, you need to do some soup kitchens, you need to help a homeless person cross the road. Save America or else I'm
Over my
voting
dead
Doobie
body.
into power.
I'm curious, is Doobie going to run as the frog avatar or is it going to be the face reveal? That's what I'm most curious.
Frog
I've actually been okay. What's
Frog
funny is
avatar.
I've actually been approached to run for local office like repeatedly. So like
Yeah.
it's not that far out of
Yeah.
the question. Okay.
So the
God.
local fascist office is
If-
but
if we ever-
centrist fascist, like anti-theist, pro LGBTQ, just wildly anti-criminal. It's actually a very esoteric brand of.
But counterpoints,
authoritarianism.
could you imagine?
Yeah.
Could you imagine the attack ads if anyone ever linked Doobie? That's real life.
You're
Like
assuming
just
that it's
using
I will
this.
debate bro the
matter at
fuck
that
out of all of
point.
them on CNN. Okay, we'll talk about the dogs on CNN. We'll talk about the hamster fleshlight.
Just use
Bam.
this. Just use this program alone, right? And it writes itself. But
Yeah, I have Lactoid to be my lawyer.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll
But-
defend the
but hey,
dogs
if-
thing
if-
with you, Doobie. I got you.
If y'all don't mind, I'm gonna shout myself out and go. I'm sorry, I have a family obligation early tomorrow. But my name is Connor. I'm sorry if I was a little wild. I was a little bit crazy, but I do love these panels partially because they do get wild and crazy. If you want to follow me, Counterpoints 40K is my main channel. Google it in. I talk about the science fiction / science fantasy universe of Warhammer 40,000. If you like political screaming matches such as this, where we scream about the blowjob factory, and we also scream about I forget what
Tacos.
the. Yeah, tacos in Wyoming and how we're going to conquer Canada or annex down to the Panama Canal and the new Manifest Destiny and all that kind of stuff. If you're into that kind of thing, then check out Counterpoints. Counterfire actually is the new name of the channel. That's down in the description. And then finally, Counterpoints is my essay channel, which I don't do enough work for, but I'm trying. So Prime, thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to the next one. Parasocial love to all of you people. Thank you kindly for giving me
Likewise.
an excellent night.
I've
Cheers,
already
Connor.
invited you to 20 other weeks of this. Okay, all right, just like assume
Sounds
it's in there.
great. I
See you,
will.
buddy.
All right. Sláinte.
Okay, for the rest of you,
I am
guys
now
here-
Prime.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed. I don't think anyone could tell the difference.
Nope, no difference. No difference whatsoever.
But yeah. Well, if you guys want to go down this route with DB, we can still do that, or do you want to?
That's good.
Tell me,
Okay,
tell me why it would be a bad idea to force prisoners to not just go to therapy and shit, but also go to.
Did I
job
not
training
cover
program.
that already?
Go to education.
Because if you
for
don't
educational
get
program.
therapy, did I not cover that already? If you don't get therapy, that you're gonna need therapy after so many hours or so many days of solitary
I think
confinement to where you're
most
clinically
people-
insane. Because solitary
Okay.
confinement does make people clinically insane.
I think you need to be clinically insane to want solitary confinement over like going to class and going to group counseling and working a job in the prison. I think
just to be extremely stubborn.
If that's the case, then you're just not useful to society. So yeah, be in solitary confinement, go fucking crazy, and end up on the streets somewhere. I don't give a fuck.
The only caveat to be, do you agree? And I guess you would just be in favor of killing them. So let's assume for a second that you're not. People who are like violent criminals enough that they're not going to get out of prison. Like, there's no point in making them take classes, right? Because
I mean, I would kill them.
Right, but like, you would even if you couldn't kill them, you'd prefer to make them work instead of send them to therapy.
Yeah,
right?
I would still. They would just not get the therapy because they're never getting out. They'll just work forever. Okay.
Let me ask a question about the
Rage
wage.
built.
So y'all
work
keep talking
forever,
about
assuming no
pay
killing.
whatever family.
I
they
think,
fucked
yeah,
up.
I can reach Doobie, right? And once you get past the killing, right, he's a very reasonable person.
Once the wonton slaughter is passed, yeah, there's plenty. Go ahead.
Public
I'm with that
execution
idea though.
process.
So can you guys like so I know you guys are like opposed to executions for some stupid reason, but like what's
I'm
wrong
not.
with Blackwood's idea, right? So if somebody is a serial killer or something, what's the problem with forcing him to work forever in prison and all that money goes directly to the families that he hurt?
I don't have a problem with that, but I think the family should get $7.25 on the hour.
That's reasonable.
Well, okay, let me ask this. So y'all are talking about raising the amount of money these people are making. I mean, and y'all are saying we're going to give it to the families. I mean, like, I'd be pretty pissed if someone killed my kid and then I was getting $7.25 an hour from this guy. Like that's all I'm getting. Like, give me a break. I do have this question though.
What do you
know,
want? 15 on the hour?
Let me just hear me out there. So here's
Your
my
kid's
question.
not worth that.
Here's my. I don't have any kids, so they're not worth anything. But yeah, here's my question.
What are you saying?
Is that hold on? Is that basically if we are going to raise this amount of money that they're earning, how much are we going to tax them? Because I feel like I get taxed a lot. So these guys are getting we're spending $47,000 a year on average to house these people, feed them, keep them in there, and then now they're going to be making $7.25 or more an hour, and they're not paying taxes. Like, what's going on here? Like, I mean, this is not fair to the American citizen.
I guess.
I mean, let's tax it. So fine, let's give them whatever wage y'all want, and then tax them 100% of it.
Okay. So I Lactoid, what I'm surprised you didn't come at this from the like. So I the way I structured this, I had you in mind, friend, as I do every day, all day. But I structured that question at the end about like a losing opportunity. So I was expecting you to do some line about like, well, if we raise the minimum wage there, the prison minimum wage, then less companies would want to use that workforce, and then that would be bad for the prisoners in general. Is that something you think, or you don't think that at all?
Well, so the only issue here is that I think that would be less of an issue here, just given the fact that like I would be advocating for it to be a forced labor, right? And it would be for specific like tasks that I don't know, like paving roads, agricultural work, et cetera, where like finding somebody to like proactively and diligently be there for 10 hours daily is like gonna be worth minimum wage, right? Finding somebody who's gonna be able to do that is gonna be worth minimum wage. So like these local industries, they'll like apply, hey, local prison, like send us these people and we'll pay them this amount. And obviously it would have to be some kind of agreed upon amount. I mean, given the money is going to reimburse the expenses and to the victim, I think it does make sense to maybe like have the government negotiate for higher than what they're, than 26 cents or whatever it is. But the key point is they're not getting that, right? That's the key point. The prisoner shouldn't get it, right? I think once you've paid off your debt, once you're, as rehabilitated, I guess, as we can get you, and you have paid off your victim, like at that point, we should just let you go.
No.
Well, then the question becomes.
I don't think Nicholas Cruz should ever be free. I don't think there's an amount of debt that he could actually pay that I would be like, you know what? Let's let him go. Let's let him walk the streets. I don't think there's an amount of debt that you would get him to repay that would make me go, yep, that's enough.
And also, if you let them go right when they paid their debt, that leaves them with nothing to like start a new life with, which is, I assume, part of like what was good about that.
We could force them to work a little bit longer if it's gonna like go into
an
the
extra
bank account.
an extra 2 months.
Extra
Oh
2
my
months to like
goodness.
go into the bank account if that's
Just
really what
kidding.
we want. I mean, fine.
Oh
I
my
guess.
god.
And
Let me
the
throw
other
this out
thing is,
there, though.
I don't think there's any reasonable way that like someone like one of these murderers, these mass murderers or whatever, is like gonna pay off their debt in their lifetime. So I just don't think it like this situation would apply where like I think if you commit a certain level of crime, like we don't even really have to be concerned with your rehabilitation, right? Like if you like mass murder like 30 people, like at
Yeah, we
that
can just
point
kill
it's just
them.
like okay,
That's
we
the
know you're
biggest
going to be
thing.
working until you die.
Let me throw out something though. Lactoid, you're a lawyer, so you can correct me if I'm wrong. But the way I understand the American judicial system is that it's purposely hard to convict somebody of a crime, right?
Yeah.
It's so something like in Japan, right? 90%. If you commit a crime, you're 90% likely to get convicted and go to jail, or some crazy statistic like
Yes,
that.
it's
And
crazy like that.
if you're in America, it's like 10% to 18%, if I recall correctly, last time I looked. But so here's my thing with that, right? That means, in my mind, that the people that are getting put in jail are more than likely not first-time offenders. And if they are first-time offenders, they most likely committed other crimes previous to this, right? So we're talking about a segment of the population, in theory, that's committed crimes on a mass scale, like on a large scale. And then we're sitting here, we're arguing over whether or not we want to treat these people equal to people that are living their everyday lives that are suffering by having to pay their taxes and having to support these people and give them a free ride basically while they're in jail on the American taxpayer dollar. And then we want to pay them more. And to me, that is just disgusting at like every level. I
But
can't even.
here,
Well, a couple
here's
things.
the thing. Here's the thing though. They're not getting that money. That money's
They're
going
not getting
towards
that
the
money.
victims, right?
I
So
mean, they're
like,
currently getting that money.
so wait, you think you think well, I won't use the same person over and over again. You think Alec Murdaugh is getting any type of money from working in jail? No, all of that money is going towards restitutions that he already has to pay. He's not getting any type of money in jail whatsoever.
I
Do
mean,
you know who Alec Murdaugh is?
where are you seeing that?
Do you know who Alec Murdaugh is?
I mean, off the top of my head, no, I have no idea who Alec
Okay,
Murdaugh is.
Alec Murdaugh is a lawyer from South Carolina that is a family annihilator. And he was also a corrupt lawyer, and he was taking money from personal injury lawsuits and using that money. He owes $9 million in one case, and there's many more cases to go through. He's already pled guilty federally. But what I'm saying is the money that he's receiving in jail, he's not going to get any money for like the forcing the rest of his life because of how much money he actually owes as restitution. Like, he's getting $0, even if he's making $7.25 on the hour. He's getting $0 of that because of restitution.
No, I see. As far as I understand how that system works, is that money goes towards their commissary, which they can use within the penitentiary
If you
system.
don't owe restitution.
I don't know. I'm gonna need to see a source on that.
Okay,
I
so
don't.
I want to just a couple clarifications. So I don't know what the actual. I know that the vast majority of people convicted, like based on DOJ estimates, did it right about 98% or so, roughly. So I mean, if you see somebody convicted of a crime, the likelihood is that they did it because the state's only going to bring charges most of the time if they have like a very solid case. That being said, though, when you say like, well, if it goes to trial, like this percentage is convicted, the vast, like 97% roughly of like federal, and then 96% in state, or 94, somewhere around there, of cases are plea bargained out, right? And so, like, just looking at the conviction rate from a trial is a little bit inaccurate. The vast majority of people accused of a crime, like at the at that level, they're going to be plea bargaining out. So like punishments are being handed out like way more than just
So
18% of the time or 20% of the time.
So here you go, Gibbs. Here you go,
Weird
Gibbs.
using
This
DOJ
is according to
statistics about how
CDR.
the
This
DOJ
is
is doing. But
This is
okay.
according to California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. So
Trust the government.
it basically it's designed to track any and all obligations the defender may have, such as restitution, fines, and direct orders for victim restitution. For those offenders who have fined direct order, the direct order obligation will be set aside first, effective January 1, 2007. And then on top of that, any money deposited into the account would be garnished at 50%. Which means any money they're making goes towards the restitution that they are obligated to pay. Any money that is put into their account for commissary or by third parties is garnished at 50% towards the restitution, and then they have 50% of whoever put money into their account for commissary that they can use. But 50% of that money gets pulled for commissary. I mean, gets pulled for restitution and for direct orders, etc., and so on.
So is that so? I maybe I missed it. Like what they make, 100% of that goes to
Yes.
restitution. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I was gonna ask about that. All right, fair enough. Well, not me. I'm not sure if it's fair enough, but I mean,
Yeah, like
is
what
that
is?
the
Aren't they
society
getting?
that-
I was gonna say, aren't they getting like just like pennies then, or just a couple of dollars? Like, is that actual rest? Like, what's the
They're
rate?
getting 23 cents on the hour towards restitution.
Okay, yeah.
which
I mean, that's like
Makes no
nothing.
sense.
Okay. Yeah. All
But
right.
are they
so,
working 10-hour days every day?
Okay, they're getting $2.30 a day for towards restitution.
It's not enough. I agree. It's not enough.
Not even $1,000 a year.
Prime, would you agree with this policy if it was like strictly only for like violent criminals? Like, you don't have a problem, right, with like making a, I don't know, like the most horrendous murderer like have to like work every day for like 10 hours a day until the day they die. Mass murderer, like 35 people killed, horrific. He did it with like a toothpick, like just the worst thing you can think of, all right?
They're John Wick, apparently.
Yeah, like this guy is crazy, right? And now we can agree this guy should probably not just like be sitting around playing chess or cards or something, right?
I you don't have to go that far. Like I was nodding in my head along with Doobie earlier, talking about a more regimented prison system, and I think that would help just on all levels. You know, like part of the reason why there's so much violence there is just because of the monotony of the situation. Let's have them do something productive. I like that idea. I don't know about him, and he like Doobie is like seriously willing to cattle prod people. He's not fucking around here.
I'm
Like,
also not fucking around. I think the cattle prod idea could be useful. Like when I said pain compliance, you have to have some kind of pain compliance. How else are you gonna make people work?
Yeah, if you're opposed to us actually cattle prodding people, then stick them in a cell, right? Stick them in solitary where everybody else is not having fun.
That is the crux of my issue. I'm not a cattle prod person or a solitary confinement person.
Well, hold on. If somebody refuses to work, okay, let's say the mass murderer who killed 35 people, he's got nothing to lose. What are you gonna do? Threaten him with more jail time, right? How are we gonna?
You could bull with them.
So what's the issue with this?
Okay, all right. I mean, we're negotiating. Now we're making progress. Okay, mine's a little bit more futuristic. Yours is a little bit more in the past, but you know we can work together.
If you're
the
opposed
analog
to like a dark
electrical
room,
cattle prod,
right, with like where like the only light coming in is through like the food box or whatever, right? Like if you're opposed to that, what if they just like they are in the same place everybody else is, maybe like another portion of the prison, but they don't have all the, you know, they can't get out of the cell like 20 hours a day. They're in their cell by themselves.
Like
they can talk to each other through the cells and shit, but they're not getting out of the cell unless they need to like take a shower or they need to eat. Everything else are in the fucking cell, right? And if they want to break the monotony, all they need to do is agree to do therapy, agree to job training, agree to like college courses or GED courses or whatever the fuck it is. That's all they need to do, and then they get out of their fucking cell of like where they've been all day.
Yeah, that's more based on what you outlined. How I understand that is more permissible to me than like it's either cattle prod, solitary confinement, or those are like the
Well,
options.
hold on. He's talking about solitary confinement. He's talking about putting them like in a pit. And the only question here is like,
so that's why I just might have
They're
misunderstood.
opposed to the pit. They're opposed to the pit. I'm talking.
Yeah, we are opposed to the pit. Okay, we don't like the pit.
You're opposed.
Got
I'm
whip,
with
cattle
Doobie on this one.
prod, pit. Ant Gibbs, what's your proposal?
Or just like it looks like a normal prison cell, right? But they don't get to get out for like 20 hours a day or 22 hours.
Yeah, that's
So
more
they're
like
not working. Then they're not working.
They're in a typical prison cell.
So they're not working, but they're also not in solitary, so maybe they won't go crazy. Or they can yell at each other through the cages, whatever.
Yeah, the
but
whole
they're not
Even in solitary, some of them have television.
For you.
So, I mean, like you can sit there and watch the Kardashians.
Who has
all day.
television in solitary?
I'm going to give you an example. The Arizona Supermax. One of the things they have for good behavior after 6 months, you're eligible to get a television, and you're in your cell 23 hours a day. So these guys, you're sitting here acting like,
If you're
they
in
can't have
solitary, you're not in good behavior.
I hate to break it to they're all in solitary in the Supermax and the Arizona Supermax.
No,
So-
they're not.
Yes, they are.
That's why they're in their cell 23 hours a day.
They are in there. I mean, it's considered one of the worst prisons in the world. So, I mean, the thing is, though, yeah, they can have access to a television after 6 months in there. So you're sitting here acting like, oh, it's just, woe is me. It's terrible. This is not the third world. We don't have them in a prison like they're in Rwanda, where it's Lord of the Flies, and we just throw them in there, let them die. This is somewhere where we sit there. They have modern conveniences. They have television in a lot of these cases, even in solitary. So, like, you're sitting here.
Categorically wrong. You're categorically wrong.
I
Because
can
they're not all in solitary. They're in a max security prison, which is not solitary.
They might be in Supermax. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm an expert.
But either way, it's not solitary. They have a different division in there, which is solitary, which they're in their cell 24 hours a day, and the only time they ever have human contact is when a tray is slipped through the door for their fucking food.
Like, even in solitary, you still leave, right? You have like at least an hour.
An hour a day. An hour a day.
Yeah, hour a day. Yeah. That's solitary.
Maybe I had the wrong idea what solitary was.
Yeah, solitary isn't 24 hours. It's 23 hours. You get to go out to the yard, and I think you get to shower. You still get to shower, right? Yeah.
Okay, so we're being too nice to people who are in solitary.
And some of these prisoners try to get into solitary because they're in danger.
We're being way too nice to people in solitary.
This is gonna sound somewhat ironic, but I actually think that the solitary is like, not only is it like, are they not going to be working when they're in solitary, which kind of defeats what I'm looking for, but I actually think solitary is like, it's unnecessarily cruel in the sense of like, you're just hurting somebody without getting something out of it, right? I don't know this for a fact, but I would bet like some marginal amount of money that I think that like somebody who is cattle prodded into doing physical labor would probably have like less psychological consequences afterward than solitary confinement. The data that I've seen, solitary confinement is like really not good for you mentally. Like depriving somebody socially is like one of the worst things you can do in terms of making them like lose their shit. And so like, yeah, like, you know, it seems barbaric.
That's where the forced therapy comes in.
Right. Well, it seems like barbaric, like the electrical compliance, right? Or, you know, other forms of compliance. But I actually do think that would be better for the prisoner too. It would just be more visible, but I think it would be better.
Yeah, so I'm not opposed to like compelling people. Yeah, I have my line. I'm not willing to cattle prod or like solitary or like severe isolation. But like, don't insult me with the liberal label. Yeah, like I can compromise in terms of like what do we outline. Like you're just confined to your cell. You can sort of interact with the prisoners, but like yeah, that's pretty much more or less where my line is. Of like the work should be voluntary, so to speak, not to the point of cattle prodded or bullwhipped or put in severe isolation.
So Doobie's moderated position that he was doing to entice me was simply that he would take away privileges from them. Like if it's not going to be solitary, then he would put in a situation where he's taking away privileges pretty much to get them to do what he wants them to do.
Yeah.
But you asked me a question I never got to answer it, so I'm going to try to tackle it, right? So, Dippy, you asked me about or actually, maybe you didn't ask me. Maybe that was lied to it. Dippy, did you have something? Did you want me to answer something?
I guess I think the last question I asked was like, what's the issue with somebody who's in prison for life, right? Just working every day, being forced to work every day, and all that money going directly to the family of the people that he hurt.
So, but they're gonna be in the jail for the rest of their life.
Yeah. Because you guys are too pussy to kill them. Yeah.
Well, so I can try to engage with that because I think, you know, even though there's a little bit of a meme answer, but like Admiral Gibbs brought up an example of like, what do you do when someone's crime? Like, yeah, for the case of someone who's lost a child, like what is the monetary value of that? And like if it's going to be like if this person's getting a check for $100 every couple of weeks, like is that really a sense of justice for the person? I think there's an argument that's almost like insulting. Here's what we think your child is worth. That's why I sort of made a joke of it, of like what hourly rate do we give of like someone trying to work off a murder? Of like
that's like how life insurance works, right? Like
that's how all civil litigation works, right? If you die, there's a wrongful death lawsuit in which they put a number on how much you're owed.
Yeah, I agree, and I think we've had this conversation where you actually I think put limits on it. So like if we're gonna
not if there's like maliciousness associated.
Yeah, so then how do they work it off? Because like we can put a dollar value, let's say $1 million, but is there any reason like if they're making 23 cents on the dollar, are they ever if they're working 24/7, 365?
He's talking about he would say it would raise the price.
Well, but even if I raise the price, yeah, like I fully expect most murderers will never get out of prison, and that's not a bug, that's a feature. Like the idea of murderers working till they die is a good thing.
I'm not saying that they should, although not that I'm not going to get into prison reform, but like whatever, taking it as is. I'm not saying, given the system, that they should get out of prison, but then like, yeah, how are like, if we're going to talk about restitution and like compensating someone for like loss of life, how are they ever going to reach that monetary value? Like
Hard
other
work.
than like, yeah, because
soul crushing, back breaking labor, 10 hours per day. That is how they would pay off the debt.
10 hours is soul crushing, back breaking.
Well, so
the average day
okay,
on
so
the side rate.
okay, yeah. So what is, let's say, your bare minimum value for a human life? Like, what is the monetary value that you would put?
It's going to be an individual
$5.
analysis every single time. It's going to depend on their age. It's going to depend on their profession.
Sure.
It's going to depend on like their health. It's going to depend on like there's all sorts of things that go into that analysis. It's going to be different.
Yeah,
every single time.
$5.
Would it be okay? Would it be
some
fair
people,
to say
some people are worth less than a penny.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I didn't know he was going there. I preemptively agreed. I didn't.
you've
Fuck
worked it
yeah,
off
dude.
after just
Some
stepping
people are
into
worth more dead,
prison, and now you can
actually.
leave? But
Some people
okay.
are worth more dead than they're alive.
Sure, even if I grant that, let's say this person is now worth $1 million. Like, how is restitution ever going to be paid? Like, so is there a minimum wage in your model, or is it the 23 cents on an hour?
There'd be some minimum wage that would the victims would get some kind of compensation in a reasonable period of time.
So is it possible in your system that like whatever assigned value it is, like this you have to work off, like they may never reach that value? Like you're just like,
yes, it's very
okay,
possible. So not only is it very possible that you
Yeah,
would,
but I think
like,
it's a
never,
bad system.
you would never be. No, if you think if you murder somebody, so first of all, you murder somebody, yeah, it's a feature, not a bug, that sometimes you'll never be able to pay that off. That's like if the person you killed is worth that much, then yeah, you should never get out of prison. Now there could be a scenario where, like, let's say your wage is like crazy high because you have this incredibly honed skill set, and like the person you killed is like, you know, they're like 85, like, you know, they got like a year left anyway. Like, you know, we're talking not a ton of money, right? You could have somebody who like pays off the quote unquote debt very, very quickly, but we would still want to keep them in prison because, you know, we don't want, you know, because the rehabilitation aspect. In that case, I would still make them work, and I would instead put the money into a general fund, which then we can use to pay victims of crimes when we don't catch the perpetrator.
yeah, but just to clarify, it's
I can
possible
fix
in
every
your
problem in this country. I swear to God.
it's possible in your system. Let's say, you know, someone's husband is killed, and you know we've deemed it they're worth $1 million. But given the fact that who the killer was, they work the rest of their life, they just get $5,000. That is a potential outcome in your system.
Yeah, well, 5,000, no, but like some amount that's not equal to $1 million, yes.
Yeah, but some large discrepancy. Let's say whatever, 10,000 or 100,000.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So okay, look.
If you kill like the president, no, you should never get out. Like, is this?
Why don't we just
I'm
harvest the
not
prisoners'
disputing
organs,
that.
and then we can just use that to
Sounds
pay
like
for
you
these
are.
people? Like, what's
Juby
that?
is already on top of that. He's already drawing up plans. I think I'm serious about that. He's already drawing up plans. There was something I was going to say and I lost it, but I'll move on to part of what they're saying is that it's okay that this is not like ever repaid, you know, that like that as long as you're getting something, so that like, is it better to lose someone you care for and then not get anything, or is it better to, you know, get something to assist,
To
right?
help pay
I'd
for
much rather-
your therapy, because like you'll need that if you just had a family.
Pay for your therapy.
Personally,
right? Yeah.
I'd much rather, instead of getting paid, watch them suffer the same consequences that my family member had to suffer at their hands. That would be much more like therapeutic to me, in my opinion.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
You think
I
that, but you wait. You
think
think
there's, like, some
that,
potential
but there's
outcome.
been studies of this, and it may feel good in the moment, but doesn't feel good afterwards to the
I mean,
victim's
y'all brought up
family.
religion earlier, but like, I mean, if we're gonna go down that route earlier, I mean, I feel like there's a whole biblical and Abrahamic law precedent that we could go look into. That there seems to be a lot of therapy that is taken care of in regards to these people whenever they know that there's a crime that's gonna be like,
In regards
remedied.
in regards to
remedy.
in regards to Christianity, it's not tooth for a tooth, eye for an eye.
Oh,
That's-
is it not? Because I don't know if you've read Revelations.
So I want to go on this right. Lactoid, about your system. What about manslaughter? So there's a death, and well, I guess you know the criteria for manslaughter better than I do. But it's like not intentional or something. That's what I'm going for. Would that be the same amount? Like, do these people not get out? Like the person died one or the other, and they might be worth the same amount, right? So I don't know, some sort of CEO in your mind. Maybe he's worth a lot of money if you say so. And in both situations, murder and manslaughter. So like, would there be a difference there?
There would be a difference in terms of like confinement and supervision, right? Because if you have somebody who murdered somebody, like we want to get the labor out of them, but we also can't just like let them be walking around society because of what they did, right? Meanwhile, if you had somebody who was convicted of manslaughter, let's say it was like, okay, like drunk driving, ran over a pedestrian, and they did not mean it, like besides the fact they were reckless and got drunk, they're broken down, they're crying, in this situation, like we still want to make them pay for what damage they caused, but we can be way more lax on like the supervision. So like for example, like maybe they only like stay in the actual prison for like 5 or 6 years, and then afterwards like they get to go home and we garnish like a portion of their paycheck and we mandate that they keep a job, right? So they have to keep a job as a term of like their parole, and we garnish a portion of that paycheck to send to the victim, right? So like they still get like freedom, but we are also weighing that with the interest of the victim. That seems like pretty logical to me.
So to Doobie's question previously, and Pep, if you have something you want to add, let me know if you want to jump in here. But for Doobie, you asked a question like, what's wrong with forcing like everyone to work? And I guess the thing that is a sticking point for me is the idea of encouraging slavery, right? Like government mandated slavery. Now, our friend Lactoid saying the tax system is slavery in itself. I hear you, buddy, friend. But beyond that, I don't want to encourage more direct forms of slavery, and I think that's there's something wrong with that. I definitely like the idea of a more regimented, prison life, and certainly giving people the opportunities, expanding opportunities to work, and then making sure that, especially for the ones who are going to get out, that they can flip those opportunities to actually benefit them in terms of like getting a job and being a productive member of society. In the article that I sent to you guys, the individual points out that the skills that they had, which are valuable skills, in our society, they can't exercise them because as soon as you find out they're a convict, then it all goes down the drain. Or there are some jobs that specifically keep convicts out, like the whole thing I've talked about, like the barbershop. Like being a barber, you can't be a barber if you've like been convicted, which is like nonsense. Like it's crazy. So I want to encourage more of that, but like I have, for unknown reasons, I have an aversion to slavery. So Doobie, like that's your answer.
Why? Why do you have an aversion to slavery? So if we're going to call this slavery, right? And I guess at some level it is, right? It is forced labor. They are technically getting paid, but the pay is going somewhere else, right? What's the issue with this happening as a punishment, right? So you did this terrible thing. So because you did this terrible thing, we are going to make you do this other thing that you don't want to do. Like, I feel like, how do you justify there being prisons at all, right? If you're so opposed to restricting somebody's autonomy in this way.
Sorry, say it again. How do you
How do you justify there being prisons at all, right? So this idea that if you don't pay taxes, or you don't pay your fucking traffic bills, or if you punch somebody in the face, right, we'll put you in a cage for weeks or months or years. Like, how do you justify stripping somebody's autonomy to that level, at all, if you don't support us, like stripping their autonomy in the way that we're like requiring them to do a thing?
I think there's something specifically perverse about forced labor. Yeah, I think the not institutions, the incentives there are toxic.
That is one of the things that I wanted to bring up too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just even during the manufacturing shortage, there were people complaining about how their parole hearings were getting delayed because they needed people to stay there and keep doing labor. There's just a lot of perverse incentives going on there that encourages more population in the prison and keeping the current population who's working to continue making profits for people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm sure this happens, right? I'm sure there's some people who are unjustly held or whatever. But I feel like overall, if we're to do like a pros and cons here, I think the pros would outweigh the cons, right? And if there's an issue on the back end with people not being processed fast enough, people not getting the court dates they need to, then deal with that issue. I don't think it makes sense to just throw out the entire like structure of it, like the entire like system, and give up all those pros that we'd be getting out of.
I think people would be less inclined to abuse that system if it wasn't as cheap and easy labor for them.
Well, my question, I guess I'm gonna add on to that. So, what if you don't agree with like garnishing wages to the point to where it would be deemed unfair wages, to people in prison, to inmates, then how would you justify anything along the lines of child, I forget what it's called, but basically welfare for your child. I forget what it's called. You pay so much money to the
Child support?
mom.
Child support?
Child support. Thank you. How would you justify child support? How would you justify taking away someone's autonomy to their money and saying, nope, you had a kid, which isn't even legally incorrect, and then stating, okay, no, you had a kid, now you have to pay this. You have to pay this much money whether you like it or not.
Portion of your labor against your will, basically.
How do you
Same
justify
thing with
that?
Taxes. Sorry.
Amen.
Guru, actually, no, he's right.
I know I'm
100%.
right. I know, but I say
You're not
taxes
right.
and like Prime's eyes.
You're
glaze
not
over.
right, but
That's-
I'll let Pep tackle this first if she likes. Then I'll go.
I was thinking largely because I guess no, you could say the same thing with crimes though. I was going to say there's like an innocent involved who had no choice in the matter, but that's literally what we were talking about earlier is garnishing wages to pay victims. So I don't know.
Prior to this,
yeah.
Prior to this year, though, the woman was free to abort. Prior to this year, the woman was free to abort should she have chosen that.
This is like a whole nother complicated topic to get into. I'm super pro-abortion, and I wish more people got abortions instead of creating all this conflict in situations like that.
Best friend for Lactoid coming in. I'd love to see it. But so I'll tackle that issue.
Do you know my abortion stance, Prime?
Yeah, I know. I mean, like to argue, so good for
sure.
But it's different when we're talking about like garnishing wages, right? So like Doobie, your proposal was to take all of that money, right? I think the incentives are different when the person is being paid something that's commensurate with what's happening in the outside world, because that changes things. It makes it more expensive to use that labor. To say that you can garnish a portion of that for victims or for child support, that's fine, right? I don't think it works the same. I think literally forcing people to work and taking away all their profits, that's an issue.
Yeah, but why? Okay, so why should we be concerned about them having profits if they're going to be there for life? Right. So maybe this was like left in the dust, or whatever.
Do other things. Okay.
Like what? So if they're going to be in prison forever, right? Why should we be concerned about them profiting from anything?
Sure. What about like the
commissary?
Prisoners aren't like the honey buns, right? You can't
toilet wine. What about the stock's toilet wine?
Hold on, guys. Do you understand that prisoners?
The fudge rounds. Come on.
Oh my god, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that reference is, I'm afraid to ask.
Have you not seen the video?
Wait, you've not seen Richmond you've not seen Richmond North of Richmond by I forget his fucking name, but Oliver.
Oh, I've never actually heard the whole song. No,
okay.
You stopped it right when it got good. What the fuck?
It never got good.
It got really good. I gotta be honest. I like country music, and it's a dog shit song. But anyway.
Okay, so do we not realize that prisoners aren't these like beings that spawn out of nowhere, right? Commit this crime, and then we just like put them in a cage. They have community around them, and they have things that they desire. So, well, what are they going to do with that money? They could send it to their family members, right? Like they're working and because hey, they might have that children out there who need that support that you guys are talking about, why not allow them to be able to send money to family if they need to help support them? Um, Especially since missing their labor is also a loss for them too. And what about like within the confines of that jail? Yeah, they're going to need stuff, right? We don't provide them with everything they need. And so oftentimes you need money to do so. So yeah, they'll need something for that. So yeah, there's plenty of things to do with that profit.
What don't we provide them with?
Everything that's in the commissary.
But everything in the commissary is
need that.
necessary.
They're getting clothing.
Of
They're
course
getting
they
shelter. They're getting food. Like all that. That's the commissary is extra shit that they don't need, right? I'm not
Yeah.
concerned about your comfort if you're in prison for life or doing something awful. Like if you've raped a bunch of
No,
people, murdered
don't
a
you
bunch
need
of
to
people,
like still buy
why
like
should I
basic
care about
stuff
the
like
comfort?
toothbrush and things like that?
No, I don't think
Or
that
is
should
that
be
not
taken.
correct?
I think that
so
is
wait, you
true.
so like you get stuff that's supplied by the prison, but you can like get nicer stuff to the commissary. Like you can get
I'm not worried
That's
about
your
that.
point, Brian. That's your
I
point,
don't.
Brian.
I'm not worried
You
about the
say, like,
comfort of somebody who's in prison for life for like hurting somebody terribly or killing people.
No,
I mean, if they don't have basics, they can get like tooth abscesses, and that'll cost the government more to deal with in the long run.
Well,
Just
I
seems
mean,
like
But no,
won't-
they
it
get
won't
they
if
get
we
a
don't do
toothbrush.
stuff
They get
at
a
all.
toothbrush
Okay.
they get a toothbrush from the jail. It's just not a good
that's
one.
good.
But as for what Prime kind of brought up just now, he mentioned like, okay, these people come from a community, all this money goes to support their family. I have an answer for you. Fuck their family. Maybe they shouldn't have committed the crime. Like if that's kind of like, it sounds harsh, but if you're gonna sit here and say, oh, this guy can't provide for his family, well, guess what? Tough titties, bro. You committed a crime. Now you're in jail. Your family's out on the streets. That's part of your punishment. Maybe you should have thought of that before going and doing something terrible and
Part of the
causing your family all this
punishment.
pain.
Your reference
Like,
to North Korea before is starting to make a lot
Yeah,
more
make a lot of
sense.
sense.
I
Yeah.
mean, I'm just saying.
Jesus.
You want us to
yeah.
move more in the direction of North
I mean,
Korea.
why
Maybe-
should I?
maybe-
Why should I
maybe-
feel
Fuck your
sorry?
family.
maybe
You
you're-
committed a crime.
Maybe
No, why
maybe
should
your
I feel
family
sorry for this person's family whenever they
maybe
don't?
your family should join you in prison. Maybe
I mean,
we
I'm
should
not
bring them
saying
to prison
that,
with you.
But I'm saying they shouldn't benefit from you're like, oh, I'm gonna get here and get my minimum wage and send it to my family. After I went and like shot up a school. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have to do that. Like your family needs to suffer. They raised a school shooter.
You think every criminal is a school shooter?
Well, wait, hold on. But
I'm
there's some truth here in that you wouldn't want to like you would want there to be a deterrence, and the last thing you would want is somebody to commit a crime so they could get a job so they could support their family. That's like the last thing that you'd want.
I mean, look, if your economy is already in shambles, that is the best way to get a job. I think you have bigger issues than that. And in fact, I think you're going to have a lot of crime any which way because people can't get a job. People who want to get a job can't get a job, so they commit a crime to get a job. So at that point, your economy is already in tatters, and you got bigger
Most of the
We can
time,
just make it
most
opt-in.
of the time people are committing crimes because they want to be in jail because they want the three meals a day and a warm place to sleep. That's literally what they want. So
which is a
most of the
problem
time.
within our society
That's
in
a great
itself.
generalization.
Well, I'm talking about when someone wants to be in jail. When someone wants to be in jail, they will commit a crime to get three
And-
hots in a bed. That they will.
And the healthcare, the great socialized healthcare that we provide them. That electorate, I guess, would make them pay for too. Maybe I don't know. With 20.
This
Okay.
government
but
healthcare, guaranteed housing. This sounds like a dream for
I
leftists.
wish.
I mean,
oh
and
my
they have walls. And they have walls that
And
keep
the
the
entire
prisoners in.
into a
and-
prison.
Like,
I
and they're
agree.
protected.
And leftists want to share that dream with conservatives, so we will invite
only-
you there.
listen,
to
listen,
those jails.
The only thing prisoners are missing at this point is the Second Amendment. Okay, that's it. That's it.
Okay.
It's the only thing they're
The
missing.
lefties want to take that away too. I mean, this is what of course, it all fits in.
Okay, so we are over time. I wish we didn't dick around with other topics because we had such a really good one, and there's more I want to talk about here. So you can stick around afterwards for the open panel. All right, Corey yawned there. He's been getting sleepy. Sleepy bear.
And I said I cut out caffeine. You can't blame me.
Fair enough. We're gonna give an outro to all these great individuals. We'll have more content for you if we have more people who want to join the open panel afterwards. But yeah, if you've enjoyed this content, hit that follow button. If you are on Twitch, hit the subscribe button. On YouTube, support the channel by subscribing, gifting bits or gifting subs, or using hype chat /super chats all that helps out. We do need your help to keep going every day or every week when we're here with you, bringing these guys who have really fun takes, right? Fun, unexpected takes. If you had a good time, consider helping us out that way, because or else we can't do this. So I'll start with the outros. Oh, hey, well, thank you, Nurius, for 300 bits, and Admiral Gibbs for gifting us up to Desperado Sensei. Hey, love to see it. Thank you for helping out Desperado Sensei there. And Nurius for 300 bits. We're almost to a hype train. One more sub, bits or hype chat will help us out, help us get to a hype train. Please consider supporting the channel. Admiral Gibbs gives another to 1,000 plateaus from someone else. It has to be another one.
Shit, I tried.
No, it's great. I encourage you the help. But yeah, if a third person will assist us, gifting bits, gifting subs, or whatever. Okay, so in 4 minutes to do that, let's hope we make it happen. We'll start with our friend Corey. Corey, thanks so much for coming through and being fantastic.
Yeah, this was great as always, and always grateful to be here. And this was, I think, a special panel for a variety of reasons. So not only did we get great discussion, but in addition, also the great points that they made, you also got simultaneously live React content by Pep. And I think that's an excellent addition that I think you should trial out just in the future. If you can recruit someone that has never seen a panel before, just having them on the sidelines, like reacting in real time, that might be some extra content as well.
In a separate box, just muted.
Yeah.
You just see the camera of the person that's never seen a panel before. That's fantastic. I would
Japanese
love
TV.
that.
That's actually Japanese TV. That's what they do.
Oh, okay. Well, then take a page out of the Japanese playbook, where you can just have someone who's never seen the panel before, and you can do that on a weekly basis. I think that's something to try out potentially, or a really awful idea. Just throwing it out there. But I think the live React content was great this time around. But yeah, this is again super great. And I appreciate being here. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and on Twitter and Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, research, and news. And Lactoid, Pep, Doobie, Sprouticus, Admiral Gibbs, and Connor. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
I love you too, friend. Guys, how about get that hype train started? We're so close. Subs channel, get bits, give subs. Need one more other person, get the hype train started. Much appreciated. Helps us do these things. So we have two minutes left. Please assist us there. All right, Admiral Gibbs. Amazing. I think you made a big splash. Was it last week? The first time you were here. Bigger splash now, right? With your with the Kim Jong-un admiration. Much appreciated. More of that in the future. Had a big reaction. But thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for being part of this community.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I enjoy it a lot. It's real fun. I mean, and I just like I said, I think like I said last week, I think anytime we can like bring multiple people together to discuss like politics across like issues, like people, it like stimulates the conversation. It stimulates like real solution, like letting people hear like opinions other than in an echo chamber, because echo chambers are bad. But as for finding me, Admiral Gibbs and everything, you can find me on everything, X here, all that good stuff. I also cover 40K of Star Wars like Connor, but I don't play Tau, so we're good here. But anyway, yeah, thanks for having me. I love it.
Thank you so much. Save the hype train. Subs to channel, bits give subs. So we can have one of those. Let's go to our friend Sprouticus. Been a while and really missed you, and this is a lot of fun.
Yeah, the hype train is now complete, I think. Yeah. But no, I sincerely, Pep, for your own sanity, I sincerely hope that I've scared you away from panels. I sincerely hope that you never attend another one for your own sanity. But if you want to be insane like the rest of us, feel free to come back. I enjoyed talking to you. You had some good points. As well did many of the other people. I can't say North Korea was a good point, but good try, Gibbs. I did appreciate the attempt there. But no, it was a great conversation. Love to be a part of it, and looking forward to the next one, Prime. You can find me at Sprouticus on Twitch and Twitter.
Absolutely, friend. And thank you, Sprouticus, for helping us get that hype train started. Now let's get to a level 2 hype train sub. All the same things still apply. So, the sub and the gifting and the bits and the hype trains and the or hype chats and the super chats on YouTube are great. Let's pretend they apply as well. Okay, so let's go to our friend GB, Dark Lord and Savior. GB, this was a lot of fun. I was glad to hear from you. I think you took all the takes I expected. And I think I took all the takes that you expected. So we know each other well.
Yep. Wrong as usual.
Thank you, friend, for being here. Seriously.
Thank you for having me. I am Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics, and we do lots of crazy shit in there. We've had an invasion of flat earthers the last couple weeks. So if you like yelling at flat earthers, go there.
Okay. All right. There's a joke there. I don't know where to take that. But thank you, Doobie, for that. I switched for Doobie in chat for his the link to his server. You haven't checked it out. It's a lot of fun. I go there sometimes and I argue with people. And it's a chaotic time. So check it out. Next, Pep. Pep, this was fantastic. I was really glad that you came in and you made some really great points. Please come back despite everything, really. Come back in spite of us, not because of us. But
It could be both, you know? Yeah.
Fair enough.
No, I had a blast. I feel like I've been out of streaming for a little bit, so I need to like regain my like ability to like jam my way in the conversation more. I feel like I was in the background more than I used to be, but I'll get my skills back up and I'll participate more next time. Probably I'll be a little bit more brave.
Yeah, get your sea legs, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if people want to find me somewhere,
I'm still getting my sea legs. I never talk.
Fair. I'm glad at least my React content was good. But yeah, if people want to find me, I'm Art by Pep on just about everything. I do art, and my mom having a heart attack cost a lot of money. So if people want art commissions, I am opening those up shortly. So hit me up if you like art of hot ladies. That's my forte.
Okay.
Pep, in your defense, I do think you did a wonderful job staying quiet when the men were talking. I think you did a wonderful job of that.
And
A
Andrew
plus.
Tate is here.
Yeah. No, that was it. That was like the joke that pushed. I'm never coming back now.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. It took us some time. We'll get you there. But that's interesting. Because like I would actually, well, one, if more people would sub to this channel, I would do more art commissions myself. But that's really interesting. That you do that. I didn't realize that. So put your information. Let me know your information. I'll
Yeah.
put it in chat or something.
Yeah.
Hit her up because she actually has skills to provide you with something of value, and we know we don't do that here. So nice change of pace. Let's go to our friend Lactoid TV, another person of skills, a big city lawyer. What do? You defend you defend polluters from any consequences, right? You're like, fuck them kids and the asthma, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, giant corporations. Now, Prime, I wanted to say, first of all, thank you so much for having me on, and thank you to all of you for talking to me as well. I always appreciate it. It was a fantastic panel. And Prime, thank you in particular because you let me on, and Scott sometimes as well, to sing a siren song, which you'll criticize, but you let us on to sing it, which is great. And you call it, you kind of mock it a little bit. Oh, it's a siren song, it's ridiculous. But let's boil down like what my position has been for both these topics. Like you could boil down my whole position on both these topics. You could condense an entire panel into one sentence, okay? Don't freeload off other people and pull your own weight. That's it. That's it, right? Don't freeload off other people, pull your own weight. That applies to the first topic, that applies to the second topic. Just generally speaking, wisdom to live by. Thank you so much for letting me come and spread this wisdom. I sincerely believe I can reform all of you. Of course, Gibbs, you're already good, so don't worry about that. The rest
North
of you,
Korea guy?
I gotta yeah, well, for the most part. We got to work on some of your optics with the North Korea shit, but afterwards we should be good. Yeah, says me. It says me. Anyway, if you like what I had to say, you could find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Okay. First, guys, click the link for Art by Pep. which is in the channel. I would really love it if we all supported her in her efforts there. But beyond that, Lactoid, I just to be clear, I don't think that the ANCAP and libertarian positions are like so ridiculous that like there aren't things that we talk about, right? Like I say siren song because it pulls other people in. It becomes a conversational black hole that we cannot escape. So that's but like you and I told you this before. You have changed my mind on things. You've moved my position. Scott has as well. Sometimes you've like educated me, which is really annoying. I hate it when you do that. You educate me on things that I didn't know about. And so yeah, I appreciate your way of thinking, whether I agree with it or not. So shout out to you. All right.
Same to you.
So we are going to open walk on panel right after this. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate you as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure. That was something.
It was good, folks. It was
Yeah.
good.
It was great. And yeah, that North Korea thing is definitely something.
You know,
By the way, Pep, the last comment was
Whoa.
just memes. If you get to know me more, I meme sometimes. But yeah, that was just memes.
Well, it's a
Doobie's
pleasure.
normally the person that says that. So
yeah, he's turning into Zerka before our eyes right now. I'm just kidding.
Oh, I think you're muted now, or at least I can't hear you.
I can't hear you either. I don't know if you were saying anything.
Well, it's still men around, right? So it's not supposed to be talking.
I am still muted. Oh my god. Yeah. No, I'm nailing this like feminism thing. It's perfect. I'm hitting the right notes on that.
Balancing yourself.
You're
even.
unmuted. You're unmuted on StreamYard, which all of us are muted on. We're all unmuted
Jesus
in
Christ,
Discord.
what am I doing?
It doesn't matter at this point.
Here we go.
It
Okay.
doesn't.
Good fucking grief. I'll figure this shit out. This is like my first time streaming outside of like a little art stream I did like a week or so ago. This is like my first one in a while that I've been like on a panel with other people, so I'm still getting back in the groove a little bit.
What kind of
Yeah,
art
for
do you
sure.
do?
I do all kinds of art, but the art that I mostly do on stream is digital painting usually. I am getting my watercolor set up to do that in a while though. Because I really like doing watercolors too. But primarily right now, let me see if I can put something up on my little screen. Like the most recent thing I'm working on.
I like that our cats look the same.
Bruh, your cat in the middle of everything. That was awesome.
I've
Yeah,
got
was
two
fun.
dogs that
Freaking
look
out.
like cats. They're little Shih Tzus, but
That works
they're
too.
dogs.
How do I add an image to OBS? Okay, I figured it out. Let me see what good. Oh yeah, I'm working on a website right now because I literally haven't even updated my website in years, and so I need to. So this illustration that I'm going to put up is from the website I'm working on. Let's see if I can get it up here shortly.
If
Here
any
we
of us had
go.
an audience, we no longer have one.
Oh, I'm not streaming.
I don't know if Lactoid is.
Yeah, I'm streaming.
Oh, he's
Oh.
streaming. He no longer has an audience. Oh, that's actually really good.
Thank you. I try.
I could
don't know
never
if-
do that.
Oh, wait a minute.
I
Should
suck
at
I
art. Illegal.
not have my stream up?
No, you're not. I covered up.
Uh,
It's like
that was
there
probably
we go.
fine. I just
Yeah.
move on as well.
Okay, don't do
It's-
any of your
it's-
really edgy stuff, or at least warn
Yeah.
me ahead
No,
of time
I don't
so
have.
I can, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
bro,
fair.
that small N-word there in the corner.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, most of my
No, but I
stuff
think
is
it says
very
cracker in the
tame.
top left.
Oh yeah, that was supposed to be really subtle. I can't believe you guys picked up on that one. But yeah.
Are you self-taught, or is it something that you?
Mostly, but I also grew up in a family of artists. I had a great easy upbringing for that. And but besides that, mostly I learned from the internet. The internet's pretty great.
Cool.
Freedom of
I have-
information has never been more free, but the cost of education has never been more high.
Mm-hmm. That's why I didn't go to art school.
I have no artistic creativity whatsoever.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
zero.
I've even tried. I took.
My
Really?
backdrop is the most artistic you'll ever see me, which isn't very artistic. It's just lights and flags, and a mini fridge. So you know.
Corey, you really
Interior design
disappointed.
counts as art.
I came
You
in
know?
ready to debate the definition of like migrant down to like the last syllable. I like came in and had like 3 like definitions ready to go after last week.
Hey, whenever you want to debate definitions, I don't know. It's funny because like people only want to debate definitions when like it works against them. But if I want to debate definitions about like taxes and slavery, it's like no, this is what it is. But I know what biological male and female is, but you don't actually do know it. But it's like you want to get into you know what I mean when I'm talking about biological female, and then you know what I mean when I talk about taxes and they're not slavery, blah blah blah. But then you want to get into the minutia when it's into your advantage, but not in the minutia.
Most of the debates comes down to the definition of words.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like Bill Clinton taught
Whoa,
us that.
are you debating me
definition
that
of what it
taxes are
is.
not slavery? I wasn't even paying attention. Corey, what is this?
No, I'm not debating you. Okay, so would you concede that I was right about the biological definition of male and female?
So no, I
We're back!
think I even told you specifically. I didn't I tell you that I reject your definition
would you
and
agree?
replace it with my own. I think I
Corey,
said that specifically because
here you
mine
go.
makes more sense.
Here you go.
Okay,
Corey,
and
would
mine
you,
makes
Corey,
more
would
sense.
you
So-
agree? Corey, would you agree with me that that you're going to resign your position and agree that I was correct on the definition of personhood?
I'm not sure if I recall your definition of person. I know that we have debated.
Personhood is claimed as soon as the fertilized egg attaches itself to uterine wall.
Right, yeah, because I remember that was your. I would reject that. Yeah.
But
Person.
that's the definition of personhood.
If you can cite something, the only issue that I took with it is because people on the panel were invoking science and some sort of scientific definition.
What's science?
Well, sure.
Okay, wait,
That's a
Brian,
lot.
let's add a little bit of context here. So I made the just boneheaded statement that an XY chromosome is a biological male and an XX chromosome is a biological female. This was a transgression beyond all transgressions because that's not actually the scientific definition. Corey, what's the scientific definition? Go ahead.
The scientific definition is based off of gamete and gamete size because lo and behold, when we're in the studying biology, we're looking for heuristics that apply to the plant and animal kingdom, at least when it comes to male, female, and that those that engage in sexual reproduction. So some layperson might say, well, XX is female and XY is male. That only holds for a few amount of species, and it breaks down when it comes to plants. It breaks down when it comes to insects.
Wait, plants can be male and female?
Absolutely, yes.
Come on, man.
Mhm.
Yeah, see, this is why it's so difficult. Where when people want to, I'm not.
So
talking
what's
about
my
anybody
tree?
here.
Is my tree a male or a female tree?
To
I
be
mean,
clear
that's
though,
actually
I followed
very
up. I
easy
followed
then.
up with a question though. I followed up with a question, Corey. In humans.
Wait, no, my question is my tree a male or a female tree, and how do I find out?
Does it produce fruit or seeds?
Yeah, basically.
Viable fruit or seeds.
It produces
That's
seeds.
You gotta go ask
Then
some
it's female.
fucking nerd botanist, okay? Because that's the only people that know this shit, okay?
Or a farmer or a rancher? Come on, man.
Yeah, they're all
Arborists,
nerd
yeah.
botanists
Okay.
too, okay? I've
Okay,
talked with
yeah.
these people. But Corey,
you can go-
when I
Herbology.
asked you, so when it comes to the gamete size, in humans, isn't it true that XY chromosomes is what dictates whether you produce the smaller gametes and an XX chromosome? So genotypically, a biological male is XY.
In general, that statement is largely true, but that is not a scientific definition. As long as you're willing to concede that, and
Fine.
you're not like, yeah,
Jesus.
that
Okay,
is the issue that I take.
only if you concede then that scientifically taxes are slavery. Go ahead.
Just as I cited a paper, and I can cite multiple papers, if you can cite me a paper,
I can cite you a paper.
a peer-reviewed paper in an academic journal, then I might fully grant it. Absolutely.
What if
Have
it's
you read
like-
Ayn Rand?
It's like
I got a whole
Democrat.
bunch of shit from her. I can
Oh
send you.
God, no. This is
A
just like
peer-reviewed academic paper by Ayn Rand, not a book. A peer-reviewed academic paper.
Wait,
I
so
can
you
send-
don't agree with like Plato being like a source or something? Because it's the same kind of concept, like a
Yeah,
philosopher
he's not
and Rand.
peer-reviewed.
Well, okay, we could talk. So as long as you are clear that you're invoking philosophy and you're not hijacking science, because that is the issue that people do. It's just biology. It's just science.
You
Just
don't think
recognize.
philosophy is science, like philosophy.
Pep,
and political
what is
science?
your
It-
what's
there's
your
o-
political alignment?
I'm pretty far left. Pretty progressive.
There is
I
overlap.
have some
and-
centrist views about like guns and stuff, but mostly
I think
and
we
So you're
saw-
pro 2A?
Guns are pretty cool. Hey,
Well,
hell yeah.
A little bit. Okay, so, we can get it. Maybe we should have a whole nother debate. But I feel like
It's not a
guns
debate
should
if
be
you-
regulated the way. No, true. I feel like guns should be regulated the way that like medicine or dangerous chemicals are, where people who need them can still get them, but just your average Joe can't go into like a store and buy like a giant bottle of Vicodin just in case he needs it. You know?
So you don't think that I should? You don't think that I should have 2 short-barreled rifles and a suppressor?
Far
I don't know. It
leftist.
depends on where you live. And
I
what
live in
your needs are.
Indiana.
Okay, are
Lives-
you
lives
out
in
in
the
like a
inner
really
city.
rural area?
No, I live in a suburb of a city,
Then yeah, probably not.
but I regularly hunt.
Oh, then
Like
yeah.
hunting season starts this next weekend.
On what?
You don't
Deer.
need 2 short barrel
I
rifles
hunt
for
deer.
hunting, Sprout. I
Oh,
know
okay.
that.
No, I've got 2. I've got 2 short-barreled rifles. And then I've
But you
also
might,
got
if you
a
hunt predator.
shotgun. I've also got a 28 Nozzler hunting
of them.
rifle. I've also got 2
Yeah,
pistols.
backup.
Shit. What else do I have? I have a muzzleloader.
Yeah, I would probably. That would not be ideal in my ideal plan scenario for things.
Oh, and I have an AR-15. That's 5.56.
Sprout.
Oh,
the
an
ATF
assault
is
rifle.
That's the
watching.
most
You gotta
classic one.
stop talking. They're gonna know.
What?
The ATF.
What? Who's
dude.
gonna know?
The ATF.
Yeah, but they're
ATF?
watching.
Yeah, they watch this shit. You gotta be careful, man. You
The
can't-
ATF just approved my 2 short-barreled rifles. So
Mm.
Look, I'm just saying.
They-
you
they
don't want, you
were
don't want the, you
AR
don't want the
pistols.
government to
They-
know. You don't want the government
they
to have a
were.
list of who
Hey,
has
listen. I'm not talking about the guns that were lost in the lake in
Oh,
the
those- yeah,
tragic
okay.
in the tragic accident. Okay, I'm not talking about those guns.
Oh
I'm
my
talking about the
lord.
guns that I still have. But no, the two short-barreled rifles were AR pistols until the ATF changed the rules on us and made them short-barreled rifles.
No longer assault rifles.
See, I like.
They were never assault rifles. They were
I
armor
know.
light rifles.
I know. I made that joke the last
My
time.
firearms are like they're like Schrodinger's, right? Like where they're lost
Schrodinger's,
until
yeah.
you see them, until you see me holding them, then they're my property, and then I like misplace them again somewhere in like the.
I
woods or-
actually
yeah.
Then
agree
you
with that
then you lose them in the
My buddy
lake
attacked-
accident again.
Yeah,
you have
and then
another tragic lake
and then I
accident.
dive, and then I find them, and it's like a repeated cycle. Yeah. So I never actually have any guns at any given time, but you know.
I actually believe in Schrodinger's money when it comes to taxes as well. You know, the government doesn't need to know. Like if I exist, you know, they don't see it doesn't exist, kind of thing.
Oh
you know,
my goodness.
You know.
Where do you live, Pep? If you don't mind, saying,
Where's
like,
your-
just
your
give like a
address?
general state.
I
Just
just
give,
talked
like,
about how many
I'm gonna
guns I
list
have.
all my
Yeah, where do you
and
live?
then ask where you
Find
live.
out.
Yeah.
Just
No,
just give it. Just give
Some
a
good
general
risk.
I
state.
got
Give a
2
general
short barrel
state or
rifles.
California.
region.
2 short barrel rifles.
Look
I've been pretty open with
And I
this
wanna
on
know
my
where you
stream.
live.
Right, I live in the Bay Area.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand
Very,
your
very
concept
liberal.
on guns. I understand your concept on guns now because no one in the Bay Area really understands guns. So my heart goes out to you because you're missing that understanding.
So I grew up in the
but-
I grew up in the Central Valley with like family that likes to go and hunt and stuff like
In
that.
California?
All my family are, yeah. But
Okay,
also
yeah,
I had
I
family
truly
in Texas
my
and
sympathies
also,
go out. My sympathies go out to you because no one in California understands guns. I should have clarified,
Well,
right?
nobody in the
No one in
cities-
California understands guns. So my
I
sympathies
think
go
the
out
Central
to you.
Valley is kind of like it's
Agreed.
yeah, it's the gun area of California. Well, like not the
But
gun
the
area
gun
as in,
area
like,
of California is much different than like the gun area of Indiana.
Or like the gun area of Texas, where I think I should have tanks on my land. I mean,
That's true. Much different
Yeah,
than the gun
maybe
area
not
of
that
Texas.
Texas.
No, I
Okay.
think that my family in the Central Valley would have more in common with like your views on things than my views on things.
Really?
What's
Okay.
the what's the
Oh,
most
1000%.
What's the most left wing position you hold?
That's a tough one. I feel like I'm probably more of my sex work related ones, but that's not even that left wing compared to San Francisco. I have a lot of more like really kind of like anarchist, like kind of crazy out there friends. So I feel like it's hard for me to gauge how out there my positions are. But I think relative to like normal people, I don't know, non-online people.
At least you recognize normalcy. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit. I also feel like I want to have a discussion about selling organs because I feel like the same
Ooh.
logic I use to justify sex work could be used for that, really.
Hell yeah,
Macho and I
and
were
I'm
talking about-
100% on board with it for that reason.
He spoke
Right,
about
I
this
was
last
thinking
week
about it.
kidney selling, and yeah.
Yeah,
we did
yeah.
just talk about that.
We
I
did.
knew we-
That's awesome.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Shit, I gotta watch that. You guys got a link? Because I would.
So
that's-
abortion
I've been trying
should
to
be
flesh
made
it out in my head.
abortion should be made illegal, but prostitution should be made legal.
No, I think abortion should be. Anybody can
No,
get an
I'm
abortion.
just
Oh, what
just
you're saying?
making-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, my stance on abortion has been that abortion should be made illegal once we have reliably the technology for a fetus to grow inside of an artificial womb. I think once we have that technology to where the fetus can survive and grow and become like full born infant inside of an artificial womb, that abortion should be made illegal, because at that time I would find it immoral.
Yeah,
But until
but at what
until then,
stage?
until then, I place the mother's life and health above what I
That's
would
good.
to say that, like, not get an abortion. But that's essentially the ins and outs of my abortion stance at like a, paper level. But
There's I think, some potential issues with that, and we may not be super
Corey,
far
shut
off
up.
from
Shut up, Corey.
artificial wombs.
Corey, you're still talking.
Yeah, that's because
Well, no, I was
yeah,
curious, like, what stage does the fetus have to be at before, like, you can put it
Fertilized
in?
and
I feel
attached to the Utherian
Say
wall.
conception.
Okay,
Uh,
then yeah, if you
No,
can just
not
get
at
it right out
conception.
immediately,
Not
that
at
would be cool.
conception. Not at conception.
But if women are like waiting like 4
fertilized and
months
attached,
before it's viable to transfer it somewhere, I feel like there's still problems with that.
fertilized and attached to the Utherian wall.
Okay,
so assuming we get to the place of artificial wombs, like let's say 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the road, so how is that going to play out in your scenario of let's say the artificial womb only comes into play after 15 weeks, for example. And that's where we can transplant it into the artificial womb and then develop it from there.
It would have to be as high as 8 weeks before I'd be willing to say anything. It has to be as high as like
sure.
it has to be as high as when
that's
women
irrelevant,
most
though.
often
Yeah,
figure out when they're
that's
pregnant.
that's not where I'm going. That's relevant.
Okay.
But just whatever. The artificial womb exists. So what do you do in the scenario of the woman that doesn't want to have the artificial womb? They want to actually abort it. Would you force them to undergo a medical procedure to extract it?
Yes, abortion would be illegal. This would be the new form of abortion, and the government would have
yeah,
to pay. The government would have to pay for the sustainment of life, which is the right
It's not
of
what I'm
that
asking.
fetus.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, like, they're refusing because you have to extract it. So do this person need to be strapped down and pretty much cut open and extract, the zygote, the fetus, whatever? Is that how it has to play out? Because they are not going to voluntarily do it. They are refusing it. I don't want artificial womb.
They've got two options because abortion's illegal. However, the mom would not be penalized for having an abortion, but doctors would be penalized for providing abortions at this point in time. And so they'd have two options unless they go to like some really, really shady doctor that's willing to, break the law and to perform abortions, which would be to give up the fertilized egg to a artificial womb, or to proceed with the pregnancy.
So if they refuse that, they're going to prison. Like let's say 15 weeks. If they don't, force themselves, or they're not compelled enough for this medical procedure to be for extraction, they will go to prison.
No, I don't think mothers should. I don't think mothers should be charged or imprisoned for this. I think doctors should be. So essentially, they would have two options within the realm of possibility, right? Unless they're going to like a really, really shady doctor. I don't think mothers should be held liable at this point in time. And of course, that might change. Once we get to artificial wombs, that might change, but I really don't want moms to be
so those are
held
the
liable.
scenarios. It's either like you're essentially coerced into this artificial womb procedure and have it extracted, or you carry that baby to term. Those are the options in your scenario. Okay, I think that is a bad scenario, but I understand where you're coming from.
I gotta agree with Corey on that one. That's a bad scenario.
Why,
So
Corey?
are you on board with that?
Why, Corey? I want to know why.
Because I don't think someone should be coerced into a medical procedure at all.
They're
that's
coerced into abortion.
So we can talk about that and some of the reasons, and there's sort of financial.
So in my mind, it would be as similarly as invasive as abortion is.
Well, there's abortion pills and stuff. Is there? And that's like very, very. I mean, it's not.
Okay,
invasive.
so as similar as invasive as abortion outside the abortion, like actual
The DNC.
Actual surgery is, it would be as invasive as that.
Okay.
Yeah, even if
The
it
one
if so.
thing you're gonna run
I think at
into-
8 weeks they don't do the DNC. It's just the pill kind.
Yeah, if you're at 8 weeks, okay, and
Okay, but what I'm saying is it would be as invasive as the regular term of abortion. With what I'm talking about, not necessarily a pill. It'd be
Got
as
it.
invasive as
Yeah.
as that type of abortion.
But then that
Yeah,
does
but-
rely on them like carrying it to a certain term before they can do the thing.
Not if technology gets to a certain point. Technology
Okay.
is reaching that point progressively. It's just not there yet.
Yeah, I think that's a huge issue. Where if that artificial womb exists and it exists at 8 weeks, and in your scenario, it's either you carry out the artificial womb or you carry that baby to term. I think that's a bad scenario.
Well, I find it as moral wrong to kill the baby at that point in time because that baby's got full potential to be a full-born infant. And in which you are choosing to kill the infant instead of letting the
Let me ask you
infant
a
live
question.
inside of an artificial womb.
Let me ask you, what if they find out
Yeah.
tumors are sentient?
I'm sorry.
What if they find out tumors are sentient? Let's say
Tumors
they
aren't
figure out-
sentient.
There's
Tumors
like
aren't
no,
tumors.
well,
Tumors
no,
aren't
no,
sentient.
they're those kind of tumors that what are they called? They have like teeth and hair, and there's sometimes bits of brain in them and stuff.
Oh.
Like
Here's my
But it's not
argument.
sentient. It's not sentient matter.
Okay, well, I mean, like, okay, here's this kind of.
Otherwise, it would be a tumor. It'd be a fetus.
Is that
But
we're
yeah, an 8-week fetus is not sentient either.
I just have
Yeah.
a real concern when we start
Right,
saying
but it has
ripping things out
the
of
potential for sentience is what I'm saying.
So-
well, then the
does-
tumor has the potential for it if it could grow more brain tissue.
The tumor is scientifically not going to gain that.
This is where my libertarian brain comes in, and I'm not even really a libertarian. I'm like more a conservative neocon. But
You're
here's-
more North Korean libertarian.
Yeah,
Hey,
North Korea. Yeah.
Hey, Gibbs, before you do that, I just want to quickly ask Lactoid, have you had trouble with like raiding or anything like that? Because I tried to raid you just now, but it wouldn't let me, and other things have been broken. So have you been having any trouble?
I've been having some weird. I haven't tried rating somebody, but I actually have been having some issues.
I couldn't update my stream title. Like I had to do it through,
1984.
like, Restream.
Yeah, I know, I'm
1984.
having some weird issues right now.
Okay,
1984 in real life.
I would have sent it to you, but yeah, I told him just to. I was gonna send and Pep. I was gonna send people to you, but you weren't streaming.
No, yeah.
Yeah. But next time,
Thank
sorry,
you, though.
Gibbs, go ahead.
I was shooting. No, I'm just kidding. I have a real problem when we start sitting here saying we're gonna start like ripping like things out of people, like, and you have no bodily autonomy, like
That's not no
but
bodily
hold on, I
autonomy.
don't want the government coming in my own home and tell me what to do. I
That's
definitely
not no
don't want the
bodily.
government
Okay,
coming in
CPS
and
can do
saying
that.
what they're gonna do with my. Well, that's a whole other conversation we should have. But like the idea that like the government's going to come in and say what I can and can't do with my own body is kind of crazy to me.
At
Like,
that point, it would be considered your own body.
Well, that's
I
a
mean,
whole separate. That's a
that's
whole separate debate.
separate
Like,
debate,
yeah.
yeah.
I want to say something that's like sort of.
it wouldn't let me raise you either, Ractoid. So there's something.
Yeah,
wrong
no,
with
there's
it.
something.
Yeah.
There's something wrong. Hopefully I didn't get my affiliate pulled for some reason. Does that?
No,
happen?
it's not you.
I
It's
just
not you.
gifted a sub or something.
But
so-
Prime,
I know,
Prime,
but
what
I
I
couldn't respond to that. Oh, now it's
Prime,
back
what
on.
I was saying prior to you joining was that my abortion take is that abortion should remain legal until we reach the point to where technology reaches a point to where we can have artificial wombs that would take the fetuses and they would just be in the artificial womb being raised until infancy. And then once we reach that point in technology that abortion should be made illegal, and this is like in lieu of abortion, that you give up the fetus, and the fetus goes into an artificial womb and is raised to the point of infancy via the artificial wombs. Because at that point in time, I would find it absolutely immoral to kill the fetus rather than put the fetus in an artificial womb.
Yeah, the framing of
cares
this,
for-
I think, is
Sorry,
off.
go
Like, it's not you're putting the fetus in the artificial. You are extracting a fetus and putting it into an artificial womb.
That's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing you do in
No,
abortion.
you're
right?
not pressing like the transporter button. Okay, that
No,
would
it's the
likely
same thing
be-
you do in abortion, right?
No, depending on what stage of abortion. that
A
you're
later
talking
term abortion, correct?
about. 8 weeks.
No.
No, it
It's-
depends.
A later
Doesn't
term
DNC
abortion is
stand
not
for,
8
like,
weeks. A
something
later
in
term
curettage,
abortion
which is
would.
like cutting it up. So if you'd want it out intact, you'd have to do a much more invasive thing, like maybe a C-section.
Right, and my goal would be that women would get it moved to the artificial womb much before it would have to be cut up.
Right. So
Okay.
then it's not the same as an abortion, as in they'd have to undergo
Okay,
medical
there's
procedure.
other things we can get into how we can figure this out. What I'm saying is that if it is the same if it's the same invasiveness as an abortion, and the fetus can be saved through an artificial womb, I would find it absolutely immoral to kill that fetus rather than to extract that fetus and put it into an artificial womb. Given same invasiveness.
I guess if
Yeah.
you were going in for the procedure and it was exactly the same invasiveness, then yeah. It still seems my question is like, does the woman have any responsibility towards that fetus anymore? Who takes care of the fetus?
No,
Does
the
it just
government
go
would
up for
become
adoption?
it would become property of the government. It
Well,
become
so-
And then who takes care of it then?
And then
The
we
government.
tax them to
Oh,
hell.
God.
The
Okay, hold
government
on.
would take care of
it.
Hold on.
They gotta earn their keep because
L-
abortions
lac-
aren't cheap, right? Or
Lactoid would put them
transplant.
under the auspices of a private organization.
There
Needs
you
to make
go.
a profit, so
Mhm.
they have some
They
ideas
gotta
what they'll
pay
do
for their own
that
keep.
baby afterwards.
So
No,
I-
I would argue that the government would own the
Property of the government.
no would own the basically the responsibility of making sure that the right to life is preserved, and so the government would have to own the financial cost of having this fetus in the artificial womb.
Okay, I'm gonna be
Lactoid?
right back. I'm gonna get a
Yeah,
sandwich.
I wanted to. So I'm gonna just talk freely. This is not actually gonna betray, I guess, my position on abortion, but it's just something that I think we have to keep in mind. People support policies most of the time for self-interested reasons, and abortion specifically is an interesting topic because the justification for abortion is mismatched with the actual motivation that women have for getting abortions, right? So the justification is this like concept of bodily autonomy, right? Like I don't want my body violated, get your hands off my body, et cetera, et cetera. But when you actually like poll people who've had abortions, like this concept of like bodily autonomy and like getting like, you know, the idea of feeling violated if you have to do something like carry a pregnancy against your will, it's like not even significant. It's not significant amongst people who choose to have abortions. In fact, only 12% of people who have had abortions even bring up physical health as a reason why they got an abortion. Only 12%. Like not even the top reason, just any reason. Like
Probably largely financial.
Yeah, so the vast majority of the reason why people have abortions, 74% said that it would dramatically change their life. Having a baby would dramatically change their life. It would interfere with education. It would interfere with jobs, employment, career. They have other children. They can't afford a baby right now. They're unmarried. They're a student, etc. They don't want to be a single mother. These are like by far the top reasons why people have abortions. So if you had this sort of like artificial womb, what you're doing is you're sidestepping the justification that people give for abortion, but you're not actually addressing the motivation. And so what you're going to find, I think, is that people are just going to get upset with you, and they're going to try to search for some other reason to have an abortion. Man, my argument was so fucking. He just left.
That's
I'm
the
here.
ultimate, that's the
I'm
ultimate
here.
dunk, Lactoid. You just get them to leave.
I'm here, but I am gonna have to leave. So I apologize.
That's okay.
Take
My
care,
wife
Spartacus.
is getting after me. So
Yeah.
you guys take care. We'll have a conversation about some other time.
That's
all
a
right.
likely excuse. Okay, bye.
Mhm.
All right. I mean, it is post midnight, and my wife woke up and walked into my office.
Sure.
So
I know,
hear
East
you.
Coast,
I hear
yeah.
you. Yeah.
all right.
Bye.
Well,
Uh,
so I sorry, I just wanted. So I agree with you, Lactoid. Like, I don't think anyone's like making the justification for abortion of like. I think yeah, there is a disconnect, but there's a difference between justifying abortion under a principle versus like the reasons. Where like I will fully grant you that all those reasons are likely true, and no one, as far as I know, any person showing up to get an abortion, they're not invoking bodily autonomy. Same thing for any medical procedure. No one
Yeah.
goes for a breast augmentation thing. Bodily autonomy, like there are reasons. Maybe it's self-esteem, insecurity, whatever, gender affirming care, blah blah blah. So it's like, but they have the right to breast augmentation because
Well, it's
of
different.
bodily autonomy.
It's different because there is a predicted future medical procedure which is actually giving birth, right? And so like for me, bodily autonomy would actually be like a very like for any kind of body modification. Like if you told me like, all right, Lactoid, you're gonna like within 8 months, like you will have like this change to your body, like or right now, like we can either make you do this other change that will prevent it or not make you do this other change. For me, the concept of the government like getting into my body, like that alone, even if the change was insignificant. And I'm consistent on this, Corey, when it comes to like the circumcision question, where I think circumcision
Sure.
is more or less like not a huge medical procedure, but I am very staunchly against it because I do think it interferes with bodily autonomy, right? So my interests there are actually legitimately about the bodily autonomy of the individual. They shouldn't get their foreskin snipped, even if the foreskin is more or less irrelevant. It doesn't matter to me. But for people who get abortion, that's not their primary concern, right? The primary concern is they don't want to be a mother right now. So if you were to work around abortion to still make them be a mother, you are not going to make them happy, right? That does not solve the issue. You're still going to have a very large pro-choice crowd that's like, no, you're missing the point. It's not. It's about we don't want to be moms right now. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I would agree, and that's why if you actually I wouldn't I want people to have children should they actually want them, and that's why if you actually want to encourage people having children, it's not a matter of at least for me, it's not a matter of outlawing abortion. It's rather addressing the conditions for those reasons cited for people why they get abortions. In terms of if they are
Make it
largely
more
financial
possible and
or
plausible
career,
for
well then you should address those financial or those financial material conditions so that they're actually incentivized to actually bring a child to term.
The only
100%.
issue with that, and this is going to be maybe a hot take, but when you look at the reasons, like interfere with education, job, employment, career, right? These are things that become an issue when women have more access to this, right? When you're saying we're going to generate conditions in which
So
women have
keep
more
them at
access
home,
to a
not a
career,
problem.
more access to education, et cetera, et cetera. So when you're saying well, let's improve the society and then we'll see reduced rates of abortion, I mean, do we see that? Do countries, is abortion, I guess you could argue that abortion is less accessible in Scandinavia, which it is, but that's also legally the case. It's like legally they have much more restrictions on abortion in Europe than they do in America. I mean, maybe not now, but before Roe v. Wade was overturned, that's absolutely true. And for the hardcore pro-lifer, what they would just argue is okay, fine, we'll do whatever societal changes you want to make it less likely to get an abortion, and then we'll also ban abortion on top of that, right? To minimize the amount of abortions that happen, because when you ban abortion, abortions do go down.
Yeah, in addition to, I think, your prescription of pretty much contraceptives at gas stations, just hand them out like candy. Yeah. Put it in the water.
I say that ironically, put it in the water, but contraception being widely available, I think, is a good idea. Yeah.
So I think there is something to be said for solving for things like finances and all the things that people would miss out on if they had a kid. But there's also people who you're just with the wrong person. It may not interfere with your schooling. You just don't want to be tied to that person forever. Is there a way to
or they
solve for
recognize
that?
they're going to be a bad dad, bad father.
Mhm.
You realize you're a
Something.
libertarian. You're like, holy shit, I made a mistake.
My headset's dying. I can't hear anything.
So Lactoid, I'm assuming the situation that outlined with the artificial womb at let's say 8 weeks, you are not basically, what are your thoughts on that? Should someone be compelled, or should they pretty much undergo forced extraction, so to speak, or it's carry the baby to term?
No, I think so. I think that if you're gonna have to me, the artificial womb doesn't solve the problem in terms of any kind of, because you're not actually hitting at the real motivation of the pro-choicers, right? You're just talking about the argument they're using, and I think it's myopic to hyper fixate on that. So they're still going to be pissed off if you have the 8-week artificial womb. If we had the option to have the 8-week artificial womb, could that be a viable alternative to vaginal birth? For sure. Just like C-section is a viable alternative.
Yeah, I'm talking about viable, but how does it actually play out? Is abortion still available in your world with artificial wombs available?
So it would only be for me, for me, it's a question of, is it a person or not?
And I think you put really the cutoff at prefrontal cortex in 22,
8 to 12 weeks. 8 to 12 weeks, perhaps, around that time period, between electrical activity in the brain starting, and then you compare that with development of the frontal cortex. There's a period, and it's gray, which is, if a person's life is in danger, I think it's always fair to err on the side of caution. So I probably would just say 8 weeks. Once you pass that 8-week time period, it should just be Yeah, either you're having it vaginally, C-section, or the artificial way. One of the three, and or you're going to be found guilty of murder. So
Okay. No, I think that's a
those
bad
are the,
outcome.
those are the
Yeah,
four
fucking
options, right? But
murder.
if you
That's
catch
a-
it before that 8 weeks, then because I mean, look,
Uh,
and to be fair, in my system, right, this is one of the few things that I do think government programs should perhaps cover. Like, there would be no such thing as lack of access to contraception. It would be over the counter in every gas station.
Love to see it. Hey, Pep, I
about-
want to.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No,
I
you
was
go
just going
first.
to say, there are lots of different kinds of birth control, but some women can't use any of them for various reasons.
IUDs
I've-
at every gas station. You just gotta
Nope,
go-
IUDs. Some of those don't work for people, and like uterine
know.
perforation is like a whole thing. There are problems with every type of birth control, so just trying to erase the problem by using birth control isn't going to be. It might help, but it won't be 100% success rate. There will still be some abortions needed.
Yeah, to be clear, I don't want gas station employees inserting IUDs. That is
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with gas
Jesus,
station
what a nightmare.
employees inserting IUDs if both parties consent. I got no problem with that.
If the market finds a role for them, he has
It's
no
more
problem.
accessible. That's we're talking about accessibility,
Oh
right?
my
This is one way
God.
to do it. And then the other thing
Oh
here is
God.
the percentage. Your point is taken, but the percentage of people who wouldn't be able to access any birth control, they have a
Mhm.
latex allergy, so they can't use condoms. They have like a sheepskin allergy. They have like when you go down the list, it's like wow.
Oh
this-
yeah, I wasn't thinking about condoms.
Right.
Most people use
Polyurethane
those.
Well, yeah,
allergy.
sure.
I've
I was like,
never
we're
thinking
going
about
down the
condoms
list and like
either.
literally every
Yeah.
single way. Like this person, like we should be.
I feel
we
like
should be
condoms have
studying
like a
this person.
failure rate anyways, so I wasn't considering them as like effective as like an IUD or birth control pills.
I mean, all contraception has a failure rate. I would still
Mhm.
I would still like make it widely accessible. Like condoms would be accessible, birth control. And my argument for this is actually just spending. Like when you look at like the spending, like government, especially for like drug addicted children or et cetera, like the amount of money they go to dump into that, just like paying for the condom in advance, is just makes more sense to me. So that's just what it is.
Pep, I had two questions for you.
Mhm.
One not related to the other. But so when I went off stream of you guys, I was like considering that question of that someone brought up. If the man, the father, wants to abort and the woman doesn't, Spot brought that up, and the woman doesn't, should he be forced to do child support? And I couldn't find a good answer. I think
I feel like that's a
maybe-
tricky one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where ideally people would talk about these things beforehand and not be in that scenario and they would be on the same page about stuff, but humans are humans and
That's
exactly.
ridiculous.
That's what I was going to say. Humans are humans, so obviously that's
Having-
not going to happen.
Having difficult
Yeah.
conversations. Wild.
Yeah. I do feel like I feel like you should be able to waive your rights if you're like, hey, I had the understanding that this was not going to be a thing, and I want no part in this like being's life. I have hiccups. Sorry, I was just eating a sandwich. And maybe like the government can take over like any financial reward, like responsibilities towards like if the mom can't work because she's caring for the baby, something like that. I feel like the government should step in for that. But largely, if it's like people who. And that's the thing, it would be very difficult to figure out where people lie. And then it's in terms of like, oh, yeah, no, we knew going into this that we had agreed on an abortion. How do you prove that? Like, you can't. So it becomes very complicated to like, how?
I mean, like you could. Well,
I would write it
sex
up.
contracts, yeah, no, I'd be, yeah. Would make one night stands a little bit different, but yeah.
Lactoid is so romantic. Like,
I mean, it's one of those things
on
though,
paper,
like, I do.
Sign here.
Not the worst thing in the world, to be clear and
You
explicit on your
agreed to
terms.
not touch the
It
butt.
is a discussion that I have with anybody I have sex with, so like signing a paper wouldn't be that much of an extra step.
Yeah.
Well,
Wait,
so
wait,
I
wait,
do
no.
know a lawyer who does does require like consent contracts, basically to explain everything they're going to do beforehand. He doesn't get laid a lot. I mean, if we're just being honest, it's to just scare people away.
Well, that's
maybe we
his.
should normalize it.
Is that his intent? Of like to disincentivize people
And
from.
filter.
Well, no. So he defends.
He only wants to
sex
sleep with
offenders.
libertarians.
No. So he's like he defends sex offenders a lot, and so there's like there's a trend of like and for the same reason like I'm terrified of gas leaks because I've handled like explosion cases. Like you tend to become paranoid about like whatever the caseload you tend to get into happens to be, because it's just what you see every day. So
That's really interesting.
I mean,
Like,
it has to exist where there's some sort of app that is there where you can just like agree to things.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
Consensually.
And if there's not, I got a business idea we could.
There's a mark, yeah.
Right?
Save this.
Capitalism,
this is my
right?
idea.
It's happening right now.
This is my idea.
I don't know if the patent works over the Canadian-U.S. border. I don't know about that.
No, y'all are all taking credit for Dave Chappelle's Love Contract episode.
Yeah, yes, he definitely did that. Right, yeah,
I didn't see that.
But yeah, like, so Pep, would you say that, like, if the person is pregnant, right? So the woman is already pregnant, and if the father puts in an official request, like through the court system, hey, I don't want anything to do with this kid. I'd rather this kid, be aborted, and she does not go through with that. Do you think in that case, then child support should not be allowed, or that you can waive child support?
I think that would be ideal. I feel like it's just there's if we don't allow for that, then like baby trapping is still a thing, and that's shitty. But I do think the pitfall of that is any guy can just say that and never have to pay child support ever again, and that's something that's hard to solve for. I think in an ideal world, guys would be able to waive their any rights or any need to pay child support, but I think it would be abused by a lot, and then the government would have to take that on. Which, like, honestly, if the government paid for like all babies, that would be tight. But
yeah, what do you mean by abuse, though? Right? Like, if they don't want to pay for their like, and again, this is only during like the pregnancy phase.
If they're a dude who's like dating her own, he's like, oh yeah, like, oh my gosh, I love you so much, like we're gonna have babies together, da 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 da, and then she gets pregnant, and he's like, oh, bye. Like,
just kidding.
Wait,
yeah,
but you wouldn't levy that same criticism about like if a woman did the same thing and then got an abortion, right?
Maybe.
Because
I would think that was
her
like
mind,
ethically fucked up. I would still say she could have an abortion, but I would think it would be ethically fucked up. But I think it's a little bit different because like if you think you're like, I think for a woman when you're preparing to like have a kid and raise a child, I think that's a little bit more weight just because of like the physical repercussions of it.
Yeah, they're also carrying the baby and the
Yes,
potential health
exactly.
risk.
These don't weigh on her mind though. We talked about the study. Like 12% even care about that. The vast majority of it's like, this is going to interrupt my life, my career, my education, which is what the man is thinking. If now he's
so even if it's not, support. Yeah, that's fair. I do think that in the absence of like, let me think this through. I think that it is a concern in terms of like if she did want to have a baby, then thinking about the impact it's going to have her body is a concern at that point.
And also, like I think I'm aware of the data that you're citing, but there's a difference between, let's say, primary or you know major concern versus like a minor concern. I will grant you that all of the ones that are like that you listed are primary concerns, but there also may be secondary concerns that are not.
No. That's not. Percentage of women reporting that the specified reasons contributed to their decision to have an abortion. This is just if it contributed to their decision. Only 12%.
Okay, yeah.
Only 12% brought up physical health. Right. The vast majority of the time, what they're thinking about is like their future, their career, their life, their education, which is exactly what men are thinking about when like they are like, oh fuck, now I'm on the hook for 18 years. And child support's different because unlike any other kind of debt, you don't pay that debt. You go to jail, right? I mean, that's like that is backed up by the fucking.
My dad didn't pay any child support. He just worked under the table for the rest of his life.
So if you're caught, if you don't pay.
Well, that goes with any crime.
Yeah. This goes for any crime. This goes for any crime, right? If you're able to escape, if you're able to dodge surveillance, I guess you get away with it.
Fair, yeah.
But if you're caught,
I feel like it's
you go to jail.
There's a lot. I feel like I've known.
If you kill someone, you go to jail. But I know a guy.
Fair, very fair.
Dan, sorry about your shitty dad. That's awful.
Oh, I don't care. I never met him. Doesn't bother me. Just sucked for my mom.
I will say though, for me, like if it's past that like 8-week or whatever time period where like I'm not going to allow an abortion, I also would mandate child support at that point, right? Because
Mm.
now they're both in it, so it's at least equitable. But before that 8-week time period, but then the question is like, what if she sits on that knowledge? Like, oh god.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
like some law that like you have to, but then most people get pregnancy tests
It's
at
not
home.
clear to me. I know that like by 6 weeks, most women don't know they're pregnant, but like
Yeah.
I don't know when is like the average time women figure it out.
There's a
Would-
terrifying show called I Don't Know I Was Pregnant that like literally gave me nightmares for years. It's people
I'm
just
sure
like
you
going
watched
into labor
every
and being
episode,
like,
right?
oh yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Give me those nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
Just like
It's great. Yeah.
heading to CVS, grabbing those testing kits, is like just in case.
Yeah.
Every so often, like
You know what? I
random
have my-
spot checks.
I have my own horror story. I actually found out I was pregnant at 8 weeks because I went in for my nerve pain disorder thing, and they were like going to do a CT scan or whatever, and they were like, is there any chance you're pregnant? And I was like, no, I'm on birth control. And then they like did a blood test or whatever, and they were like, actually, so. And I was like, oh, this is a great time to find this out. This is super, super what I wanted to experience that night. So I don't know when I would have known. Maybe like I had to wait, I think 4 weeks to get a procedure, and during that time I started having morning sickness. So maybe in like 10 to 11 weeks I would have known, but up till that point I would have had no idea.
If that artificial womb existed in someone's world, you would have been forced.
Uh-huh.
What about the opposite of that? Like, what about when like they hide the kid from the dad? What for like years and years, and now the dad finds out about it? What do you think should be
Well,
done?
then
in
it's
that
already
case?
taken care of. Like I don't know.
Well, I'm
like,
saying, like,
That's
should
like-
the dad, well, no, I'm not talking about the child support issue. I'm saying should the, well,
Yeah.
I guess I am.
I mean,
to
that's
some
like
extent,
ethically fucked up. That's like
should the
stealing
dad be able
someone's
to get
kid from
full
them a little
custody
bit.
or like partial custody or something at that point?
I think you should be able to get to try for. Well, no, if they're an adult, then there's nothing there.
yeah,
But I
that's
mean,
an
if they're a kid, if they're a kid, then maybe he'd be able to like go to courts for visitation or something. I would imagine, and be like, hey, I didn't know I had this kid, but like this is my biological child. I don't know what the legality of that is, but I would imagine there would be some right there. I feel like
I have a solution, by the way.
Okay.
So if you should be able to compel somebody to get a pregnancy test within like 8 weeks.
Mm.
And then if it's
Like
if it's positive, and
Like
then
a blood test one, yeah.
well, then no, well the P test, and then if it's positive,
Those
positive,
can be, you can get false negatives on those and false positives.
I mean, but like, how common is that though?
I mean,
you
not.
can find that out pretty quickly.
It's a low number, but like
Okay, sure. Well, we do what's
But
pragmatic.
if you're basing like legal shit on it, yeah.
Yeah, well,
then-
we do what's pragmatic, right? And if
Yeah.
it's positive, then before that 8-week period, you can write away your parental rights, but you also get rid of your child support. Yeah, that's. I'm wargaming here. Okay, I'm trying to think of like ways.
Would you do that with every woman you sleep with? Like just in case, gotta hit them up. Like
8 weeks later.
Like
Just,
yeah.
hey, babe.
Well, I mean, to be a little bit frank,
I didn't call you back after anything else, right? But like now at this point, I was just like, you're not pregnant.
I think
Sheriff giving her the
ultimately.
test at the door.
Yeah, well, I get.
Maybe
it.
this would tie into like the sex contract app, like 8 weeks that'll remind you something.
There
like
you
that.
go.
Yeah, brilliant.
Innovating
Mhm.
right now.
So
It's a premium feature.
Right. So I'm like willing to allow for stuff like this in terms of like just making sure, but like at the end of the day, like I don't know, some of this for me has to do with like if it's a person, like there's a level of inconvenience that I think needs to be enforced.
Inconvenience. Lactoid. What about the thing I've been trying to ask you is like for Pep's story, right? And that's like a not uncommon experience. Where like I there's a woman that I knew and she needed to go to OBGYN, but she was nervous about it. So I like went with her, right? And they talked about like how before any procedure, they always do a pregnancy test, right? They just like always do these things because all the time women don't know that they're pregnant. They're like, oh yeah, I'm definitely not. But then like what happened to Pep, they are. So like in that situation, and it took her weeks to be able to get the procedure.
And this isn't like California with like good Planned Parenthood and everything. Like lots of, they were just the unavailable. They were all booked out.
Yeah, so like Lactoid, I had come through 8 weeks prior, and that's the result. But Lactoid, what would you?
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Did you just
A
get that,
plus.
Lactoid? But
That really
like, what would you
blunts
do?
my
Like,
answer, I guess.
how would you deal with that? Are you saying that like now Pep should have a baby? I don't know how long this ago
Yeah,
this
look,
was,
I,
but
I I hate to make this personal, but I think if you're gonna bring up a story, I think it's fair that I comment on it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I probably just wouldn't allow it after 8 weeks.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the world I want to move towards.
Same, neither.
yeah.
I was
That's
dating a
why-
dude for like a week at that point, and then never
That's-
like that
that-
would have
yeah.
been.
That's
Yeah.
why people
Mhm.
invoking the artificial womb, like, get them to walk it out how it looks like in the world. Of like, okay, this artificial
Yeah.
womb exists. How does it work? Because that has to be extracted. And I don't think people grapple
Well, I tell you
enough
what.
with that.
Lactoid, this is kind of surprising he's saying this because there is one 100% guaranteed way of
Oh no.
having contraceptive, and that was the blowjobs, which is kind of ironic because he's over
Never.
here.
What a theme
he's over
for this
here-
evening.
He's
Disgusting.
afraid of
Yeah.
him,
Yeah. So
or,
first
or,
of all,
or what's Frank to do him, or
yeah,
what's Frank to do him, I
it's
guess.
all a waste of time. But I will say when you say there's 100%, yeah, just like
Swallow.
don't
or
have
spit.
sex, right? That's ultimately the way to.
What about in cases of rape?
Actually, in cases of rape, I wouldn't put a time limit, right? So the reason
Okay,
why,
that's good.
because, so I believe that there's like you have a right to like remove trespassers up to lethal force if necessary from your property, and I see your body as
Mhm.
property. But when you invite somebody
Make the
in,
choice to
or
engage.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. So
Mhm.
the example I think of is like if I like. Let's say I'm like I pick up a baby and then I go onto my boat and then I go out in the middle of the ocean. I can't just be like, oh, I don't want you on my boat anymore, and then like toss the baby overboard, right? Because
But did
I'm
you-
the
did
one
you
that brought the
kidnap that baby?
I'm the one that brought
Yeah.
the baby on board, so that's like I was the one who did that, so I have a level of responsibility when I put somebody in danger to see them out of the danger. Somebody who was
That's fair,
raped,
but also
they didn't do
the
that.
flip side of that is like anytime I get into a car, I'm like putting myself at risk of a car accident, and I know this. But if somebody hits me while I'm driving, they'll be prosecuted, and I can get them to pay like my insurance and stuff, and I won't be blamed for that.
Well, they don't get criminally prosecuted, right? So
I mean, if
someone-
they're drunk driving, sorry, I should have added that part.
Right, because you
Yeah.
consent to a level of risk when you're driving, which we accept,
Yeah.
which is why
Mhm.
not everybody in an accident gets arrested, and not everyone in an accident even gets ticketed or necessarily has to pay, because there is
Mhm.
this level of accepted risk. But there's a level of unaccepted risk, right? So like drunk driving, I think would fall into this period of like we don't accept this behavior because it leads to
Mhm.
unconsented to risk.
So
on
then if
public
you're like
waterways.
if you're using birth control and a condom and you're like, okay, I have done the things necessary so that I don't have to consider pregnancy an accepted risk I take. Is that valid?
I mean, I've been asked that question before. That's a really good question of like how low does the risk have to be? I mean,
Mhm.
there's part of me that wants to say, look, if you're like you are accepting a level of risk if you have sex, and this level of risk is like any level of risk here, when you weigh the different interests, is going to be like, well, like you are agreeing to this risk when you consensually
Like a
engage in this
vasectomy.
behavior, right?
Yeah, I was
But
gonna
at the
say a
same time,
vasectomy or yeah.
but at the same time, like if you have no reasonable way of thinking that you actually would be able to be fertile, like, oh wow, like I have a condom on, she's on birth control, I had a vasectomy, in fact, I lost my balls, like when you like get it down, like really like where it's like, holy shit,
Yeah.
how did this pregnancy happen?
Yeah.
That's a tough case. I would probably
Yeah.
be more in favor of allowing it in situations like that. But
Okay.
like for the vast majority of unplanned pregnancy, it's going to be, unprotected sex. That's what it's going to be.
What
And
if I
for those
shrink
people,
wrap my body? It was just like my erections sticking out. Okay.
yeah, situations like that.
What is happening?
Don't share your
Uh,
fantasies, Prime.
Yeah, I know. We're learning so much about each other.
Jesus.
That is a thing, though, right? That's like they're basically shrink wrapping themselves in latex.
Oh
you know
yeah,
what I'm talking about?
anything's a
Oh
thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's the
I
internet.
saw an American Horror Story once, but
yeah. So Pep, the other thing I wanted to ask you is completely separate from this.
Mhm.
Was about that sex trafficking comment you made earlier.
Mhm.
Yeah. So And I'm curious what everyone else has to say about this as well. Um, Sex trafficking, at least as I understand it's defined, isn't always like a bad thing. Like once you're give up, once you bite the bullet that sex workers work, um, because uh,
I think under the legal definition, it might not be a bad thing, but I think if we just take if we take women at their word and don't just apply, so I work with a lot of escorts, and if you go to if you each get a hotel room together and you share a hotel room in Las Vegas together, and one or both of you does sex work in that room, you can be charged with pimping each other and trafficking each other.
fuck, what?
That's ridiculous.
That's
No,
crazy.
I know, but that's a thing. So things like that, I don't think that counts as trafficking. I think that's two people working independently. But if you talk to people who have feel like they've been trafficked, then I feel like that's always a bad thing.
Okay, so I guess we should start with what is traffic and what do you
Yeah.
like just generally. You don't have to tell me specifically. I guess what do you do to be able working?
I did admin and accounting for an escort agency for 3 years.
So you'd be
Okay.
one of those pimps, according to the government, wouldn't you?
Yes,
Yeah.
I would.
The government's coming for you now.
Uh-huh.
And her
Mhm.
pimp hand is strong, so watch your mouth, Lacto.
Hey, I'm in favor of
Mhm.
legalizing all this shit. So I
She's
mean,
got
we're
the
Yeah, me too.
we're gonna be allies on this one for sure, Prime.
Actually,
Awesome.
well, I also want to talk to you about legalization because it's really interesting you are working on because we on my show, at least in the past, we used to have quite a few sex workers come through. And we had a lot of different perspectives on this. And I really want to know yours, but staying on this one theme for now. I guess we have to describe what sex trafficking is. Lactoid, do that for us.
So in my opinion, what sex trafficking should be is like a prostitute who's working under threat of violence, like specifically violence. Like if you don't do this, I will come hurt you.
They're gonna be taxed.
What I don't think should be considered sex trafficking is simply having a boss that pays you a wage for you to go out and do your job. But to me, that's just like a job.
There's room in between those two things. So there's threat of housing, threat of security, threat of holding on to passports. It shouldn't just be physical violence. There's other types of kind of control.
Sure. Well, let me clarify. So physical violence against yourself or your property, if they are threatening to take your passport, if they're threatening to burn down your house or something, major issue for sure. I would consider that to be violence in the same effect. If they say okay, you're not going to get your wages this week unless you go out and do your job, to me that's rational. That would not be considered trafficking, in my opinion.
I think it would be trafficking if it hinged on you're not going to get your wages and you can't stay here anymore or something. If their housing was a threat in some way. I feel like I've heard there's a I wouldn't call it an agency, but it was another group run by this dude up in NorCal who was very, very known for if people weren't working the amount of hours that he wanted them to work, he would just not let them in the house.
What if the house is part of the payment? So if I have a worker who just stops doing her job, how long...
that was the arrangement he had with these girls, is that they would get room and board.
But I guess my question is how long would I have to house somebody at a loss if they just stop doing their job before it becomes sex trafficking?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, there's a lot of gray room here.
There is very much so.
I mean,
yeah,
not for me, but I like hard definitions.
Of course you do.
Black and white thinking.
Okay, so maybe sex trafficking isn't the thing that I'm looking for here. So what I was thinking about is women moved across borders, for instance, right? That's usually I hear that labeled as sex trafficking, but I'm not. Maybe I'm wrong on that, so I could be. But these women are always treated as victims. But I know, right, from talking to escorts or who would come on this channel before, or well, yeah, I guess, yeah, or to the ones I've seen in videos, yeah, because I've seen there's plenty of videos.
What kind of videos are you watching? My goodness.
The
Sorry,
regular
I'm just
videos on YouTube. They're just regular videos on YouTube.
Uh-huh.
With the
The
saran wrap
you-
and
the-
everything.
the YouTube safe
Just checking.
videos.
On
Just
YouTube.
putting out
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, but hearing their stories, right? They talk about well, yeah, I came here for the same reasons that other immigrants come here to
Yeah.
make money, and so being moved across that border, there's a lot of girls from Asia, right?
Yeah.
Some of them are being forced into work. That would be sex slavery, in my opinion, and that should always be illegal. But if you come here consensually to work, then
So a lot of those situations, it's you're sold one thing, but you get another once you get there. Once you're vulnerable and once you're able to be controlled and not get away, then they won't pay you as much, or you'll end up having to do more labor or more than what you want to. It's like a really common story for girls to be told, oh, you'll just have to give hand jobs, whatever. But then it ends up being a full service thing, and if you don't, then you don't get paid. You don't get to send money back to your family. Yeah, exactly. So even if they made the initial choice to go there, it might have been under an initial presumption that ended up being false because somebody somebody lied to them.
Which would be fraud and a whole list of things that my friend Ladford could list.
Yeah, but but if they come over here and are just oh yeah, no, this is what I want to be doing. I'm chill with everything about this, then I feel like that's not really different from normal sex work.
And if it was legal, the contracts could spell out exactly okay, I'm only going to do it if I get a contract, and here are exactly what it must state. Well, now we remove some of the misconceptions that somebody might have.
So there's there's a lot of debate over legalization versus decriminalization in the escort sphere, and I can see benefits to both sides. In places where it has been legalized, there's been a lot of what's a good word for it? Prohibitive levels of paperwork and testing and stuff like that. But I also think that testing is pretty important and good. But they've considered it to be there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through regularly.
Too much of a burden.
Yeah. Well, some of it is having to get your license and having to renew it regularly. There's a lot of stuff that is more than in any other profession. And some of it, yes, testing in sex work should be more testing than in another profession, 100%. But there's other stuff that I can't think of off the top of my head. But I think in Australia is what I'm thinking of. It's different if you're independent or working at an agency. There's 10 times more work you have to do. So if you're more inclined to be, if it's more work to go independent, then people get kind of funneled into agencies, which are more kind of predatory towards girls. You don't make as much money. People can take advantage of you more. So there are pitfalls of legalization, but there are also pitfalls of just decriminalization. I feel like having things legalized so that there's systems in place so we can when Backpage went down. Backpage used to work with cops and people would report and be like, hey, I'm pretty sure this is a minor being trafficked, and they'd be like, okay, we'll go look for that. But then Backpage went down, and then all that went underground. You don't have those resources anymore, so people are still being trafficked. You just don't have that access and that team that's willing to work with you. And I think with legalization and stuff like that, having those resources and having that accountability would be huge.
So I wanted to talk to you about this. Sesta Foster, fuck that for
yeah.
Situation. And Lecter, do you remember Sesta Foster?
No, I know nothing about this.
It was a pair of bills that got pushed.
Thing, yeah.
And even Bernie Sanders voted for it, and he said he's sorry for doing that because it was a bad idea. But anyway, it was pushed for anti-trafficking, and I forget what Foster did. I think Sesta's anti-trafficking, and then Foster something else. But you can look them up. And they were passed almost simultaneously, and they end up shutting Backpage down and all that,
and some other sites. But now they're sites have come back, so it didn't do anything that it was meant to do. It just harmed people in the interim.
It's bad.
Bernie Sanders a bad bill? No, there's no way.
Never. It was the one time, buddy. It was one time.
Everyone makes mistakes.
It was probably his one bill. When you look at his fucking attendance record, he showed up, did this one terrible thing, and then he went back to his third house.
That one. I will fight you later, but I don't want to get away from this point. Pep, the fight between legalization and decriminalization is where I wanted to go as well. So I've heard the thing that you've talked about in terms of legalization. That was the big thing that once you legalize it, like you'll end up putting barriers to become an official sex worker.
Yeah,
if
and
you
since this
follow-
is something that only super vulnerable people do, the more barriers there are, the more vulnerable people get lost and don't have access to that as an option anymore.
well,
yeah.
not only super vulnerable people, but a lot
Yeah.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want that. I want to put barriers up. So that's why I'm more in favor of decriminalization.
Mhm.
But also, like, I saw a video.
Hey
sex worker was
guys, I
like,
gotta go. Y'all have fun. This has been awesome.
have a good one.
Thanks for having
Thanks
me.
for
Yeah.
thinking
Thanks,
about
buddy.
it.
I really enjoyed the talk.
See
We'll
ya.
see
Take
you
care.
next week.
Your
man.
cats are adorable.
Oh, thank you. I hope I can. Yeah, come in the future. I love it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Be well.
Just to be clear,
Bye.
Prime, you can legalize and not have all these licensing and regulations and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But there's I feel like in our kind of like puritanical country, do you think that that would happen?
I do. I think having it legal with licensing would be like an improvement to where we're at now.
Yeah.
But I think it's possible. I think all things are possible through faith in our Lord and Savior Ayn Rand. With enough time, we will be able to save the planet.
How does
Wonderful.
my just
Hold on. Can I just want to
yeah,
finish my
go for
point. Another thing that I saw a video and this escort was saying is that, well, if you legalize it, then the amount of money that I can make plummets, because then you get a lot of women going into the
You have to pay,
market.
like,
So
Yeah.
supply goes up.
Taxes.
I was gonna say,
Apparently-
yeah, taxes and licensing fees. But the thing is, a lot of girls I know
no, that's
go
not what
through
I'm
the
saying.
trouble. Okay, but I want to touch on this. A lot of people think like, oh, escorts are just making like money hand over fist, and none of them pay their taxes. I know so many girls who go through so much fucking trouble to launder their money to pay their taxes because they've like been kept alive by social support programs and they want to pay into taxes. So like making it easier to pay taxes, I know plenty of women who would be happily on board with that.
Yeah, so I've heard of that as well. That they go to special like underground like tax the preparers who help them
Mhm.
out with that, so that they can just get their money. They just want to have something there for all kinds of reasons, not just because they want to pay into the system, but for like a whole list of reasons they do that.
Mhm.
But beyond that, what I was actually meant was that because supply goes up, the price lowers. So that
Yeah.
the
I've heard that
services
too. Yeah.
in the States are more expensive than what you'll find like in the UK or something.
Or in
because it's
Australia,
legal.
yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that like girls come from those countries to work here
hmm
because it's illegal and because you
Mhm.
can command a higher price.
Yeah, I
So-
imagine the same thing that would happen with escorting as like the OnlyFans kind of influx, making it harder for anybody to make money on OnlyFans. Essentially, I imagine the same sort of thing would happen with sex work.
Yeah.
Prime, would you say immigration like lowers the wages of working people here under the same supply and demand logic?
Oh, yeah, so with this person I saw in this video, like I disagree with their logic that that's the reason why we shouldn't legalize, right,
Sure.
or decriminalize.
Mhm.
So like yes, it can lower the wages. However, I would counterbalance that in a number of ways, starting with like for instance unions that would help
Yes.
stabilize wages. Yeah, and unions for sex workers.
Well,
Um,
that's not going to work though, because how do you get a union of sex workers for a job that anybody has the assets to immediately open up their own small business? It just doesn't
so
work.
First, you can do unions for in agencies, right? Like just like any other workplace, you can organize your that. So like for a group of individuals, sure. Just like we have sex
There could
workers
be
who
like
have
local chapters and
organized
stuff, right?
strip clubs.
Well,
Sorry.
what I mean by this is like even strip clubs, like I could see a union there because there's like a physical club location that's licensed and regulated by the city, and so we have like a monopoly kind of set up where
Just like an agency.
right. But if it's legalized in the way I'm thinking Pep is talking about and how I would prefer it to be legalized, like any individual person would have the freedom to do this, and so it's not
Yeah.
like they have to go and work for any specific person. So anybody like what I don't see how
So I
a union
feel
would
like
work with this.
It's
I don't know too much about unions, but I know I unionized a warehouse that I worked at, and I went to like the local union there, and like they walked me through stuff, and we would be like part of them essentially, and so maybe just independent workers could be like part of like those larger groups and organizations, I guess.
What if you refuse to join those larger organizations? What would they issue
Then
the
I guess you
licensing?
wouldn't. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't like that idea. I think it should be my
Because this is the
initial
bar
reaction is I don't like
association.
that idea.
Right,
Yeah.
because this is the bar
But I
association for
yeah,
lawyers. It's complete bullshit.
because I do
okay?
think that is limiting for that would be a huge barrier to entry.
And they charge us fees up the ass. It's
And it would
Yeah,
be
yeah,
like
exactly.
and it'd be
So
like the Doctors Association that would like limit the amount of doctors that could go through
yeah.
to keep the price up.
Oof.
But Pep, go ahead.
Yeah.
Lawyers are artificially
I
limited for that
think
reason.
I think there would be something great about having a union because there are like shared blacklists and things like that, but it's like nothing the consistency of those and having to know enough people to know the different blacklists and have access to them and talk to people and compare, like when you're screening, I had to do so much screening for people and it's annoying and a pain in the ass. And if there was like a consolidated way to do that through unions, like that would be like an amazing. There's like lots of simple benefits that I can think would be hugely useful to sex workers who that would make like I worked with like ADD sex workers and doing the admin and screening was like extremely difficult for them to do, but like they could do the work no problem. But having unions take care of some of the stuff like that could be like a hugely valuable thing and would remove some of the barriers of entry for other people. So I don't know. It's a mixed bag for sure.
If you had it so prostitution was only allowed in brothels, a union like
I don't like
unions,
that.
right? But if you had like that's the only situation I could think of in which unions would have like some kind of measurable effect, right? Because now you have like tangible real estate in which the labor is tied to. But if anybody can just like, oh, like I'll do this for $200, right? Like whether they're unionized or non-unionized, like the whole point of a union is to like band together to create like a little
You're
monopoly on your labor.
misunderstanding some things though.
Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
so okay. For the unionization, I think that I think there's different tactics for different situations. So I think you're right about these individuals able to just come into the market and do whatever, right? And I wouldn't say that they have to be forced to join a union, right? That's a problem that I don't want. I don't want barriers
Yeah.
to be able to access this work if they need this work. So I don't want that. I think within the context of an agency or of a brothel, then that would work for having a union. That would be useful there. But it's I think you're also understanding like the customer base, right? So it seems like people will pay like it's not that all customers are looking for like the cheapest price because they're also looking for like perceived quality. So like simply like offering yourself at $200 doesn't necessarily mean you take all the business. It's just may mean that like you're just offering worse services. And of course, offering yourself at higher prices doesn't mean you're offering better services either. That's the whole thing, right? But people operate like customers operate at different price points. And so they won't go below a price point and they won't go above a price point. So that there's different segments of the market. So just like the fact that anyone can like yes, open their legs or whatever the fuck, right, and start a business. That doesn't mean that they can undercut everyone.
No, that's
Yeah.
not what I'm saying. Well, it does mean somebody can get undercut other people. Look,
Not
a
as in
union
everyone.
a union is tasked with negotiating with the employer. A company negotiates with the customer, right? So what you're basically saying is, like a group of prostitutes who like form like a quote unquote union where they're all going to operate on the same rate under some brand name. This is just a company, right? They have just formed a company and this is the rates they charge, like a law firm almost, right? A law firm is a company in which a bunch of lawyers get together and they say, okay, here are the rates for lawyers and this is what we're going to charge, right? This is not a union. This is just a company. A union would be like, here we have the brothel who negotiates with the customer. They charge this rate. And the workers, the sex workers at the brothel, they don't feel like they're getting paid enough of the profit. And so they say, we're going to strike, we're going to walk out, and you're not going to have any business unless you raise our pay, right? That would be a union. But this, what you're talking about, this in
Yeah.
this situation with just like a bunch of people forming like a conglomerate, that's
Like a
literally
collective or something.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
just like a
you're right.
worker, like it could be a worker co-op, it could be like
Yeah,
just a
yeah.
company, like it's not going to be a
Sure.
union though.
Well, that's fine. Well, that's fine if it's not a union. Like I said, there's different solutions for different segments of the business, right?
And I'm fine with that. Like people want to form
Yeah.
companies. That's great. You could have a giant corporate conglomerate, right?
You love that part. Giant
Well, no,
corporate
no, hold on.
conglomerate.
To be
Why
fair,
not?
to be fair, I don't like the existence of sex work. I just acknowledge that this is quite literally like the base level bodily autonomy question. I think you have to like reason with yourself, which is like, if you want to control who does this, like you are truly a tyrant. But
Now I'm
Oh, wait.
curious, why don't you like sex work? Sorry, go ahead. Actually, Corey,
And
you do.
I was
feel
gonna
like-
say, sort of a joke of like, well, how of the sex workers that you know, if any, who invokes bodily autonomy for doing sex work? Oh, I'm just doing this for bodily autonomy purposes. I think the answer is pretty much like
probably
zero.
none. But for my justification for legalizing it would be
Yeah.
very strongly in favor. Like,
yeah, it's the principle that matters.
yeah, it's a very strong principle of like.
I think that
you can pay people money for free, you can have sex with people for free, but if the two are mixed, then all of a sudden, like the government gets involved. Like, who really owns my body? Is it me or the government? That's the question you have to be asking yourself. Same question with drugs, by the way.
yeah, I think that extends to abortion as well. That's the principle.
But you got this other person now in play. And anyway, before we
person.
well, that's the dispute,
Yeah.
right? Obviously. But when it comes to the why do I think sex work is bad? I think it's bad for the same way that I think, like, again, why I want drugs and gambling to be legalized. I think they're bad in that they have demonstrably bad effects. In the sense of emotional well-being, in the sense of like physical well-being, STDs, in terms of even for the Johns themselves. I was able to find one study that like people who purchase sex services like report worse mental health after doing so, and like and also report chronically worse mental health going forward. So like it just seems to hurt everybody.
So I have a lot to say about that. I feel like there are not enough studies going in that differentiate between like somebody seeing like a survival sex worker who uses no protection and they're just having like kind of like a scummy like handy in their car and then leaving versus like a high-end escort who like tests regularly, who only sees one client a week, who has the girlfriend experience and you spend 4 hours with them and you develop an emotional connection over time. Like the girls I know, like a lot of the clients they've had have like really great like kind of success stories. Like there's multiple dudes who have like kind of rediscovered themselves after abusive relationships, or like a guy's wife died and now he's like married, like all this stuff where they just like needed human connection. And I feel like sex workers are probably like a good, so I have two divergent thoughts here. I think in-person sex work is much healthier than OnlyFans, or just like, because with OnlyFans you're encouraged to foster that like parasocial connection for more money, whereas in-person sex work you're very much encouraged to you can form a connection, but it has boundaries because you don't want that to go too far. It's like it's idiocy to do so. So I think that it's a safer set of more realistic parameters of like, this is the actual engagement we're having. I'm not pretending to like love you to death or that this is going to be something magical that goes beyond this. This is what it is, but I'm here for you in this moment kind of thing. And I think that can be useful in healing for certain people in certain circumstances. Where was my other divergent thought? Fuck. Oh, I think that for men, I feel like, especially older men, therapy doesn't really work that well. They don't feel themselves connecting with a therapist. The only like way they've been allowed to feel like emotional vulnerability is like intimacy with a partner, essentially. And so this is sometimes I think more effective than therapy because some men can open up in these circumstances where they wouldn't otherwise.
Oh, I love Corey's face there. But Pep, I really want to explore this. This is amazing. But Corey and Lactoid.
Well, go ahead, Lactoid.
Well, yeah. So, I guess two things. I can't say in every situation that sex work is always going to be bad. There could be like very like niche situations in which it's actually beneficial. But when I
would say almost all the girls I know, it's been beneficial for them, save one. And I know about over 80 sex workers.
They might say that, and I think that you could also.
Well, I've also done their accounting for them.
Hold on, I'm talking specifically about the Johns,
Yeah.
right? So I think you could also probably get most casino workers who don't say how at least the full effect it has on the people who come in and like press the button over and over again.
Beneficial for the drug dealers.
Well, so like I said, at least the studies that I've seen, and I'm always this is an empirical opinion I have, which is like like I said, I don't have like a principled issue against like sex work. So if I'm empirically wrong, I'll just change my opinion. But based on the studies I've seen, like it doesn't seem like sex work is beneficial for like for most people who engage in it in terms of providing it. And then for people who are receiving it, the evidence is a little bit less clear. I was able to find one study that showed it had negative mental health effects. Obviously, there's also the risk of STDs that's always underlying any of these transactions that I think is a negative. And of course, loss of money, at least in terms of the John. And loss of money, I think, is important actually, because we talk about like survival sex and we talk about like earning money from the women. But what we're not thinking about is where that money's coming from. And especially when you bring up like the girlfriend experience, where
Yeah.
you might like some people might see this as a good thing of like, oh, like helping somebody come into touch with their emotions. But on the other hand, there's something somewhat like nefarious about it, I think, of like you found somebody who's emotionally vulnerable, and now you're going to like pretend to love them. You're going to manipulate them into giving me their money, right? I'm going to twist them like by really tapping into like the foundations of their emotional pain. And I'm going to make them feel loved. I'm going to love bomb them. I'm going to make them feel a certain way and then extort, like use this to extort money out of them. This is the same tactic used for like, again, like gambling, drug pushers, etc.
I've known some women like that for sure, but I would say like the vast majority I know are more inclined to cut people off if they think that they're behaving in unhealthy ways in terms of spending. I've like specifically talked to like a number, I can't even think of a number, probably like I've fired over 10 clients at least for girls because they didn't think it was financially healthy for them to continue. Or
so I would
probably more if it was physically healthy.
So-
I fired more for that, for emotional ones.
Sure, there may be, and there may like with every industry, especially shady
Mhm.
industries, there's some people who behave very rational or very more caring than others, right? So like I
Mhm.
know drug dealers where if they thought their client was like getting addicted, they would like pull back and like actually like I'm
Yeah.
going to cut you off. But I know a lot of dealers who they thrived off that because one of the ways
Yeah.
you get people coming back to you is to get them hooked, right? And sex work, just like gambling and drugs, is aimed at the limbic system, trying to trigger the limbic system in a way to get them to keep coming back and spending more money.
I do feel like maybe I have my specific view because I'm lucky enough to have worked with like a lot of high-end people who have like the luxury to provide in a way that's safer and things like that. So overall, their experiences have been more positive than survival sex workers. However, I
Sure.
volunteered with survival sex worker support agencies and stuff like that, doing like testing and things like that. And so I feel like I've had some insight into both lifestyles, but not a lot in between those two poles. But I do feel like we should be working towards, if sex work is decriminalized or legalized, I feel like we should be working towards making it so that everybody can have that kind of like nice high-end positive experience and not have the shitty low-end one.
Hold on. If that's a goal I can get behind in the sense of, yes,
Yeah.
we should legalize it and try to make the industry as transparent and ethical as possible. Same thing with gambling, same thing with drugs, right? Like
Mhm.
my ideal would be drugs would be legalized and nobody would ever like be under the misconception of what they're taking. Like, no, it says fentanyl right there
You'd be
on the
able to
bottle.
see what's in it.
You'll
Yeah,
be able
yeah,
to
yeah.
see you'll be able to actually see what you're getting. And so
Yeah.
like that's a reasonable expectation. I think it's reasonable for casinos to tell you the odds and to explain like how things work to you. I think that's reasonable. And I think it's also reasonable that sex workers like should have to explain to somebody, no, you're I don't actually love you. You're a client. A
Mhm.
friend of mine
As
got.
women do that to me on a regular basis.
Well,
Like,
I know plenty of them that
And you're not even
That,
paying.
There's a
that,
do.
that's good,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
and we said OnlyFans was terrible. I agree, and I
Mhm.
especially agree. A friend of mine, for
I don't
science
necessarily
reasons,
want to say it's like completely 100% terrible. I just think it's significantly worse in terms of emotional health, for both participants.
Sure, I'll take up the standard. I think it's bad, but I think
Okay.
all of it's generally bad empirically at this point. But OnlyFans
Mhm.
especially, a friend of mine, anecdotal, he of the top 10 like I've never been on OnlyFans. I'll be honest. The top 10 people on there,
I believe that.
the sex workers. I'm not going to pay for something you can get for free. I'm sorry. Anyway, so you have the top 10, right?
So
And
you're just going to take their labor for nothing?
they're putting it out there voluntarily.
Slavery.
They're putting it out there voluntarily.
Slavery.
They're putting it out there voluntarily. Anyway, so the top 10, he subscribed to the top 10, and
Mhm.
you subscribe past a certain point, and they'll chat with you. And
Mhm.
each of the messages that he got from these 10 accounts were all the same, like canned, sort of like fucking written message.
Yeah.
And this shit's in some fucking call center, like somewhere
Yeah.
overseas, right? That's
Or it's
fraud.
gonna be ChatGPT and stuff like that from now on.
generated
Yeah.
at this
That's
point.
fraud.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
we should be raiding these fucking call centers, like, and arresting people, because what they're doing is they're targeting, and I think somewhat disproportionately the sex industry does this as a whole. They target people who are maybe like more emotionally vulnerable, or maybe like mentally disabled, like difficulty understanding social context, difficulty understanding, well, this is not a real person that I'm talking to, et
Mm.
cetera, where it's like really fucking like you are defrauding the fuck out of these people.
Yeah,
This is a
that's
problem.
suboptimal. Yeah, I don't love that for sure.
Pep,
Yeah.
just a quick thing, and I want to hear what Corey had to say because Corey was gearing up for a fight. But like, are you public about your experiences, you know, with the administration of sex work or not? Like, or you keep that
Somewhat.
under-
I kind of try to feel out whatever crowd I'm in to see whether I think that people would balk at the idea or not.
the
But
only
yeah.
reason I'm asking is because like, so when this subject comes up, like
Mhm.
I try to cite people, you know.
Mhm.
So I was like wondering like if I could say like, oh, I know this
Yeah.
woman who comes on the program, Art by Pep, and these are her experiences that she's related to me. Can I say that?
Yeah, sure. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Corey, you're going to say something?
I mean, this is like a tangent when she brought up like
Therapy.
and like
Ah.
using it as a source of therapy,
Yeah.
and like some sort of emotional rehabilitation, which like I would agree with the sentiment that men largely struggle with, you know, whatever conventional psychological therapy. But I don't think the answer, like, I think that I don't know that the answer is like reinforcing sort of overall unhealthy behavior, where, you know, pretty much I would agree with you that, let's say, a lot of men are emotionally stunted, and like their only way of being emotionally vulnerable is like with a partner, and that therefore the partner just has to do a lot of emotional labor. But that's not a testament to like reinforcing that. That's
Yeah.
I would say that's
I can agree
largely
with that.
unhealthy behavior, and that they should do
I think
other
that
things.
Yeah, I think that I was using that as an anecdote to support like it being a helpful, healthy thing for older men because in particular, I think older men who are from like previous generations where gender rules were much, much more kind of like rigid and they're less likely to change and shift in their ways at this point in their life. But I do agree that for younger men, I think that would not be the move. But I think for older men who like they're kind of set in their ways, like I don't know, I'm talking like
I don't know.
70 to 85-year-old dudes. Like
Yeah, I'm not looking to
yeah.
I'm not generally looking to rehabilitate 70 to 80-year-old men. Although I
Yeah.
don't know I don't know how much they engage with sex work, but I'm gonna plead ignorance but I imagine that there's probably
Yeah.
I'm probably
fair
way
amount.
underestimating that. But like,
Viagra, I guess, is the only way.
Yeah.
But for Pep, so like the stories that I've heard,
Yeah.
is that there are a lot of people who, customers who go to sex workers who don't engage in sex, especially when you're talking about the high-end individuals. That
Absolutely, yeah.
they just like chill there. They just talk about their lives.
I've booked board game nights for people.
Board game nights.
Yeah,
I've heard.
mhm.
I heard from. I told this story a while ago, but I heard about this one situation where this dude would pay, right? He would come like to some like agency, like regularly. He would come and he would just like play the guitar for like hours.
Aw.
He would just go there. Yeah, I know. Like, why don't you go to open mic night? Like, just do that.
It's
I get
free.
it. Well, actually, I get it.
Yeah.
Karaoke, even
But-
they'd let you up there with the guitar.
But this is what this guy would do. Like,
We had a client, there was a guy called Jazzman, that was his nickname, because he would bring his own stereo in with his like own speakers and he would play jazz that he'd written and like talk about it the whole entire time and be like, what do you think of this? Like, this part I did this about, like da 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 da, and like explain all the different bits of the song, and it was like kind of painful. Like a couple girls ended up being like, I can't listen to this anymore. I can't do this.
Well, I mean-
you have to switch to another girl.
It was
Yeah.
worse than the sex work.
Yeah.
sex work, like if it's
Literally.
only
Jazz is so bad.
you're just paying for an audience or just a set
Yeah.
of ears at that point.
Mhm.
But
Well,
I'm
like,
curious.
I
You're fucked
understood
or you
because
can
if
hit.
you're no, these are women who are like you can usually like take up a lot of time in the session just like focusing on the other person, but when you're sitting there just being observed as an audience and you have to like be like, oh, I love this is amazing the whole time, that's an entirely different kind of performance. That's like takes an entirely different amount of energy that like may not be their jam to do. You
Yeah,
know?
no, I'll totally take. Yeah,
Yeah.
putting on a front to pretend that you like something.
Yeah.
Like I
like
don't know
the
how.
penis. No,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Or their jazzy penis. But so Lactoid, how do you feel about sex works for individuals with, let's say, disabilities, where that appears to be a thing of like people with severe disabilities, they engage with sex work because like that's very often their only option. or one of their only options.
I mean, if it's like a mental thing, it would depend, right? Because it could get to the point where if they're disabled
Consent
enough,
is an
it's just
issue.
non-consensual. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about largely physical disabilities,
disability,
and they
okay.
just largely have issues finding a partner
Yeah,
because
I-
not
I am-
everyone
There were a
in a
lot of
wheelchair.
those in our agency
Yeah,
too. Yeah.
so like physical disability, like I would have to see the research on well, I'm in favor of legalizing it across the board anyway, but like in order for me to be look at it distastefully or not, I suppose, I would need to see research on like whether or not this actually benefits the people with physical disabilities. I could see people with like physical disabilities to the point where they are not going to get they're not going to get a girlfriend or wife, or they're going to struggle tremendously with situations like that, where this is like not just like going to be a distraction. This is their only outlet.
Mhm.
I could probably I'd be more empathetic to that for sure. And if the studies show that it's actually like overall more beneficial, then I would just see it as like totally fine. But if the studies came out like actually it's still like not the best for them, then I would be like, well, you probably still shouldn't do it, but I'm not going to stop you. I've also thought about it for like burn victims, especially, or
Yeah.
people with facial disfigurement, particularly.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
like a tremendous amount of social cost that comes with that. That's
Mm-hmm.
pretty terrifying. Like when you measure people's mental health, like before a burn event or after a burn event, it is staggering. Like I don't know the exact numbers off my head, but like it is. They go from like sometimes like the happiest people into like the most depressed people just because of how society reacts to them. Because it's frightening sometimes to see somebody with a disfigurement, and they recognize that, and they don't want to be scary, right? They just want to be accepted. So I mean, I can see situations like that. Yeah.
What about people who are not as disfigured as that, but they think they are, and they have this perception of themselves, and so they have like zero confidence in their capabilities of engaging with humans and perceive that level of kind of animosity from society?
Basically, incels.
Yeah.
Incel mentality, anyway.
Yeah. Maybe incels without like the violent like toxicity,
Yeah,
more
yeah.
self-directed.
They're
Sure.
5'8" or 5'11", but in their mind they're short.
Yeah,
they
they're
look
like
at you
5'2".
short.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Yeah.
if it's self-directed, I'm not even sure I would I mean, I guess technically by definition they'd be incels, but I see incels as like it's
A particular kind of movement.
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. Which is I think I very much oppose. It's antithetical to libertarianism. But for like your typical like anybody with like a body dysphoria or body dysmorphia or like a belief that's incorrect about themselves, I would just have to see the information. Does this actually help this problem? If it does, then it could even be treatment. It could even be prescribed.
Yeah,
treatment.
I can directly say that there were like clients. There have been multiple clients that girls have seen who have been in abusive relationships. There's one guy in particular who, after like a year of going to the agency, he had like a birthday party for himself where he booked like one person every hour for like 6 hours of the day, and then had them all together at the end of the day for a pizza party. And he was like, "I'm graduating from here because I have a girlfriend now," and all this stuff.
Did his
And like when
girlfriend
he
know?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank God.
And so when he first started coming in, he was just like, he would barely talk to anybody. He was extremely insecure. His wife had told him like nobody else would ever love him, or his ex-wife, sorry. Nobody would ever love him. She's the only one that would tolerate him. He's terrible in bed. Us is like awful at everything. Da 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 da. So his self-confidence was just like nowhere where it needed to be. It was like way, way, way lower than it had than for who he was as a person, you know? And so yeah, after like that long of seeing somebody that he's like married, they have a kid now, like it worked out well for him. And I've known like a couple ones that weren't quite as dramatic a story as that, but it was a similar kind of trend of, hey, I'm coming here and I'm like super kind of guarded and closed off, and then eventually I'm like, oh wait, actually I am like a worthwhile person kind of thing. And it's really, so I do think it can be really, really beneficial in that way for a lot of people in that scenario.
Yeah, and if that is the case where it's like they're evaluated and they're like, this is just what you need, then sure, I'm fine with that.
I think it's really hard I think it's really hard to do studies on these because you have to ask people whether they're doing illegal things and have them answer honestly on both sides.
That's a very
so
fair
getting
criticism.
accurate. Yeah. What were you gonna say, Prime?
I was gonna. I'm sorry. I was gonna meme a little bit. Well, this is the opposite, right? So like you're actually
where they get
not
worse.
worthwhile. You're terrible in bed. But like I have.
Well, I mean, usually
You
people
keep getting
pay more to
gassed
be
up and you're
to
like,
a
yeah.
fetish. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
like small penis simulation fetish. That people would charge extra for that.
Well, no. It's just that, like,
I know, like that's the
Yeah,
unfortunate
that
side
can't
effect,
be
not the
healthy.
intent. No,
Yeah,
I
but-
don't know about that.
yeah.
Apparently, it's a whole genre, but yeah,
No. Well,
I feel like with anybody, with any kind of thing like this, there are going to be providers who are not as deft at engaging with another person. I've known a few of them who I just like don't know why they're in this career at all, and it boggles me that people see them. But I don't know many people who are actively like malicious and would like make somebody feel lesser. I think the risk of that primarily would come from people not being able to manage their boundaries with a client, and then when they do have to set those boundaries and are like, no, we're not getting married, because clients will try to white knight people away from this industry quite a lot, and it's important to have those parameters and boundaries in place. And so then when you like what?
That's a lactoid move. Sorry, go
Oh,
ahead.
wow.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. But no, like that, I think a lot of times clients feel rejected when a girl hasn't set those proper boundaries ahead of time, and then has to be like, I have to break the fuck out of your fantasy right now because this is not a thing.
But no, that's you
Yeah.
took it the wrong way. So what I meant was is that, like, to keep a client, right? This
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
say,
you mean to
like,
make them feel like they have to keep coming to you because they're trash kind of thing?
No.
Okay.
That, like, a person who is honestly not good in bed, right? Just
Oh,
like
yeah.
no skills there, but like
They're getting false
the
feedback.
sex worker
Probably.
has no incentive to say that, right?
Oh,
No incentive
okay.
to like improve. Like, hey, maybe if you did
Well,
something like
yeah.
this, it'd be right.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably the
They
standard
built on
experience
like false
because
confidence. They're getting like false
yeah,
reinforcement saying, "Oh, yeah,
no,
you're
yeah,
great,"
that's
and then they go find a girlfriend.
1000%.
You're still bad. Isn't that also like a worse outcome potentially?
I do guarantee that's 1000% a thing because I think for the most part, a lot of clients do just want validation, and so if that's what you're there for, that's what you provide.
Yeah, it's like
So I think there is a risk for that. For
yeah,
sure.
your
Absolutely.
story sounds great on paper, and if that was like the vast majority of cases, but I have a
Mhm.
genuine let's say concern of like you're
I
I have a
will
hard time
say,
believing that paying someone over the long term to validate you is really going to lead to the healthiest of self esteem over the long term.
I will say that I think in that industry there's a lot, especially when you get to the GFE level. I that's what I'm talking about in particular. There's a lot of men who are extremely interested in like actually giving pleasure to the person they're with, and sometimes they're like a lost cause, and so girls will just be like, whatever, okay, this isn't gonna be a thing. But a lot of time people will take the time to like I'm sorry you're laughing, but like sometimes listen, the stories I've heard
I want to hear more
they
of
would
these
not
stories.
be
Fucking
they would not be
fascinating.
Twitch appropriate. I think I don't know what you can say on Twitch,
Are you anyone
but
switching or streaming?
I'm streaming.
I'm not.
Oh, okay.
So I
Good
mean,
to
is
know.
anything? I don't think anything's been said so far that's like particularly.
yeah, but I think if I got into like graphic descriptions of the things that I'd
Potentially.
heard about,
Incriminating.
yeah, that would be
We'll talk
probably
about that later after hours. Sub to lactoid.
yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Wait, what was I talking about? But yeah, I think that oh yeah, besides the people who are kind of like resistant to any feedback or not very clearly not interested in it, or just kind of like there has been feedback but they're just abjectly terrible, I think a lot of the time there are a lot of men who do really actively seek out feedback. A lot of men aren't just looking for like a lot of men are. I don't want to completely discount like the trope of like skeezy old man looking for like a hot little like college age girl who can come immediately kind of trend, because that is what some men want, but that is not as high a percentage, not anywhere near as high a percentage as I thought it was before I knew more about this industry. It is like a much skeezy guys are a much smaller portion
Sure.
than you would expect.
But given the fact that, let's say, you probably have the intention of basically it should be more rehabilitative and a more positive experience. So do you think at some point, if it gets legalized, should there be some sort of like curriculum or training of like, hey, this is how
I
you
absolutely
actually...
think, I mean, there are sex therapists. I know a girl who started her own practice. I know two people who've started their own therapy practices, and
Hooker
a
University.
couple lawyers too. No, I mean not
And then
necessarily
it's
through
Andrew
university,
Tate
but
University.
we already have stuff for sex therapists. I
Wait,
feel like
we already
it would
have
be
Hooker
very easy to
University.
leave
It's called
something.
law school, right? We already fucking same thing.
Oh my god. But yeah, no, I think that there would be a very easy way to like fold that into it and make a more structured way so that people would have the tools to actually more consistently be rehabilitative.
Yeah, so then wouldn't it be a licensing thing then? Like you would not need
Yeah.
to be licensed. Okay.
Yeah, I could see that.
And in terms like there are like resources if you like look online, like sex workers
Yeah.
have like online resources to like, hey, here's how you handle these situations. And,
Yeah.
you know.
And with the licensing like that, I like you can command higher rates, things like that. So it'd be valuable for them as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a theory of removing all licensing generally and just replacing it with like certificates of completion of certain education, so you don't actually have to go.
There's a
to, like,
joke there. I'm sorry.
Nice. You don't have to go to like there's no licensed lawyers. There's just like did you go to law school and like pass an exam or whatever, and like if you did, you get like a certificate that you can use to advertise like, hey, I'm actually one of the good ones. But even if you don't have that, you should still, in my opinion, be able to practice law, even though that would actually hurt my payment, I guess my command to make more money, because the fact that I have a license and other people don't gives me more earning power just by virtue of that. Even people without a license who might know more about a specific area of law than I do.
Yeah, and wouldn't it potentially reflect poorly? I can sort of even get on board with this because it would reflect poorly on you if someone with no license or piece of paper outperformed you.
Kicks my ass, in court, absolutely. It'd be embarrassing.
Oh shit!
Well,
and then we have way more access to lawyers. We got way more access to doctors. We got way more access to everything, right? Because like if you can't afford, I'm even saying
way more
for
access
doctors.
to doctors.
I'm even saying for doctors.
I don't.
Oh my god!
That gas station IUD. I wasn't kidding about that. Okay, that would be.
There's a difficult conversation to have because like there's a part of me that is sort of on board, like based off of my experience of personal training. Of like there are personal trainers, they have a piece of paper, but that piece of paper is like absolutely worthless, and that is a large like unregulated industry.
Like a nutritionist, like come on,
coaches or whatever. Yeah, things like that.
Yeah, exactly. Good. It's not that hard.
And it's like, yeah, sure, they got their sort of.
I know a dietitian, and she would get like really pissed off.
Oh, I know.
There's a dietitian and nutritionist, and they're really fucking picky about
that. Dietitian is a regulated
picky
term.
About their little cult. I know. It's all right.
Yeah. But yeah, a piece of paper, and even from someone who is pretty high in the academic hierarchy, like the PhD doesn't really sometimes stand for anything, or like it just shows that like they're able to like jump through hoops.
Well, it's kind of like what do you call the person who graduated at the bottom of their class from like medical school? A doctor.
Yeah, it's still a doctor.
Yeah.
And then what sometimes happens is like you'll have a prisoner who basically spends 20 years like obsessively researching the law about like because they think it's bullshit why they got stopped with 18 kilos of heroin or something, and it turns out like they have essentially become experts at this particular field of law without a doubt, and like they can't get a license because drug trafficking on their record. Good luck, right? I've been under so many fucking background checks, I can't believe it. So there's no way they would pass, but like for a lot of people, they could provide like pretty good representation on like some basic shit. And if they wanted to do that as a job, I mean, who am I to stop them, right?
There would have to be. So I know more than most doctors I've had about my particular disorder over the past like 5 years. However, I follow a lot of medical subreddits for fun, and there's one called Medizzy, and there's like little questions like quizzing you on like, oh, what would you do if like a patient has like these values and and I answer them just for fun. I don't know shit about most of that. So even though I have like a certain segment of like really specialized knowledge that may be more than a lot of doctors have, I am missing a lot of core knowledge that would make it very dangerous for me to be in that position and like try to do that for somebody.
Gamble.
If people consent to that though, right? Like,
oh my god, I feel like people would feel. I've been there. Like I had like a Healthy San Francisco or whatever. It's like this low income plan, and there was a reason that my disorder didn't get diagnosed for 7 years. It was because I kept getting shuffled around and it sucked. And it wasn't until I got like good paid health insurance that I actually got a concrete diagnosis. And so I think I like viscerally at some level reject the idea of being like, well, poor people will like just suck it up and like roll those dice. Cause like I've been there and that sucked to roll those dice without even having like the risk of the person not having a medical license and like doing something fucky,
But you could have more access to medical providers if we didn't require licensing, right? So the overall cost and accessibility would be higher. So but like for example, like you might say like, well, what if this person sees someone who's not licensed? What if they don't see anyone?
So there is like a something like this is kind of already happening with nurse practitioners. Wait, is it nurse practitioners? I think it's nurse practitioners, where they're actually like, I think, lobbying or something to be able to be called doctors and use that term, even though they only take like 2 years or something of schooling and don't know shit about so many things that a GP would need to know.
Doctors don't know shit about so many things.
True, but I would trust somebody who's like studied and like had more clinic hours for like a lot longer and been working deeply in that profession more than somebody who just rolls up after like 2 years and is like, "What's up? I'm going to change all your meds."
So I'm speaking just for myself here.
Yeah.
I did medical malpractice for a few years.
Mhm.
I would trust an NP over a doctor
Really?
most times, because the nurse practitioners are the ones that are actually in there doing shit, right? They are the ones that are in there and like actually doing the procedures, actually meeting with patients, et cetera, et cetera.
I would
The
trust them more
doctor-
for certain things, but not everything.
Yeah, maybe like so. But the thing is, like for surgery, for example, like yes, I
Yeah.
would trust like a specific surgeon more because like
Yeah,
they're
I'm not
very
talking about
specialized.
specialized. Yeah,
Right,
for
so
sure.
specialized. But I'm saying like just general
Yeah.
doctors, like.
Do you know what I actually really want to happen? And I don't know that this will happen. I think people would be largely opposed to this. I feel like GPs should largely be replaced by like AI that's overseen by humans. So that like, because I think there's so many things that can go wrong with a human, that expecting one person to be able to pick up on every possible thing that's like a cue that they need to send them to X specialist or Y specialist or whatever is, I think it's crazy that we expect that to be real. And I think that that's
assist
Go ahead.
the human with AI.
Yeah.
Right? Like in the other
Yeah,
way,
yeah,
like so I'm inverting what you just said.
Yeah.
Rather than like an AI assisted by a human the other way. So like you have a
Sure,
human
yeah.
doctor who comes in and then we give them tools to just increase the success rate of a diagnosis. And I think
Yeah.
this is something we're already been pushing towards for a very long time.
Yeah, that's
Because,
like
yeah,
on our doorstep.
I think that's wonderful. I think that would have saved me some years, honestly, if that existed. Ow, what are you doing?
I mean, if I started
Sorry,
law
I'm like,
practice,
I
I
want
would
attention.
use AI for a paralegal, but I would actually check the citations because did you guys hear about that? The lawyer who fucking
yeah.
No.
the lawyer used ChatGPT to write a motion which he didn't read over, which is immediately bad. And ChatGPT will make up things if it doesn't, even if it should know, it just makes up shit. It's really weird. And so it made up legal citations, and he didn't check them. And so he cited them, which is malpractice.
Oof.
And he got in a lot of trouble.
Yikes.
Yeah,
The judge
called him
actually like
out.
held like a contempt hearing and everything and shoot him out. Man, it was terrifying. That's the
Gnarly.
worst nightmare.
But aside from the citations, how was the rest of like the motion?
It was ass. I looked through it. It was a horrible.
Oh,
it was
no.
a horrible motion. The
That's so
grammar,
funny.
the font was different on several different pages, and the grammar was off, and the arguments were like it was clear that it was an attempt at like a popular argument, but it wasn't very convincing, and it cited cases that were like that can't be right, and then the cases didn't exist. So it was like, of course the judge is going to look at the cases because he's probably thinking like, what the fuck, this doesn't make any sense. And then he looks at the cases, can't find them.
To be fair, any legal argument that isn't an originalist legal argument in Lactoid says is crap. So
it should be
can't-
malpractice. Absolutely.
But how long do you know how long this person was practicing law prior to this? Like,
so it was 2 lawyers. One was pro hoc in the area that the trial was happening. The other one was the one who was supposed. So
yeah, what is ProHawk? Yeah.
So lawyers because we're like money. We like to take clients even if we can't really necessarily practice in their jurisdiction. So what we do is we partner with a lawyer in that area who can legally practice in that jurisdiction.
Okay.
And if it's the law that like I feel comfortable enough, so technically how it's supposed to go is like I would do the work, the pro hoc would double check everything to make sure it's actually legal according to that jurisdiction, and then they would submit it, right? Everything all good. What usually happens is the person submits the legal brief, the pro hoc just picks it up and puts it on the filings, right? Just without even looking at it, which is what happened here because he didn't look at it, and so he got in trouble too, because he was like, "You're supposed to read this," and he's like, "Yeah, I didn't read it." And the other's like, "It's like, oh my god, does anybody do their fucking work here?" So
lawyers.
Yeah, no, it was so bad. It was so bad.
And
And-
these people went through two people that went through law school.
The initial question.
Yeah.
One of them. I mean, they were both one of them. Sorry, they were both partners, and so we're talking at least 4 years.
Established,
Probably more than that.
Yeah.
I mean, probably 5 or 6. Probably more than 10, if we're going to be honest with you. One of them was older and didn't understand that GPT wasn't. He thought it was like a Google search engine where it would just like be right.
It would be pulling information
Google's
from like a
never
database
wrong.
of accurate
Google's
things.
always
yeah.
right.
Because he even submitted
Yeah.
a later filing to that court in which he like had asked ChatGPT, "Did you make up these cases?" And it answered, "No, these are real cases." And he copied that and submitted it to the judge.
Wow. Aw.
Well, this just like
So an
furthers my
interesting
sentiments towards like licensing and how it pretty much like if these are
Yeah.
fully practicing established lawyers and like they went through all the training, that accounts for it means nothing when it comes to just interfacing with basic technology.
The license and the degree only works for being able to flex on people on the internet for debate points.
Yeah.
There is no actual benefit.
I do feel like that is something. I feel like there's something to that. I have like a pretty strong opinion that like, a large reason for maybe not a majority reason, but a significant portion of like belief in the anti-vax movement and stuff is from people treating doctors as if they're infallible and telling anybody who disagrees with a doctor that like, oh, you're wrong, all doctors are perfect and never make mistakes, which completely disregards like everything we've just been talking about, how like they're human, everybody's fallible, and just because they have a degree doesn't make them any less like error prone than any regular human person would be. But I feel like there's lots of people who've been underserved by like the regular traditional medicine industry and encountering doctors like that and having people be like, oh, well, you just like it's your fault that you're not getting better or something. And so then they go down a path of finding somebody that does validate them and listen to them, even if it's like a complete charlatan.
Yeah.
they're like, somebody's actually listening to me at least. I feel like it fuels that side of things.
Bleach is a cure-all.
I mean, my aunt is like real big in essential oils, ozonated water, like all kinds of.
I mean, like there's a reason why naturopathic doctors exist, why chiropractors exist. Like even though I hate these things and I don't think they should exist, I understand that sometimes people are just like driven to these things because like there's an unmet need or something is going unmet. But
I feel like if we were more open to.
No, you
really?
Don't. No.
Yeah, I do.
Well, actually,
okay, there are some uses for a few essential oils. It's just they're not like a panacea, like the fucking doTERRA and whatever. Yeah.
Look, I defended a lot of medical malpractice, Brian. Like, I don't. I'm here. We're on Twitch.
What do you do with those essential oils? I just
sniff.
There are a lot that are. There are some that are like antifungals. There are some that are studies showing that some are relaxing. There are some uses for them, just not in like the fucking like therapeutic rate. Or I just have such a vendetta.
About everyone here. Corey.
I ship in oil from India, actually.
Oh, nice. That's good.
I mean, there's some research coming out for some oils used in some contexts, aromatherapy. Like there might be some benefits.
Validation to my theories. I'm liking this. Keep talking.
But it does not justify all the wild claims for every essential oil that exists on the market. You got to go like case by case.
Definitely.
I think Lactoid slabs himself with these essential oils and looks at
Jesus
himself in the
Christ.
mirror.
I don't.
Right? It's like, oh, I'm looking hot today.
So I normally
Good
use
Lord.
essential oils for like aromatherapy and hair oil, actually.
Hair oil.
Like rosemary oil.
Patchouli and then Navratna and then olive oil. Actually, I've been trying to sell people on olive oil for a long time, but they're like, "Oh, don't you just like cook with that?" It's actually really good for your head.
Yeah, olive oil can be super moisturizing. It's a good
What does it do
occlusive.
for your head?
It's super moisturizing for your scalp and your hair. So like I'm pretty dandruff prone, but like it pretty much gets rid of it for like 2 days. Just like one, like you like basically rub your head with it, let it sit for like 15 minutes, and then wash it out with shampoo, and it's noticeably different. I would highly recommend it.
Yeah,
So from what I understand, go ahead, sorry.
Obviously, I'm also dandruff prone, but so I'll check it out.
You should really give it a shot. I'm dead serious. Like I recommend it. People don't like to follow it, but it like if you just make sure you're not supposed to like leave it in. Just wash it out with shampoo or whatever. But like for me, it worked wonders.
So, from what I understand, one of the reasons olive oil works particularly well is because it has moisturizing components, but also occlusive components. And usually, what you want to do is you want to put moisturizer on your skin, like when you're in the shower or something, so that there's already some moisture, and that helps like seal it into your skin. And then the occlusive further helps seal it into your skin and stops water from getting out and moisture from getting out. And olive oil accomplishes both of those things.
Sometimes
From
would
what
just
I
let it sit-
understand,
Sometimes I would just let
by
it
the
sit in
way.
my hair like overnight. But then you got to change the pillow sheets, and it's obnoxious.
Mm.
So
You're just doing a hair mask. You can get one of those little head turbans. I do hair masks all
I
the
don't
time
know
with
if
one
I
of those.
want to do that. I don't know if I want to look like that. I don't know. It's
You're
like
going far enough.
it's
If
a
you're already
male-
doing
it's a
hair
masculine
masks,
thing. I
do it
can't-
right.
You
It's
are
self-esteem
alone
thing.
in your house, right? And so,
it's
like,
a
after
masculine thing. I don't. It's you know.
It's
Get a
it's
mask
probably-
and get one with
Somebody
like
might
green
look-
and camo or something. Maybe an American flag on it. There you go.
after you've slathered yourself in that oil, you're standing in front of that mirror, right? Like talking yourself up. That might
I
be.
do not do it like that.
You absolutely do that, and that's a new rumor I'm going to spread about you.
Oh my goodness gracious.
What do you guys do? I had a situation where I had two doctors like disagree, like give me like conflicting advice and conflicting opinions
Put them in a room and make them fight each other
over
Go
like a
ahead.
pretty controversial subject too. So
Was it vaccination?
I can't talk about this, but let's just say
Okay.
I have two doctors that had like conflicting opinions. In that kind of situation, I mean, that's difficult. I don't know. What
Yeah.
what do you do? What do you guys do?
I go to Reddit.
Depending on the so I have a lot of patient experience, and I've sought out a second opinion way back in the day. If you had the option, like there's a limit, or at least I would say, hopefully people have a reasonable limit. Like seeking out a third opinion, not necessarily a bad idea if you have access to it. But I think it would just come down to like what the actual like conflict or disagreement is. But I understand you can't share it because I don't know the actual ramifications.
Yeah.
I
I think I've told you personally, Corey, but we can talk about it later if I haven't.
Yeah, sure. If I remember correctly, well, actually, I don't want to divulge anything that you want to divulge. So yeah.
I mean, I don't care. It's just,
But I think it was an issue with heart, essentially. Yeah. Okay. Well, then that being the case, that is where hopefully, I would advise someone to not necessarily do their own research, but do their own research and then go with the research that you've gathered and go to each of the two medical professionals saying, hey, this is how I feel about it based off my interpretation. Then what are your thoughts? And then go with the other one. And then just, if you don't have access to a third opinion, make your best informed decision from there.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. To like really like dig into it with all the tools that you have available and come up with like a hypothesis and like give them something to bounce off of, because I'm thinking of like what Pep told us before about her condition, and that like you're talking to these doctors, either they're not even listening to you, because that's the thing that happens all the time, or they are just like they're pressed and they're giving you like their best guess because it's something that's unfamiliar to them. But like if you like come to them with like a wealth of like information that you've gathered and saying like, well, based on this, what do you think? Right, that might trigger things in their heads or lead them down different paths, rather than
In my
like,
experience,
hey, like,
that does not go well.
oh, okay,
Yeah. That's where you get a new doctor. As in, if any
Yeah.
doctor that, let's say, if you brought some research, which I recommend pretty much every patient does, I just always recommend every patient before they go into their appointment, if they're able to, write down the question that you want to ask, and if the doctor is not able to answer your questions or is not willing to sit with you to answer the questions, you probably, if possible, get a new doctor. But understand
That's what I was gonna say. That if possible, when you're in like the low income healthcare system,
Yeah,
it could be like a
exactly.
6-month wait for a doctor and things like that. It's like, well, okay, I
But,
guess
yeah.
I'll try this one.
Patients
what
should
happened?
be informed.
Sorry. Yeah, what
Then
happened when you brought that up? Brought information to them.
Oh, I just got dismissed. I got sent back to. They were like, maybe you should talk to a psychiatrist instead. Yeah, I got
it's a
that
good
multiple
doctor.
times. Yeah, no. I mean, it's hard because I feel like I got a particularly bad experience in that realm of like medicine. I think I got I had kind of like a worst case scenario in terms of being treated like I was drug seeking, because I don't have a structural thing. It's a diagnosis of exclusion. It largely took like 2 specialists to be like, oh yeah, no, it's totally this. But it took seeing those specialists, and everybody leading up to that was like, this person's just showing up to like the ER or our doctor's office, like in pain. We can't see anything wrong. What the fuck? Which is like how drug-seeking people show up. So I understand why I kind of got dismissed a lot, and also women's pain and stuff is super dismissed. Like that's like a known thing. And same with like if you have any mental health conditions as well. And I'd had anxiety, and so they were like, you're just having a panic attack. That's what this is. That's all. And so I understand why people thought what they thought. It still extremely sucked to experience as a patient.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately doesn't so I was diagnosed young, and had a lengthy diagnosis process. But yeah, unfortunately, sort of understandably the mindset is like, if you're young, there's like nothing wrong with you.
Yes.
Where it's like,
Oh my
no matter
God.
what, you're young, and so it's like it's all in your head. And like, and in all likelihood, for most cases, they're probably right. But like, yeah, every once in a while that exception comes along, and
when you're an
we
edge
pay the
case, everything sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I've said. I was like, if you go to a doctor, if the only experiences you had with a doctor have been like regular things like flu, broken bones, like UTI, like the narrow band of like general experiences that doctors will treat a lot, then you're probably gonna have a great experience. But if you have anything outside that little narrow band, and you're like a person that isn't like exactly the narrow band of person they're used to dealing with, then you're gonna have probably a much worse time, a significantly worse time.
Yeah, it's rough. Like they're just understandably playing the odds, because like in all probability, most patients they fall into that pretty much like large bucket. But
And also,
the edge
like,
cases.
yeah, and also like the amount of patients, that the hours that ER doctors and stuff in particular have to work, that's one of the worst places I've been treated. But also I understand why, because empathy fatigue is such a problem in that industry, just because everybody like is overworked and like stressed, and so I get it. I just think things should definitely change a little bit.
I mean,
Well, Lactoid has the solution of everyone becomes a doctor. No license.
No more overworked doctors. They'll be begging for work, okay? Because there's going to be so many of them.
They're gonna be like, do not let that person do a heart transplant. Dear God, let me do it for you. Otherwise, we're gonna have so much more work to do.
If they want the certified doctor, they got to get the one with the certificate. So,
but then, well, Lactoid, I want to ask you about, and I know you have complicated feelings about these, but like those corporate conglomerates is not the word I'm looking for. It's those financial, basically they put money into a business, right, that's failing, and they try to rescue it. There's a name for those.
bailout?
Not bailout.
Merger,
Guys,
acquisition. I mean,
no. So like BlackRock is one of these things. Like
Oh, like the mercenary, like the private mercenary companies, or no?
No, not that
that's
one.
Blackwater.
That's
Oh
Blackwater.
yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, like the finance firms,
yeah. There's a term for it.
Yeah. Fuck.
We're blanking on this, but this is a term we've talked about many times before. Anyway.
Oh, are you talking about
They like manage money accounts, etc., etc.
Like something pirate?
Not pirate. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like they're corporate vultures. That's what they are. But there's a term for this. Maybe people in your chat will know what I'm talking about. But
vulture
anyway,
capitalist.
Well, they are vulture capitalists.
Well, Wikipedia literally defines it as vulture capitalists are investors that acquire distressed firms in the hopes of making them more profitable, so as to ultimately sell them for a profit.
There's another term for it, not just vulture capitalism, but that's basically what I'm describing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in any case, there are these firms that have like invested in healthcare as an industry. They've seen a growth model here, so they take a lot of like small doctors, and not just small, even the large hospitals, but like small doctors' offices. Like, okay, we're gonna take over like administration for you, because you came in here to heal people, not like to do paperwork and shit. So we'll take that over. It'll be cheaper because we're the private market, and we'll like distribute the cost across other practices, so we got a bunch of them within our group. But what ends up happening is that they kind of just take over and they force those doctors, like the people involved in those practices, to work more hours, to and to see more patients, so that they're working more hours, but they're seeing each patient gets less time. And like that has had like a corrosive effect on the medical industry, right? Even in large hospitals, they do this as well. If it's a distressed property, they'll pretend that they're going to fix everything, that there's going to be a big investment, but like they end up taking loans out, and paying themselves with the loans and then leaving the debt in the hospital.
Jesus.
So like, would you ban that type of practice?
I don't see how you could be able to ban it, right? You would have to make it illegal for people to acquire distressed companies. Like why? Like sometimes a company going under new management is a good thing, especially if it's like not doing well.
Sometimes.
Well, sometimes, but like again, the reason the firm is distressed in the first place is something's going wrong, right? I mean, like I'm not going to criminalize bad business. It's just like if you don't do good, like your business should die.
Venture
right?
capitalists. That's why I was trying venture. No, not venture capitalist. That's not. No, that's not. No, that's not it. Venture capitalist is something completely different. Sorry. Go ahead, Lactoid.
Yeah. Well, I think that like there's a creative destruction, right? There is a ecosystem that exists in which the weak businesses die and the good businesses take over, and that's like this is the solution here. I don't see a way of criminalizing bad business because I mean, most people who start businesses, especially restaurants, are pretty, either they're bad at it or I mean, more of what it is just there's too many fucking restaurants and everybody wants to own a restaurant because hey, a place where I could hang out, that'd be cool. And it's like, well, there's 18 of those, and
Everyone's Gordon Ramsay.
yeah, everyone thinks they're Gordon Ramsay because their mom gave them the recipe book, and now they're going to go to business. They're going to lose $1 million. I mean, but hey, they shot for it, and sometimes if they're really good, they'll make it, and that's how our system works.
You can obviously like require like standards of care, right? That's the thing that you can do. You can say that maybe these this particular practice of taking over the management, like they would, and you would definitely agree with this part at least, right? Promises made at the beginning must be promises
Yes.
like kept. Okay. And there we hear from doctors that they like what their understanding of what was going to happen was completely wrong, right? These guys aren't business managers, and so they're going into these discussions. They don't maybe even know the right questions to ask or whatever, and the outcome is like terrible. Like they're turning it into like these are more factories, right?
If there's misrepresentation, we should stop it. But other like absent that, like if a doctor's like has a practice that's going under, and they accept this, you could call it help, I guess, and they like sign the contract saying here are the changes we're going to make. I mean, that's fine.
That's more for hospitals. I don't think they can do that for like a small practice because you have to. The point is to take out loans against the organization, and there's not much you can get out of a small practice. So like a large hospital, so they'll buy the property, and then the property might be paid off. But they'll mortgage the property that was previously completely owned by the organization, and then they'll pay themselves with like their earnings, and then leave the debt on the hospital, like something like that. Like, do you think that should be illegal? And then they'll just close down the hospital.
I don't think it should be illegal, but I mean, if this was as big of a problem as what you're saying, why the fuck would banks be handing out mortgages to like companies with this kind of track record? Because because the banks are the ones that are going to lose out, right? If they take a bunch of debt that's basically unsecured and then they just default, I mean, the bank would have to write all that off and they would get fucked.
Yeah, I'm gonna find you. Oh yeah, I just found a thing. All right, I'm gonna send you a private equity. That's the name. There we go. I was trying to think. Private equity was the thing I was trying to name the entire goddamn time. I'll put a link in our group chat so you guys can see
a private equity firm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just like a company that like buys shares.
well, whatever. But check it out. The people under private equity. This is the thing that they're doing. So this is a good article on that. Yeah.
I got to go to bed.
Bye,
Yeah, I
Corey.
got the wage cage tomorrow as well.
Like the
So
way.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I have to do some quests in a game before I go to bed, and it's very late.
Wait a
very
minute,
important.
It's very important.
One of these things doesn't sound like the other.
I got work. I got
It's
work.
very
Oh,
I gotta
got
do
some
these fucking
quests.
game quests. Yep. Listen, we all have our priorities, you know?
Fair
Hey,
enough.
being transparent. I
I
can
mean,
respect
Yeah.
that.
RuneScape Gold is worth more than Venezuelan currency, so I mean, it's
Wow.
profitable somewhere.
Amazing.
Have a lovely
But
evening,
yeah.
everyone.
Have a
Yeah, it
good
was
one.
super lovely talking to you guys.
Take care.
Lactoid.
See you well.
Pep,
Mhm.
I would definitely like to pick your brain
Sure.
about the whole like industry.
All right, 1 second. This is the laziest shit, by the way. This is the laziest shit. I just fucking blow up my face right on top, right over the fucking prior panel I had. Oh well. All right. Private equity is like everyone who has capital. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, pool investor capital. Yeah, BlackRock is. I mean, you can point to specific practices, but the concept of a company owning like this is fine. Want to apologize for the quality of my mic. I've got my Yeti for some reason. If you just tap the cord, it like shuts off and it will not come back online and to like mess with audio settings. So and restart the computer a couple times. I've been having some technical issues, but for the most part, it works. So that'll be up and running for next time. But wanted to quickly start by saying thank you guys so much for taking the time to join us on this debate adventure as always. If you like what you saw today, please consider dropping a follow. That way you can see more content like this in the future. To all of you who gave bits, subs, anything like that, thank you, thank you, thank you. Really, really appreciate it. And to all of you who participated in the chat, thank you. That is the lifeblood of this. So of all the things, just being active in the chat, like to see that so much. And I got agreement and I got challenges, which is always what I like to see. Don't ever. I'm absolutely fallible. I am not above truth. So if I'm wrong, fucking tell me. Which I'm glad that you guys feel comfortable challenging me on things. Apparently, there's an issue with rating. I'm gonna try, but we'll see how this goes. Oh, well, for me, rating seems to work okay. All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much. Have a fantastic evening. I'll see you next time.